Welcome to Eject Media. Tonight we are opening the vault for a massive 3-week event. This is part 1 of our definitive legacy collection, focusing on the grit and atmosphere of the 1970s, with a foundational look at the 1960s to start. This archive features over 230 discovery clips, many of which have never been seen on the channel before. This represents the final chapter of our legacy format as we clear the desk for the future of the channel. Stay tuned over the next 2 weeks for Part 2, the 1980s, and Part 3, the 90s and beyond. Black Sunday, 1960. Few films announced the arrival of a new horror master as boldly as Black Sunday. Mario Bava's directorial debut tells the story of Princess Asavajda, a witch condemned to death who returned centuries later to take revenge on the descendants of those who executed her. Barbara Steele, in a career-defining dual role, embodies both the vengeful witch and her innocent relative, cementing her as one of horror's greatest icons. What makes Black Sunday unforgettable is its style. Bava's mastery of black and white cinematography creates images that feel carved in shadow, swirling fog, ruined castles, and Steele's wide, hypnotic eyes. The opening sequence alone, with the spiked death mask hammered onto Ace's face, set a new standard for Gothic horror and pushed the limits of on-screen violence for its time. Though banned in several countries and heavily censored in others, the film's reputation only grew. Critics hailed its artistry, fans praised its brutality, and its influence can be seen everywhere, from Hammer's Gothic Cycle to American International Pictures' rise in the 1960s. Black Sunday stands at the crossroads of old-world Gothic tradition and modern cinematic horror. It remains one of the most stylish, atmospheric, and important genre films of the decade. A film that not only launched Barbara Steele's reign as a horror queen, but also Mario Bava's legacy as one of the great architects of Italian horror. Eyes Without a Face, 1960. Georges Franju's Eyes Without a Face is one of the most haunting films of its era, a lyrical nightmare that combines beauty, tragedy, and horror in equal measure. The story follows Dr. Génessier, played by Pierre Brasseur, a brilliant but obsessed surgeon determined to restore the face of his disfigured daughter, Christiane. Hidden behind a porcelain mask, Christiane drifts through the family's mansion like a ghost, her delicate presence both heartbreaking and eerie. What makes the film unforgettable is the way it balances dreamlike poetry with moments of shocking brutality. The surgical sequences, graphic for their time, were notorious, leaving audiences unsettled across Europe. Yet these moments are framed within a film that otherwise feels elegant and melancholic, as though horror were unfolding inside a tragic fairy tale. Edith Scobb's performance as Christiane is central. Barely speaking a word, she conveys immense sorrow and fragile humanity through her eyes and movement. Her masked figure has since become one of the most iconic images in world cinema, influencing filmmakers from Jesus Franco to John Carpenter. Though controversial in its release, Eyes Without a Face is now celebrated as a masterpiece of art horror. It's a reminder that horror can be graceful and horrifying all at once. A film that lingers not just for its shocks, but for its beauty. Peeping Tom, 1960. Few films rattled audiences and critics as deeply as Peeping Tom. Directed by Michael Powell, it tells the story of Mark Lewis, a shy cameraman who harbors a dark obsession. He films women as he murders them, capturing the exact moment of terror on their faces. Played with chilling restraint by Karl-Heinz Böhm, Mark is both predator and tragic figure, forever warped by his father's cruel experiments in fear. The film is a sharp, unsettling look at voyeurism, long before the word became part of pop culture. Its use of the killer's camera as our point of view forces the audience to become complicit, watching the crimes unfold through the same lens Mark does. For 1960, this was shocking, far more than most moviegoers were ready for. When it premiered, Peeping Tom was reviled in the press, effectively ending Powell's celebrated career in Britain. But history has been kinder. Today, it's recognized as one of the most important horror films ever made, a work that anticipated both the slasher genre and cinema's obsession with the psychology of killers. Peeping Tom stands as a bold, controversial film that dared to stare directly into the act of watching, and made the audience realize that sometimes looking is the most dangerous thing of all. Psycho, 1960. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho isn't just a horror classic, it's one of the most important films in the history of cinema. With this single movie, Hitchcock shattered audience expectations, reinvented the thriller, and helped define modern horror as we know it. Released in 1960, it arrived at the dawn of a new decade, one that would see the genre grow darker, bolder, and more psychological. Psycho was the spark that lit that fire. The film begins deceptively as a crime story. Marion Crane, played by Janet Leigh, is a secretary who impulsively steals $40,000 and goes on the run. Exhausted, she checks into the Bates Motel, where she encounters the shy and soft-spoken proprietor, Norman Bates. Anthony Perkins' performance is unforgettable, boyish charm masking a tortured soul. What follows is a film that constantly upends expectations, most famously in the shocking shower sequence that left audiences stunned and terrified. Janet Leigh's turn as Marion was groundbreaking, not only for her intensity, but also because Hitchcock kills off his apparent star halfway through the film, a move almost unthinkable at the time. Perkins delivers a masterclass in nuance, creating a character who is both sympathetic and deeply unsettling. Vera Miles and John Gavin add grit as Marion's sister and boyfriend, desperate to uncover what happened, while Martin Balsam's detective provides one of the film's most suspenseful moments. Hitchcock's craft is at its peak here. Working with a modest budget, he used stark black-and-white cinematography, rapid editing, and Bernard Herrmann's iconic, shrieking string score to create an atmosphere of unrelenting tension. The shower scene alone, with its 70 camera setups and razor-sharp cuts, changed the language of film editing forever. Yet beyond technique, Hitchcock tapped into primal fears: guilt, voyeurism, and the terror of hidden secrets lurking beneath ordinary lives. Psycho also broke barriers in how films were released and consumed. Hitchcock insisted that theaters not allow late admissions, forcing audiences to experience the story from the beginning. This bold marketing strategy turned Psycho into an event, one that drew massive crowds and helped make it one of the most profitable films of its era. Psycho earns its place not just for its scares, but for its enduring influence. It paved the way for the slasher genre, inspired generations of filmmakers, and proved that horror could be both artistically daring and commercially successful. More than 6 decades later, the shadow of the Bates Motel still looms large. And as Norman Bates once said, "We all go a little mad sometimes." Scream of Fear, 1961. Hammer demonstrated their skill with psychological suspense in this thriller about Penny, a young woman returning to her father's secluded villa after years abroad. Confined to a wheelchair and still processing old trauma, she becomes convinced she's seeing her father's body hidden around the property, only for it to vanish before anyone else can confirm it. Her stepmother and the family doctor insist she's imagining things, but her discoveries grow more troubling. Director Seth Holt uses the villa's isolated layout to create a constant sense of uncertainty. The film maintains a careful balance between psychological tension and traditional mystery, leaving viewers unsure whether Penny is uncovering a conspiracy or losing her grip on reality. Susan Strasberg gives the lead role vulnerability and determination, grounding the story emotionally. Christopher Lee appears in a rare, sympathetic role as the chauffeur who may be the only person listening to her. Ann Todd is equally effective as the stepmother with unclear intentions. Douglas Slocum's stark black-and-white cinematography adds to the suspense, using shadows to conceal vital details until the right moment. Jimmy Sangster's script delivers layered twists that feel deliberate rather than forced, placing the film in the same tradition as Diabolique, but giving it its own identity. Scream of Fear stands as one of Hammer's strongest non-supernatural productions. Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory, 1961. This early 60s Italian thriller blends creature feature elements with a mystery set at a reform school for young women. When a student is found dead under suspicious circumstances suggesting an animal attack, tensions rise between staff members, students, and recent arrivals, any of whom could be hiding something. A new teacher becomes entangled in the investigation, as accusations spread and more danger follows. Director Paolo Hoish emphasizes suspense over explicit effects, keeping the werewolf mostly concealed until key moments. While the creature makeup is modest, the gloomy atmosphere and nighttime chases compensate for the limited budget. The boarding school setting provides dark hallways, forested grounds, and an air of paranoia. The young cast brings more dimension than expected, avoiding the stereotypes common in similar productions. The adult staff, each with their own motivations, form a convincing set of potential suspects, maintaining uncertainty until the final reveal. The film treats its werewolf mythology in classic terms, relying on curses and lunar triggers rather than disease or infection. This traditional approach supports its mystery structure, keeping viewers focused on identifying the creature rather than rethinking the rules. Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory stands as an enjoyable blend of Gothic atmosphere and early 60s Euro thriller style. Carnival of Souls, 1962. Few films embody the term cult classic as perfectly as Carnival of Souls. Released in 1962 and made on a shoestring budget by industrial filmmaker Herc Harvey, it tells the story of Mary Henry, a young woman who survives a car accident only to find herself haunted by strange visions and pulled toward an abandoned carnival. Candice Hilligoss stars as Mary, and her performance captures both strength and alienation. She's never quite at ease in the world around her. Her detached presence makes it unclear whether she's really alive or simply drifting in some strange limbo. That ambiguity gives the film its haunting power. The imagery in Carnival of Souls is unforgettable. The pale-faced man who stalks Mary appears without warning, staring through windows and emerging from the shadows. The desolate carnival itself, with its echoing dance halls and broken rides, becomes a perfect metaphor for death. Empty, silent, yet filled with echoes of life. Harvey's background in industrial films shows in the way he frames locations, giving ordinary spaces a stark, otherworldly quality. The film's organ-heavy score, often dissonant and overwhelming, adds to the surreal atmosphere. Combined with its low-budget grit, it feels more like a nightmare than a traditional narrative, closer to the dream logic of later directors like David Lynch than to the polished studio horror of its time. Ignored on release and dismissed as an oddity, Carnival of Souls grew in reputation thanks to late-night TV broadcasts and eventually the VHS era. It remains one of the most influential independent horror films ever made, a ghost story, a character study, and a surreal journey into the borderland between life and death. The Haunting, 1963. Robert Wise's The Haunting is often hailed as the definitive haunted house movie, not because of what it shows, but because of what it refuses to show. Adapted from Shirley Jackson's classic novel The Haunting of Hill House, it follows a group of people invited to stay in a sprawling, cursed mansion to study its supposed supernatural activity. But as the walls groan and doors buckle, the real horror comes from the fragility of the human mind. Julie Harris delivers one of her greatest performances as Eleanor, a lonely, deeply vulnerable woman who joins the experiment in search of belonging. Harris plays her with such raw intensity that Eleanor's descent feels both heartbreaking and terrifying. Claire Bloom adds complexity as Theo, Eleanor's confident and mysterious counterpart, while Richard Johnson anchors the story as Dr. Markway, the investigator leading the study. Wise, who had cut his teeth as an editor on Citizen Kane and as a director of films like West Side Story, brings technical brilliance to the material. Shooting in black and white cinemascope, he uses extreme angles, distorted lenses, and experimental sound design to make Hill House feel alive. Doors breathe, walls stretch, and thunderous banging fills the halls. Yet the monsters remain unseen, leaving the audience to imagine what Eleanor believes is closing in around her. At a time when horror often leaned on creatures and gore, Wise created something terrifying out of silence, shadows, and suggestion. It's a film that continues to influence everything from modern ghost stories to psychological thrillers. Hill House isn't just haunted, it consumes the fears and desires of those inside, leaving us with one of the most chilling depictions of loneliness and madness ever captured on film. Castle of Blood, 1964. Italian Gothic horror reaches peak atmosphere in this story of a journalist who accepts a wager to spend the night in a supposedly haunted castle where several people once lost their lives. As the night passes, he encounters the spirits of the castle's former residents. Not traditional ghosts, but figures trapped in a cycle of replaying their final moments. Their survival depends on drawing new victims into the pattern. Antonio Margheriti, with uncredited work by Sergio Corbucci, creates an elegant visual style, using black and white photography to enhance the castle's decayed and shadow-filled interiors. Barbara Steele contributes her signature intensity, portraying one of the spectral figures with a blend of allure and sorrow. Her presence alone elevates the film's emotional tone. Georges Rivière plays the journalist, whose skepticism gradually dissolves as the supernatural becomes undeniable. Each apparition represents a different form of Gothic tragedy, giving the castle a layered and melancholy history. The film explores ghostly existence as a kind of purgatory. The spirits are bound to the castle not out of malice, but because their violent pasts anchor them there. This philosophical angle gives the story greater weight than a typical haunting. Castle of Blood remains one of the most atmospheric and visually refined Gothic films of the 1960s. Kwaidan, 1964. Few horror films look or feel like Masaki Kobayashi's Kwaidan. Running over 3 hours, it adapts 4 traditional Japanese ghost stories into a single anthology, each with its own tone, but tied together by breathtaking visuals. Instead of natural settings, Kobayashi built elaborate soundstage environments, painting skies, forests, and oceans by hand. The result isn't just a film, it's a moving piece of art, where every frame looks like it belongs in a museum. The stories themselves range from eerie whispers to outright tragedy. In The Woman of the Snow, a man spared by a ghostly spirit lives in fear of her return, his fate sealed by a single, broken promise. Hoichi the Earless tells of a blind musician haunted by samurai ghosts, leading to one of the most unsettling ritual sequences ever filmed. Even the quieter tales like Black Hair or In a Cup of Tea leave behind images that burrow into memory long after the credits roll. What separates Kwaidan from other anthology horror films is its style. Bold use of color, surreal backdrops, and Toru Takemitsu's experimental sound design create a dreamlike atmosphere that pulls viewers into a world halfway between nightmare and folklore. There are no cheap shocks here. The horror builds through silence, through suggestion, through the sense that these stories are being whispered across centuries. Though lengthy and demanding, Kwaidan has endured as a masterpiece of world cinema. It represents the idea that horror doesn't need to rush or rely on violence to make an impact. Sometimes the most terrifying thing is a story told slowly, beautifully, and with images you can never quite forget. Repulsion, 1965. Roman Polanski's Repulsion isn't just a horror film, it's one of the most chilling portraits of psychological breakdown ever put on screen. Released in 1965, it was Polanski's first English-language feature, and it remains one of his most unnerving works. At the center is Catherine Deneuve as Carol, a young Belgian woman living in London with her sister. When the sister leaves on holiday, Carol is left alone in their apartment, and her fragile state of mind quickly unravels. What begins as subtle unease builds into full paranoia, with Carol hallucinating cracks splitting through the walls, strange noises echoing in the silence, and spectral hands reaching from the shadows to grab her. Deneuve delivers a performance that is both restrained and devastating. With very little dialogue, she conveys Carol's descent entirely through her body language and expressions, shifting from quiet, detached beauty to a figure of absolute terror. It's the kind of role that became career-defining, and she anchors the film with a haunting sense of vulnerability. Polanski amplifies the tension with innovative camera work and sound design. Everyday spaces become warped and threatening, the apartment itself almost alive, reflecting Carol's disintegrating mind. Simple shots of rotting food or unwashed dishes become grotesque, and the claustrophobic setting traps both Carol and the audience inside her nightmare. Upon release, Repulsion shocked audiences with its bold treatment of sexual repression, isolation, and madness. Some critics were horrified by its subject matter, but it has since been recognized as a landmark of psychological horror. It shows that true terror doesn't always come from monsters or killers. The Psychopath, 1966. Freddie Francis directs this amicus thriller about a string of murders tied together by a chilling signature. Dolls dressed to resemble each victim are left at the scene. A Scotland Yard inspector uncovers links between the victims, all connected to unresolved events from the Second World War. The trail leads to a reclusive former actress, confined to a wheelchair, and her emotionally fragile son, who maintains a troubling collection of dolls. Written by Robert Bloch, the script examines psychological dependency and long-buried resentment. The dolls operate as both clues and symbols, growing more disturbing as the narrative unfolds. Each death ties back to old grievances, giving the story a revenge-driven undercurrent. Patrick Wymark plays the inspector with grounded determination, while Margaret Johnston gives the mother a controlling theatrical presence. John Standing portrays the son with unnerving subtlety, leaving his true nature in question for much of the film. Francis uses lighting and framing to make the doll workshop feel increasingly oppressive, and the London setting adds atmosphere without overshadowing the mystery. The film remains focused on tension rather than explicit violence, demonstrating the studio's range beyond their anthology films. The Reptile, 1966, Hammer offered something unusual with this creature feature, set in a remote Cornish village where unexplained deaths leave victims with darkened skin and no clear cause. A young couple who move into a nearby cottage discover their reclusive neighbor is hiding a tragic secret. His daughter has been forced into a transformative state that periodically turns her into a snake-like creature, with no memory of her actions afterward. Director John Gilling uses the foggy rural setting to build tension, emphasizing superstition, isolation, and fear of the unknown. The film hides the creature for much of its runtime, relying on eerie aftermaths and gradual clues until the final reveal. Roy Ashton's makeup effects are striking and distinctive. Jacqueline Pierce gives the cursed daughter a sympathetic presence, portraying someone torn between her normal life and something she can't control. Noel Willman brings gravitas to the father, trying desperately to contain the situation. Ray Barrett and Jennifer Daniel provide grounding as the couple slowly piecing the mystery together. Hints of a Malaysian backstory and the father's past involvement with unfamiliar rituals add subtle commentary about colonial guilt and cultural misunderstandings, giving the film more depth than its surface premise suggests. The Reptile remains one of Hammer's most unique monster creations, combining strong atmosphere with emotional undertones. Berserk, 1967. Joan Crawford headlines this circus-set thriller as Monica Rivers, a ringmaster whose struggling show suddenly attracts attention when performers begin dying in stage-like mishaps. As the tragedies continue, the question becomes whether these are accidents, sabotage, or the work of a hidden killer. The circus community, full of rivalries and grudges, gives investigators plenty of suspects. Crawford delivers a commanding performance, portraying Monica as confident, calculating, and focused on keeping the circus afloat, even as danger surrounds her. Ty Harden co-stars as a charismatic new performer whose arrival coincides with the turmoil, raising suspicion about his motives. Director Jim O'Connelly uses real circus acts to heighten authenticity, staging sequences that blur the line between performance and peril. The film's set pieces, from tightrope acts to knife-throwing displays, provide natural tension, and the deaths are presented without graphic detail, relying instead on timing and atmosphere. With its carnival setting, colorful visuals, and Crawford's presence, Berserk fits comfortably within the grand dame thriller trend of the era. It's modest but engaging entertainment that uses its circus backdrop to deliver a steady stream of suspense. Spider Baby, or The Maddest Story Ever Told, 1967. Jack Hill's offbeat gothic horror comedy follows the Mary family, who suffer from Mary syndrome, a fictional condition that causes them to regress mentally and physically as they grow older. Lon Chaney Jr. plays their caretaker, Bruno, who protects the three remaining Mary children in a decaying mansion while hiding the severity of their condition from outsiders. When distant relatives arrive to claim the estate, their curiosity triggers a chain of dangerous encounters. The film balances unsettling atmosphere with dark humor, never undermining either. The Mary children, especially Virginia, who imagines herself a spider and stalks intruders with blades, come across as both vulnerable and unpredictable. Jill Banner's performance as Virginia is strikingly memorable, and Beverly Washburn and Sid Haig also contribute to the family's eerie dynamic. Chaney delivers one of his strongest late-career roles, portraying Bruno as a man who loves the children, yet knows he's protecting something he no longer fully understands. The opening theme song, sung by Chaney himself, sets a quirky but ominous tone. Shot in black and white, on a tight budget, the film uses its limited setting to great effect, turning the mansion into a character of its own. Due to distribution problems, Spider Baby remained obscure for years, but later festival screenings and home video releases helped it earn a dedicated cult following. It stands as one of the most inventive American Gothic films of the era. Corruption, 1968. Peter Cushing takes a rare villainous turn in this intense thriller about a surgeon whose fiancée is injured during a heated argument involving a malfunctioning photography device. Driven by guilt, he becomes convinced that experimental treatments using pituitary material can temporarily restore her appearance. His desperation pushes him into increasingly reckless acts, targeting strangers to continue the procedures. Director Robert Hartford Davis places the story in a modern London filled with fashion shoots, parties, and shifting social norms. Cushing plays against his usual heroic persona, portraying a man whose good intentions disintegrate into obsession. His gradual unraveling is one of the film's most effective elements. Sue Lloyd plays the fiancée with ambiguity, grateful for the treatments yet torn by what they cost. The film keeps her awareness intentionally vague, allowing multiple interpretations of her involvement. The supporting cast reflects the era's London youth culture, contrasting sharply with the clinical horror of the Doctor's work. Corruption stands out for its bold approach and Cushing's committed performance. Though modestly budgeted, it reflects a moment when British thrillers were pushing toward more modern and confrontational storytelling. Rosemary's Baby, 1968. Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby is a landmark of psychological horror, blending paranoia, isolation, and the uncanny terror of pregnancy into one of the most unsettling films of its era. Adapted from Ira Levin's best-selling novel, it begins innocently enough. Young couple Rosemary and Guy Woodhouse move into the Bramford, a historic New York apartment building with a shadowy reputation. Their new neighbors, the eccentric Roman and Minnie Castevet, seem overbearing but harmless, until Rosemary becomes pregnant, and her world begins to unravel. Mia Farrow gives a career-defining performance as Rosemary, capturing both the fragile hope of impending motherhood and the suffocating dread of losing control over her own body. Her vulnerability is amplified by Polanski's claustrophobic framing, keeping her trapped within cramped rooms and intrusive conversations. John Cassavetes plays Guy with chilling subtlety, a struggling actor whose ambition makes him disturbingly complicit in the sinister events unfolding. And Ruth Gordon, who won an Academy Award for her performance, steals scenes as Minnie Castevet, at once comical, nosy, and deeply unsettling. Polanski's direction is masterclass in restraint. Much like Robert Wise's The Haunting, the horror in Rosemary's Baby lies not in what is seen, but in what is suggested. Strange dreams, whispered conspiracies, and ominous medical advice create a suffocating sense of dread. The audience, like Rosemary, is left questioning what is real and what might be the product of stress, isolation, or madness. By the time the truth reveals itself in the infamous climax, the sense of betrayal and inevitability is devastating. Released in 1968, the film shocked audiences with its blend of satanic horror and social commentary. At its core, Rosemary's Baby is a story about control, over women's bodies, over personal freedom, and over the delicate line between faith and fear. Polanski's meticulous craft, combined with Farrow's haunting vulnerability, ensures that the film remains as powerful today as it was upon release. Rosemary's Baby isn't just a horror classic. It's a cultural touchstone that redefined what the genre could be. It proved that terror didn't need monsters or gore. Sometimes the most frightening thing of all is not being believed, even as the walls close in. The Devil Rides Out, 1968, Hammer Films adapted Dennis Wheatley's occult thriller with rare seriousness. Christopher Lee stars as the Duc de Richelieu, an aristocrat versed in esoteric knowledge, who discovers that his young friend has been recruited by a dangerous occult group led by the refined but threatening Mokata. What follows is a struggle against dark forces treated with unusual authenticity. The symbols, rituals, and terminology aren't embellishments but integral plot elements. Director Terence Fisher applies Hammer's classic Gothic style to a story grounded in occult conflict. Lee, unusually cast as the heroic lead, brings intelligence and authority to a character who relies on knowledge as much as courage. Charles Gray's controlled, soft-spoken performance as Mokata makes him one of Hammer's most effective antagonists. The film's standout sequence, the protective circle scene, showcases restrained but effective visual effects as the heroes endure waves of supernatural assaults. Fisher emphasizes atmosphere over spectacle, letting suggestion enhance the tension. Serious in tone and carefully researched, The Devil Rides Out became one of Hammer's most sophisticated productions. It remains a defining example of British occult cinema done with craftsmanship and respect for its subject matter. Night of the Living Dead, 1968. George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead didn't just terrify audiences in 1968. It reshaped the entire landscape of horror cinema. Shot on a shoestring budget in rural Pennsylvania, this black-and-white nightmare introduced the modern zombie to the world, blending raw social commentary with relentless dread. What began as a small independent project became a cultural earthquake that still shakes the genre decades later. The story unfolds with chilling simplicity. A brother and sister visiting a cemetery are suddenly attacked by strange, shambling figures. Barbara, the sister, flees to a nearby farmhouse, where she and a handful of strangers barricade themselves inside. As night falls, the house becomes a fortress under siege, with the group torn apart not only by the horde outside, but by fear, distrust, and clashing personalities within. Dwayne Jones, as Ben, delivers a groundbreaking performance, one of the first times a black actor led a horror film without his race being explicitly addressed, making his quiet strength and intelligence all the more striking. Judith Odia's Barbara embodies shock and despair, while Carl Hardman's Harry Cooper adds combustible tension as a man whose selfishness threatens the fragile unity of the group. Romero wrings suspense from every creaking floorboard and shadowed window, balancing moments of silence with sudden shocking bursts of violence. Beyond the scares, Night of the Living Dead captured the turbulence of its time. The film's bleak tone and devastating ending mirrored the anxieties of a world on edge. Its influence cannot be overstated. The film birthed the zombie genre as we know it, inspiring countless sequels, remakes, and imitators. Yet no amount of gore or spectacle in later films has quite matched the stark, claustrophobic terror of Romero's original. With its The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, 1970. Dario Argento's directorial debut establishes the Giallo template while demonstrating fully formed visual mastery. An American writer in Rome witnesses an attempted attack in an art gallery, but becomes trapped between glass doors, able only to watch helplessly. When police make him the primary witness, he begins investigating himself, convinced there's something wrong with what he saw. Some crucial detail his mind can't quite access. The writer navigates Italian bureaucracy and mounting danger as his investigation makes him the killer's next target. Argento shoots Rome with stunning visual sophistication for a first feature, his camera prowling through modernist architecture and finding menace in geometric spaces. The gallery attack sequence becomes iconic through its use of glass, space, and helpless observation. The kill sequences are staged with creativity that would define Giallo. Straight razor attacks, memorable set pieces, and mounting body count. The title comes from a crucial clue involving a painting, typical of Argento's love of obscure details driving mystery. The finale's revelation delivers one of Giallo's more brilliantly constructed solutions. The truth, hiding in plain sight throughout. The bird with the crystal plumage announced a major talent, its influence on thriller and horror cinema immediate and lasting. A Quiet Place to Kill, 1970. A woman arrives at a seaside villa to finalize her divorce with her wealthy ex-husband. He's there with his new wife, and the visit is meant to be civil and brief. Instead, it turns into a tense emotional chess match almost immediately. Old attraction, jealousy, and resentment resurface fast. The guest begins subtly manipulating both sides of the marriage, testing boundaries and shifting loyalties. What looks like a romantic triangle becomes a strategic power struggle played behind polite conversation and luxury surroundings. This entry leans more toward psychological thriller than traditional giallo mystery. The suspense grows from seduction, control, and betrayal rather than a masked killer stalking victims. The characters act with calculation, not panic. The coastal villa setting is bright and elegant, which makes the emotional hostility feel even sharper by contrast. Violence is handled with restraint, often suggested rather than shown, keeping the focus on motive and manipulation. It's a sunlit, slow-burn giallo variant built on interpersonal warfare. Sleek, tense, and driven by character more than body count. Hatchet for the Honeymoon, 1970. Mario Bava's Hatchet for the Honeymoon opens like a fairy tale about love and marriage, and then quietly dismembers both. Set in the glittering world of fashion, it follows John Harrington, a handsome designer with a secret obsession. He's a serial killer compelled to murder brides in hopes of unlocking a repressed childhood memory. Unlike the slashers that would dominate the next decade, Bava's film isn't about shock or suspense. It's about descent. Every frame pulls us deeper into John's unraveling mind, a place where beauty and violence have become inseparable. Bava shoots the film with an almost painterly precision. Saturated reds, mirrored surfaces, and elegant camera moves turn Harrington's life into a surreal museum of vanity and guilt. Stephen Forsythe plays him as both charming and haunted, his voiceover offering a disturbingly calm window into madness. When his ghostly wife begins to torment him, part conscience, part curse, the film slips fully into the psychological horror that defined Italian cinema of the era. It stands as one of Bava's most personal works, a bridge between the Gothic horror of the 60s and 70s, the giallo thrillers that would soon dominate the European scene. It's stylish, strange, and deeply introspective, a film about a man dissecting love the same way he dissects his victims. Beneath its surface beauty lies a truth that defined 1970s horror, that the most terrifying monsters often hide behind perfect smiles. The Cat o' Nine Tails, 1971, Argento's second giallo, follows a blind journalist and his young niece who overhear a conversation about blackmail outside a genetics research facility. When a series of connected deaths follow, the journalist teams with a reporter to investigate corporate conspiracy involving genetic research and inherited criminal behavior. The blind protagonist's disability becomes asset rather than limitation in investigation, his heightened hearing and deductive reasoning compensating for lack of sight. Argento's visual sophistication continues from his debut, though the film is generally considered his weakest early giallo. The genetics angle gives the mystery intellectual framework beyond typical giallo motivations, exploring whether criminality can be inherited through chromosomal abnormalities. The 9 tails of the title reference both a whip and the 9 deaths driving the investigation. The rooftop finale delivers impressive stunt work and genuine tension despite limitations. While the Cat O' Nine Tails is minor Argento, it demonstrates his evolving command of suspense mechanics and visual storytelling. Four Flies on Grey Velvet, 1971. A drummer believes he's killed a man in self-defense, only to discover someone photographed the incident and begins blackmailing him. As people around him start dying and his paranoia escalates, he realizes he's being framed for crimes he didn't commit while the photographer remains hidden. Argento completes his Animal trilogy with his most paranoid and technically ambitious early work. The protagonist's life unravels as the mysterious blackmailer tightens the noose, his marriage fracturing under pressure and trust evaporating. Argento achieves remarkable technical sophistication, including a legendary point-of-view shot from a knife plunging into a victim, achieved through elaborate camera rigging. Rome becomes a maze of suspicious spaces and potential threats through lush, stylized color cinematography. The Four Flies reference comes from a dream sequence where the protagonist imagines himself on trial in a coffin, four flies representing the deaths he's accused of causing. The finale's revelation recontextualizes everything, delivering one of Giallo's more surprising killer identities. Four Flies on Grey Velvet disappeared from circulation for decades due to rights issues, becoming one of the most sought-after titles in Argento's filmography. The Fifth Chord, 1971. Luigi Bazzoni's The Fifth Chord is Giallo as Antonioni-influenced art film, a murder mystery more interested in alienation and atmosphere than typical genre thrills. An alcoholic journalist investigates a series of attacks on people connected to his social circle, each victim targeted on days of personal significance. As he digs deeper, the investigation becomes personal odyssey through Rome's empty spaces and hollow relationships. Franco Nero stars as the journalist, playing him with detached cool that barely masks self-destructive tendencies. He's an unreliable protagonist. His drinking, his fragmented memory, his complicated relationships all make him potential suspect as much as investigator. Sylvia Monti and Pamela Tiffin play women in his orbit, each harboring secrets that complicate the mystery. Bazzoni and cinematographer Vittorio Storaro create stunning visual compositions. Rome shot in cold blues and stark architectural frames that emphasize isolation and geometric precision. The city becomes a maze of modern buildings and empty piazzas where characters are dwarfed by their environments. Ennio Morricone's score is jarringly experimental, using industrial sounds and discordant elements that create unease rather than traditional thriller tension. The murder sequences are staged with visual flair but minimal gore, emphasizing the act's psychological impact over exploitation value. The film's pace is deliberately slow, prioritizing mood and character over plot mechanics. Red herrings and ambiguous clues accumulate without the typical Giallo reveals, keeping audiences uncertain about both killer identity and protagonist reliability. The Fifth Chord divides Giallo fans. Some find it pretentious and slow, others consider it the genre's most artistically ambitious entry. It represents Italian thriller cinema, reaching toward art house respectability while maintaining genre framework, creating something beautiful, cold, and genuinely unsettling. Short Night of Glass Dolls, 1971. Aldo Lotto's directorial debut is Italian Giallo filtered through Kafkaesque nightmare. A journalist awakens to discover he's completely paralyzed, mistaken for dead, and about to be autopsied. Conscious but unable to move or communicate, he lies in the morgue while his mind races through the events that led to this moment, his girlfriend's disappearance in Prague, and his investigation into a conspiracy involving powerful figures and missing young women. The film's structure is brilliantly unsettling. We experience the protagonist's helpless terror in the present, while flashbacks reveal his doomed investigation. Jean Sorel plays the paralyzed journalist with voiceover narration that conveys mounting panic as medical examiners prepare to dissect his living body. The Prague locations provide Cold War atmosphere. Beautiful but oppressive, a city where Western journalists asking wrong questions tend to vanish. Lotto builds dread through the ticking clock structure. Each flashback brings us closer to understanding the conspiracy, while the present tense sequences show doctors moving methodically toward the autopsy. The film's treatment of institutional power and conspiracy feels genuinely paranoid, suggesting corruption that extends from street level to the highest echelons of society. The giallo elements, mysterious disappearances, amateur investigation, conspiracy, blend with body horror and political thriller. Ennio Morricone's score adds layers of unease, his music shifting between melancholic and nightmarish as the dual timelines converge. The practical effects for the paralysis sequences make the protagonist's condition viscerally uncomfortable. Short Night of Glass Dolls represents giallo at its most cerebral and disturbing, prioritizing psychological horror and conspiracy paranoia over elaborate kill sequences. The climax delivers both narrative resolution and visceral horror that justified the film's patient buildup. The Case of the Scorpion's Tail, 1971. After a deadly plane explosion, a widow travels abroad to claim a large insurance payout. Before she can collect, she's killed. And suddenly, everyone connected to the policy becomes a potential target. An investigator and a reporter follow the money trail across multiple countries, uncovering hidden relationships and competing claims. Each new lead creates another suspect and another risk. This is a travel-driven giallo, moving through hotels, city streets, and tourist locations instead of a single, confined setting. The mystery builds through financial motive, false identities, and shifting alliances. The pacing favors constant movement, new cities, new clues, new danger, giving it more of an international thriller feel than a chamber mystery. Murders are staged with classic genre style, but the real hook is the insurance puzzle at the center of the plot. It's a globe-trotting giallo built on greed and misdirection, fast, layered, and clue-heavy. What Have You Done to Solange? 1972. A teacher secretly involved with a student witnesses a killing during a private meeting near the river. When more students from the same school are attacked, he quickly becomes a prime suspect. The investigation uncovers buried trauma connected to a former student named Solange. Each new discovery points back to past abuse, hidden responsibility, and institutional silence. The case grows darker the deeper it goes. Unlike many gialli, this story places heavy emphasis on consequences and accountability. The mystery is tied to systemic wrongdoing rather than random madness. That gives the film a heavier emotional weight than typical entries in the genre. The school setting adds structure and unease, order on the surface, damage underneath. Violence is serious in tone, but not lingered on visually, keeping attention on motive and aftermath. It's widely regarded as one of the most thematically driven giallo thrillers, somber, investigative, and morally focused. Don't Torture a Duckling, 1972. A series of murders targeting young boys shakes a remote southern Italian village. Fear spreads quickly, and suspicion falls on outsiders and easy targets. As the investigation continues, it exposes superstition, repression, and a willingness to commit violence in the name of morality. Lucio Fulci directs one of his most restrained and socially aware films. Barbara Boucher brings defiance and vulnerability to a role defined by judgment, while Tomas Milian plays a journalist trying to cut through rumor and hysteria. The village feels claustrophobic. Everyone knows everyone, and secrets fester in plain sight. The film's most disturbing moments aren't graphic, but prolonged and cruel. A sustained, chain-whipping scene is difficult to watch because of its emotional brutality, not gore. The sunlit countryside is photographed beautifully, creating a sharp contrast with the violence beneath the surface. Riz Ortolani's score balances innocence with unease. Don't Torture a Duckling is Fulci at his most mature. It's a giallo that replaces spectacle with condemnation, exposing the horrors people justify when they believe they're righteous. Death Walks at Midnight, 1972. A fashion model agrees to take part in a controlled drug experiment for a magazine feature. During the session, she experiences a vivid vision of a woman being attacked by a masked figure wearing a spiked metal glove. It feels unreal, until she learns a real unsolved case mirrors exactly what she described. Convinced she witnessed something genuine, she starts asking questions. Police and colleagues dismiss it as a side effect of the drug trial, but her curiosity keeps pushing forward. That attention comes at a cost. Whoever committed the crime now believes she's a threat. The story plays with the gap between hallucination and evidence, letting uncertainty drive the suspense. The lead performance keeps the investigation grounded even as the plot grows more tangled and stylized. Visually, the film leans into classic giallo technique, bold color, unusual camera angles, and carefully staged set pieces. The signature weapon gives the attack scenes a distinctive identity, and Fulci's camera turns modern city locations into spaces of unease. Violence appears in sharp bursts rather than constant display, making those moments stand out more. It's a polished early 70s mystery thriller with strong visual personality and a memorable central hook, a good entry point into Fulci's genre work outside his later splatter titles. The Red Queen Kills 7 Times, 1972. A family legend warns that a figure known as the Red Queen returns once every century to claim 7 lives. When a wealthy relative dies and a red-cloaked killer appears soon after, the old story suddenly feels very current. The murders target people connected to the same circle, and the growing pattern suggests either a curse or someone using the legend as cover. As suspicion spreads, fear turns inward and family history becomes evidence. This film blends giallo mystery with Gothic curse storytelling. Instead of a purely procedural investigation, the narrative plays with superstition, inheritance, and identity. Clues are layered alongside dream imagery and symbolic color design. The killer's red cloak and masked appearance create one of the more iconic visuals in early 70s Italian thrillers. Murder scenes are stylized and dramatic rather than realistic, staged for visual impact. It stands out as a myth-driven giallo. Elegant, colorful, and structured around legend as much as logic. Torso, 1973. In a quiet Italian university town, a string of brutal murders begins to spread panic among a group of young art students. Someone in a black scarf is stalking women through the winding streets and misty countryside, killing with surgical precision. When a few survivors retreat to a secluded villa for safety, the killer follows, and the real nightmare begins. Sergio Martino's Torso is often considered the bridge between the stylized giallo thrillers of the early 70s and the slasher films that followed. It combines the visual elegance of Italian horror, bold color, hypnotic camera work, and eerie jazz, with a raw intensity that would soon define American exploitation. Susie Kendall leads the cast with quiet vulnerability, grounding the film's violence in genuine fear rather than spectacle. What sets Torso apart is Martino's control of tone. The first half builds with erotic tension and mystery. The second turns into pure survival horror, stripped of music and glamour. What's left is something cold, human, and terrifyingly real. Stylish, shocking, and influential, Torso feels like the moment 1970s horror stopped looking at the killer as art and started feeling their breath on the back of your neck. Spasmo, 1974. Umberto Lenzi's Spasmo is Italian giallo that starts as playboy thriller and descends into paranoid nightmare where reality itself becomes suspect. Christian encounters a woman on the beach, and their flirtation leads to affair, until he finds her apparently dead. As he investigates, more bodies appear, mannequins positioned at crime scenes complicate evidence, and Christian realizes he can't trust his perception, his memories, or anyone around him. Robert Hoffman plays Christian with appropriate confusion as events spiral beyond comprehension. Susie Kendall brings ambiguity as the woman who may be victim, accomplice, or something else entirely. The supporting cast populates a world where everyone seems to know more than they reveal, keeping Christian and the audience off balance throughout. Lenzi shoots the Italian coastal locations with sun-drenched beauty that contrasts sharply with the mounting paranoia. The mannequins are genuinely unsettling. Lifelike figures positioned to suggest violence, their blank faces and posed bodies creating disorienting crime scenes. The practical gore effects are minimal, but effective when violence erupts, emphasizing psychological horror over exploitation. The film's structure deliberately confuses chronology and perspective, making viewers question what's real versus hallucination or false memory. The giallo elements, mysterious killer, amateur investigation, psychological unraveling, blend with thriller conventions about identity and manipulation. Ennio Morricone's score adds layers of unease, his music shifting between romantic and nightmarish. Spasmo's climax delivers revelation that recontextualizes everything preceding it, forcing viewers to reassess every scene. It's Lenzi working in more cerebral register than his later exploitation work, creating giallo that prioritizes disorientation and mystery over elaborate set-piece violence. The film remains underseen even among giallo completists, representing the subgenre's willingness to experiment with narrative structure and audience expectations. Deep Red, 1975. Argento's masterpiece follows a British pianist who witnesses the murder of a psychic who'd sensed a killer's presence in the audience. Trying to help, he glimpses something crucial in the moments after the attack, a detail his mind registers but can't consciously access. His investigation with a reporter leads deeper into a mystery involving childhood trauma, repressed memories, and a killer willing to eliminate anyone who gets close to the truth. Argento achieves visual mastery with elaborate camera movements that prowl through spaces with predatory grace. The set pieces are baroque and brutal. The opening murder, with its elaborate staging, the bathroom drowning with scalding water, the elevator decapitation that remains one of horror's most visceral sequences. The practical effects emphasize the physicality and messiness of violence in ways that still shock. The film runs over 2 hours in its complete version, Argento taking time to develop characters and atmosphere before unleashing violence. The mystery solution involves perception and memory, the protagonist's inability to consciously access what he saw becoming central to the plot. Deep Red represents giallo at absolute peak, every element working in perfect harmony. Autopsy, 1975. A young pathologist in Rome begins experiencing disturbing hallucinations as she examines the bodies of apparent suicide victims during a citywide heatwave that seems to be driving the population toward madness. As the line between her professional life and psychological breakdown blurs, she uncovers a conspiracy that suggests these deaths might not be self-inflicted after all. Directed by Armando Crispino, Autopsy, also known as The Victim, is Italian giallo, filtered through forensic horror and existential dread. The film trades the genre's typical masked killer theatrics for something more unsettling. A deep dive into death itself, both literal and psychological. Crispino fills the screen with clinical autopsy footage, paranoid dream sequences, and a Rome that feels like it's slowly cooking under the oppressive heat. Mimsy Farmer delivers a compelling performance as the increasingly unraveled protagonist, playing fragility and determination with equal conviction. Her character exists in a constant state of uncertainty, questioning her sanity, her memories, and the motives of everyone around her. Barry Primus and Ray Lovelock round out a cast that operates in morally gray territory where trust is a luxury no one can afford. The film's visual approach is striking. Crispino juxtaposes sterile morgue environments with hallucinatory sequences that feel like fever dreams. Ennio Morricone's score oscillates between discordant tension and melancholic beauty, adding layers of unease to scenes that already feel off-kilter. The autopsy sequences themselves are genuinely disturbing, shot with documentary-like detachment that makes them all the more uncomfortable. Autopsy never quite became a giallo classic like its contemporaries, but it offers something rarer, a meditation on death, guilt, and societal collapse wrapped in genre clothing. The House with Laughing Windows, 1976. In a small Italian village surrounded by swamps and silence, a restorer is hired to uncover a church fresco painted by a long-dead artist known for disturbing imagery. As he begins his work, whispers spread through the town, stories of madness, murder, and the painter's obsession with capturing real suffering. The further he digs into the art, the more he realizes that the horror behind it never truly ended. Pupi Avati's The House with Laughing Windows is one of the great slow-burn mysteries of Italian horror, a film steeped in dread rather than spectacle. Instead of giallo-style excess or flashy violence, it builds unease through atmosphere. Decaying buildings, strange villagers, and the constant hum of something unseen. The beauty of the Italian countryside becomes a trap, its warmth concealing rot beneath the surface. Avati directs with painterly precision, blending mystery, folklore, and psychological terror into a seamless whole. Every clue feels cursed, every smile conceals something sinister. By the time the truth is revealed, the viewer feels as trapped as the protagonist. Surrounded by darkness, hiding in plain sight. Unearthed by horror fans decades later, The House with Laughing Windows has earned its place as a masterpiece of mood and suggestion. Proof that true fear doesn't need spectacle, only silence and time to take root. The Psychic, 1977. A woman plagued by psychic visions witnesses a murder that may not have happened yet, or may have already occurred. While renovating a rural estate with her husband, she discovers a sealed wall identical to one from her visions. Behind it lies a skeleton, forcing her to question whether her premonitions are warnings or inevitabilities. Lucio Fulci approaches the material with restraint, focusing on tension rather than violence. Jennifer O'Neill delivers a controlled, emotionally grounded performance as the visions intensify. Gabriele Ferzetti plays her husband with subtle ambiguity, never fully reassuring. The film's structure folds time in on itself, deliberately disorienting the viewer. Instead of gore, Fulci builds dread through editing and sound. Psychic episodes arrive as fragments, symbols, flashes, half-formed meanings. Each discovery complicates the mystery rather than solving it. The quiet Italian countryside contrasts sharply with the growing sense of paranoia. The Psychic is one of Fulci's most disciplined films. It's quiet, cerebral, and carefully constructed, leading to a conclusion that recontextualizes everything that came before. Nine Guests for a Crime, 1977. A wealthy family retreat to a private island to celebrate, reconcile, and quietly settle old scores. The tide rises, the boat leaves, and the smiles turn brittle. When the first guest goes missing, everyone discovers the worst part about a luxury getaway. There's nowhere to go. This is the elegant, poison champagne side of 70s thrillers, sunlit coves, white linen, and resentments that date back decades. The film uses the island like a stage, every terrace a trap, every corridor a confession booth. Motives pile up as secrets spill, inheritance disputes, romantic histories, and the kind of grudges money can't bury. The cast leans into suspicion with sharp glances and clipped lines. No one is quite innocent, and that's the fun. Direction favors clean compositions and measured reveals, more cat and mouse than splatter. Each disappearance recalibrates the puzzle until the guest list has more questions than names. It functions both as a whodunit and a morality play about wealth, entitlement, and the reckoning that waits offshore. By the time the truth surfaces, it feels both inevitable and nasty, a final reminder that, on a small island, the past has perfect aim. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like evidence. Shot in the suffocating Texas heat on a minuscule budget, Tobe Hooper's breakthrough is relentless, ugly, and hypnotic. A group of friends traveling through rural Texas stumble upon a farmhouse where a family of cannibals has made slaughter their way of life. What follows isn't a typical horror narrative, but a descent into pure, sweaty nightmare. Hooper strips away everything but raw sensory assault. The film is all grinding machinery, animal sounds, and the oppressive hum of cicadas under a merciless sun. The violence, despite the title's promise, is largely implied. The true horror comes from atmosphere, sound design, and the feeling that you've wandered into a place where civilization ended long ago. Leatherface, the chainsaw-wielding maniac in human skin, becomes an instant icon not through dialogue but through pure wordless menace. Marilyn Burns's performance as Sally Hardesty anchors the chaos with genuine terror. Her screams feel real because the shoot was genuinely punishing. The dinner scene remains one of horror's most nightmarish sequences, prolonged, absurd, and unbearably tense. Hooper shoots it like a perverse family gathering, where the American dream has rotted into something unrecognizable. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre became a cultural lightning rod, banned, celebrated, analyzed endlessly. Its influence is immeasurable, launching the slasher genre while remaining far stranger and more unsettling than anything that followed. Hooper had announced himself as a filmmaker who understood that true horror doesn't need explanation. It just needs to feel inescapable. Black Christmas, 1974. Long before slashers were a formula, Black Christmas wrote the blueprint and made it terrifying. Directed by Bob Clark, this Canadian classic takes the setup of a sorority house over the holidays and turns it into a slow-motion panic attack. It starts with a phone call, obscene, whispering, and somehow too real. Then, one by one, the girls vanish, their disappearances hidden by the cheer of Christmas lights and carols outside. Margot Kidder, Olivia Hussey, and John Saxon headline a cast that feels lived in, and the film's grainy cinematography makes every shadow inside that house feel colder than the snow falling outside. What really sets Black Christmas apart is how restrained it is. There's no big killer reveal, no final explanation, just a creeping sense that something truly deranged is inside those walls, and no one is coming to help. Clark shoots the point-of-view sequences with unnerving precision, long before Halloween or Friday the 13th turned that perspective into a genre standard. It's a film that's more about dread than violence, and it still feels unnervingly modern in how it uses silence, misdirection, and the idea that horror doesn't need answers, just a phone that won't stop ringing. Black Christmas isn't just one of the best Canadian horror films ever made, it's one of the most influential horror films, period. The kind of movie that makes you check every dark hallway before you turn off the lights. Alice, Sweet Alice, 1976. A child is killed inside a church during a First Communion ceremony, and suspicion quickly turns toward her older sister. A troubled, withdrawn kid known for strange behavior and a blank, unreadable stare. Witnesses report seeing a small figure in a yellow raincoat and clear plastic mask moving through the building. From there, fear spreads through the neighborhood and inside the family itself. The story stays close to the mother as she's forced to question what she believes about her own daughter. Rumors grow, accusations stack up, and each new incident deepens the uncertainty. Is the obvious suspect really responsible? Or is something else hiding behind the disguise? Directed by Alfred Soule, the film leans heavily into religious atmosphere. Catholic imagery, ritual spaces, and community tension all play a central role in the mood. The performance from the girl at the center of suspicion is especially effective, uncomfortable, vulnerable, and unpredictable in a way that keeps the audience off balance. A very young Brooke Shields appears briefly as the younger sister in her screen debut. The horror here is more psychological than graphic. Moments of violence are present, but the lasting impact comes from paranoia, guilt, and the sense that no one fully understands what's happening until it's too late. The raincoat and mask look would go on to become one of the more recognizable proto-slasher visuals of the decade. This is a grim, slow-burn thriller that bridges psychological horror and early slasher structure, and it still feels raw compared to many later entries in the subgenre. The Toolbox Murders, 1978. Before home renovation shows made tools seem friendly, the Toolbox Murders took everyday hardware and turned them into instruments of terror. Set in a Los Angeles apartment complex, this infamous exploitation film follows a masked killer who turns a simple toolbox into something far more sinister. But what starts as a straightforward slasher takes an unexpected turn into psychological territory that no one saw coming. Shot on a shoestring budget of just $185,000, this film became notorious enough to be banned in several countries. Veteran character actor Cameron Mitchell leads a cast that includes former child star Pamela Ferdin and Land of the Lost's Wesley Ure, bringing unexpected gravitas to what could have been just another exploitation film. What sets Toolbox apart from other slashers of its era is how it shifts gears halfway through. Director Dennis Donnelly takes what seems like a standard stalk and slash formula and veers into darker psychological territory, exploring themes of grief and madness. The film's grimy 1970s Los Angeles locations add an layer of urban decay that makes the whole thing feel uncomfortably real. While its initial release might have been overshadowed by bigger horror titles of 1978, The Toolbox Murders has developed a cult following among genre fans who appreciate its ability to balance explicit horror with psychological dread. Halloween, 1978. In 1963, a 6-year-old boy murders his sister on Halloween night and is committed to a psychiatric institution. 15 years later, on October 30th, 1978, Michael Myers escapes and returns to his hometown of Haddonfield, Illinois. His former doctor, Sam Loomis, follows, convinced Michael isn't driven by motive or emotion, only the urge to kill. As Halloween night settles in, Michael begins quietly stalking Laurie Strode and her friends, drifting through suburban streets without urgency or sound. The film keeps its focus narrow and controlled. Laurie is introduced as ordinary and cautious, not heroic, which makes her feel believable as danger closes in. Jamie Lee Curtis plays the role with restraint, reacting rather than performing. Donald Pleasance brings urgency as Loomis, a man who understands the threat but struggles to make anyone else listen. Michael himself is defined almost entirely by movement, slow, deliberate, and unreadable behind the mask. Much of the tension comes from how the film is staged. John Carpenter uses wide compositions and long takes to let danger exist at the edges of the frame. Michael appears in the background, watches from across the street, or vanishes when characters turn around. Dean Cundy's cinematography turns familiar houses and sidewalks into exposed spaces. Carpenter's simple synthesizer score repeats insistently, acting less like music and more like a warning. Halloween avoids excess. Violence is limited, often implied rather than shown, and the film resists explaining Michael beyond what's necessary. The result is a straightforward, efficient horror film built on patience and control. It doesn't overwhelm, it waits. And that restraint is what made it so effective. The Love Butcher, 1975. The Love Butcher, directed by Michael Angel in 1975, is a lurid and gritty slasher that perfectly captures the exploitation horror energy of the 70s. The film follows Edward Stark, a seemingly ordinary man struggling with violent urges that he hides behind a facade of normalcy. As women in the community begin turning up dead, the tension mounts, revealing the dark, obsessive undercurrent lurking beneath the surface of suburban life. Edward is both terrifying and strangely sympathetic, a man battling his own compulsions while manipulating those around him. The film's horror comes as much from his human darkness as it does from the murders themselves. Cinematography emphasizes tight, claustrophobic spaces, creating a sense of unease and keeping viewers constantly on edge. Even small interactions feel fraught with danger, building toward shocking acts of violence that land hard and unexpected. The Love Butcher isn't just a slasher. It's a character study of obsession, control, and moral decay. Despite its low budget, the film's pacing, suspense, and performances make it a compelling watch. It's a quintessential VHS-era horror experience, dark, provocative, and unforgettable. Watching it today feels like rediscovering a hidden corner of horror history, a film designed to shock and linger long after the credits roll. Savage Weekend, 1979. Savage Weekend is a strange one. a movie that feels like a slasher, a soap opera, and a grim exploitation film all at once. Shot in the mid-70s but released in 1979, it landed right before the slasher boom exploded, making it one of those transitional horror oddities that doesn't quite fit into any box. The story follows a group of friends from the city heading to a rural town for a weekend getaway. But the trip quickly turns sour. Local hostility brews. Secrets come out, and someone starts stalking them from behind a grotesque mask. What begins as a romantic drama turns into something far more violent. What's interesting about Savage Weekend is how disjointed it feels. But that disjointedness works in its favor. It's slow, talky, and filled with tension that never quite pays off in the way you expect. The film spends a surprising amount of time exploring the relationships between the characters, only to twist that intimacy into paranoia and fear. There's a rough, unpolished quality to the whole production that makes it feel genuine, like you're watching something real slowly fall apart. It's shot with a gritty, handheld energy, full of natural light and long silences that make the violence hit even harder when it comes. When it eventually made its way to home video, Savage Weekend found its audience, among fans of early slashers and regional horror. People who appreciate the awkward, unpredictable tone that came before the formula set in. It's not slick, it's not consistent, but that's the charm. Savage Weekend feels like a forgotten relic from the moment right before horror figured out what it was going to be. Messy, human, and unnervingly real. Silent Night, Bloody Night, 1972. Also known as Death House, Silent Night, Bloody Night is one of the earliest Christmas horror films ever made and a genuine proto-slasher that predates Black Christmas by 2 years. Filmed in 1970 but not released until 1972, this atmospheric thriller centers on a former insane asylum-turned-family estate where a series of brutal murders unfold on Christmas Eve. The plot is deliberately convoluted, involving an escaped axe-wielding killer, dark family secrets, and a twisted backstory about asylum inmates who took over the local town. But that's part of its strange appeal. Director Theodore Gershuni creates an oppressively dark, moody film where you genuinely have to squint to see Christmas wreaths in the gloom. The cast includes horror legend John Carradine and several Andy Warhol factory superstars like Candy Darling and Ondine, appearing in eerie flashback sequences. Lead actor James Patterson was dying of cancer during filming, adding an unintended layer of darkness to the production. Silent Night, Bloody Night never got proper copyright registration and fell into public domain obscurity, circulating for years in poor-quality VHS transfers. It gained a cult following after appearing on late-night horror shows like Elvira's Movie Macabre. While it's slow-paced and deliberately theatrical in ways that feel very 1970s, it established many slasher conventions: POV killer shots, creepy phone calls, family dysfunction as horror that would become standard in films like Black Christmas and Halloween. It's a moody, genuinely unsettling piece of early Christmas horror that deserves recognition as a pioneer of the subgenre. The Blood on Satan's Claw, 1971. Piers Haggard's The Blood on Satan's Claw is British folk horror set in 17th century rural England, where a plowman unearths something ancient and malevolent in the fields. As a demonic presence spreads through the village, the local youth fall under its influence, forming a cult, committing atrocities, and slowly transforming as the demon reclaims physical form through their corruption. The film captures genuinely disturbing atmosphere through its rural setting and period detail. This isn't Gothic castle horror, but earthbound evil emerging from the soil itself, corrupting a farming community through its children. Linda Hayden delivers an unsettling performance as the cult's leader, a teenage girl whose transformation from innocent to predatory feels organic and terrifying. Patrick Wymark brings authority as the judge who recognizes demonic influence and takes extreme measures to stop it. The practical effects for the demon's gradual manifestation, clawed limbs, fur-covered skin, inhuman features appearing on young bodies, are effectively disturbing. The violence has real weight, particularly sequences involving the cult's attacks on those who resist or discover their activities. Mark Wilkinson's score uses period instruments to create authentic yet unsettling soundscapes. The film's treatment of witch hunt hysteria is complex, the supernatural threat is real, but the community's response reveals how easily fear and righteousness justify cruelty. The youth cult's activities blur the line between demonic possession and adolescent rebellion finding violent outlet. The rural poverty and isolation make the village feel genuinely cut off from civilization, where old evils can resurface unchecked. The Blood on Satan's Claw stands alongside The Wicker Man and Witchfinder General as essential British folk horror, exploring how ancient evil and human cruelty intertwine in isolated communities where faith and superstition remain powerful forces. The Wicker Man, 1973. A police sergeant travels to a remote Scottish island to investigate reports of a missing girl. He arrives expecting cooperation, but quickly finds a community that operates by entirely different rules. Christianity has no place here. Pagan rituals are practiced openly. Sexuality is treated casually, and ancient traditions guide daily life. The locals are polite but evasive, answering questions just enough to keep the investigation moving without revealing too much. As the island prepares for its May Day celebrations, the case begins to feel less like a search and more like a test. The film is driven by contrast rather than mystery. Edward Woodward plays Sergeant Howie as disciplined, sincere, and unwavering in his beliefs. His faith isn't portrayed as foolish, it's simply incompatible with the culture he's entered. Christopher Lee appears as Lord Summerisle, the island's leader, calm and persuasive rather than overtly threatening. He speaks with certainty, not malice, which makes the situation more unsettling as it unfolds. Much of the tension comes from atmosphere. The island feels lived in and functional, not sinister on the surface. Songs, dances, and seasonal rituals are presented as everyday life rather than warning signs. Paul Giovanni's folk music runs throughout the film, sometimes cheerful, sometimes uneasy, blurring the line between celebration and menace. There's very little reliance on effects or shock. Unease builds through behavior and belief. The Wicker Man moves toward an ending that feels both surprising and inevitable. It's a film about conviction, isolation, and what happens when belief systems collide without compromise. Quiet, methodical, and deeply uncomfortable, it leaves its impact through ideas rather than spectacle, and lingers because of it. The Exorcist, 1973. William Friedkin's The Exorcist remains one of the most infamous and influential horror films of all time. Released in 1973, it became a cultural event, shocking audiences with scenes so intense that reports of fainting and vomiting in theaters became part of its legend. But beyond the sensationalism, it's a deeply crafted story about faith, fear, and the battle for a young girl's soul. At the center is Regan McNeil, a 12-year-old girl who begins exhibiting strange and terrifying behavior after playing with a Ouija board. Linda Blair's performance is astonishing, vulnerable, disturbing, and ultimately unforgettable. Her mother, played with desperate intensity by Ellen Burstyn, becomes the emotional core of the film, embodying a parent's helplessness in the face of something she cannot understand. The priests who come to help, Father Karras, a man wrestling with his own crisis of faith, and Father Marin, the seasoned exorcist, bring both human fragility and spiritual gravitas. Jason Miller's portrayal of Karras is quietly heartbreaking, while Max von Sydow's Marin radiates weary strength as he faces a demon he has battled before. Friedkin directs with a documentary-like realism, grounding the supernatural in an everyday world of hospitals, city streets, and quiet homes. That contrast makes the moments of horror, Regan's contortions, her guttural voice, the infamous headspin, feel all the more shocking. Combined with Dick Smith's groundbreaking makeup effects and Mercedes McCambridge's chilling vocal performance for the demon, the film pushes the boundaries of what horror could achieve. Yet The Exorcist isn't just about scares. At its core, it's a story of faith tested by evil, of people confronting forces larger than themselves. The quiet moments, a priest struggling with doubt, a mother begging for help, carry as much weight as the violent clashes with the demonic. More than 50 years later, The Exorcist still unsettles. Not because of shock value alone, but because it taps into universal fears: loss of control, loss of belief, and the terrifying possibility that evil can invade the most innocent of places. It stands as a towering achievement in horror, one that continues to influence filmmakers and haunt audiences around the world. The Omen, 1976. From the moment Damien arrives at the Thorne household, subtle signs suggest something is profoundly wrong. A nanny's eerie death, priests' cryptic warnings, and a string of fatal accidents surrounding anyone close to him create mounting paranoia. Robert Thorne's search for truth becomes a moral crucible, forcing him to confront the unthinkable. His son may not just be evil, he could be the Antichrist incarnate. Richard Donner directs with careful pacing, building tension through atmosphere rather than overt shock. Gregory Peck anchors the film with commanding gravitas, embodying a father trapped between disbelief and horror. Jerry Goldsmith's score intensifies the sense of looming apocalypse, while practical effects, from the nanny's hanging to the priest's impalement, punctuate the narrative with precision. Each incident feels inevitable, the terror rooted in logic rather than surprise. The Omen's enduring power lies in its relentless sense of inevitability. In a world where evil operates according to prophecy, every coincidence is a threat, and ordinary domestic life becomes a fragile, unstable stage for destiny's horrors. Suspiria, 1977. An American ballet student arrives at a prestigious German dance academy on a stormy night, only to witness another student fleeing in terror moments before being brutally murdered. As strange occurrences escalate and more deaths follow, she discovers the school is controlled by a coven of witches led by an ancient and malevolent force. Argento creates his most visually audacious film, abandoning Giallo's urban realism for expressionistic fairy tale nightmare. The color palette is impossibly vibrant, reds, blues, and greens saturated to hallucinatory intensity, making every frame look like a painting come to life. The Academy's architecture becomes character itself, all Art Nouveau curves and impossible geometry, where corridors lead nowhere and rooms contain supernatural menace. The production design transforms the building into Gothic labyrinth that defies rational space. The murder sequences are baroque and horrifying. The opening double killing remains one of horror's most spectacular set pieces, and the climactic confrontation with the unseen witch delivers sustained dread and visceral shocks. Argento shoots everything with expressionist lighting and prowling camera that creates constant unease. Goblin's progressive rock score is as crucial as the visuals. The main theme's whispered witch becoming iconic, while other cues use unconventional instruments and dissonant sounds to create atmosphere of wrongness. Suspiria represents horror cinema at its most purely aesthetic, prioritizing color, sound, and atmosphere over traditional narrative logic. It's the first entry in the Three Mothers trilogy and remains Argento's most influential and beloved work. Phantasm, 1979. Don Coscarelli's Phantasm operates on dream logic and nightmare fuel. Mike, a teenage boy still grieving his parents' death, begins investigating strange occurrences at the local mortuary. What he discovers defies explanation. A tall mortician called the Tall Man is stealing corpses, compressing them into dwarf-sized slaves, and sending them through dimensional portals. Oh, and he's got flying silver spheres that drill into skulls. The film's power comes from its surreal, disjointed atmosphere. Scenes flow like a fever dream rather than traditional narrative. Coscarelli shoots suburban California as a place where the familiar becomes alien, where mortuaries hide interdimensional gateways and marble mausoleums contain cosmic horror. The practical effects, accomplished on a minuscule budget, remain striking. The silver sphere attack is genuinely shocking, and the tall man's supernatural abilities feel genuinely otherworldly. Angus Scrimm's performance as the tall man created an instant horror icon. Tall, imposing, speaking in ominous tones that suggest vast malevolence behind a thin veneer of civility. Michael Baldwin and Bill Thornberry play the brothers trying to survive and understand what's happening, while Reggie Bannister provides grounded comic relief as the ice cream vendor turned reluctant hero. The film's low-budget origins force creativity that becomes its strength. Ambiguity replaces explanation, atmosphere trumps exposition, and the surreal imagery lingers long after viewing. Phantasm spawned multiple sequels that expanded its mythology, but the original remains the most unsettling, a film that feels like navigating someone else's nightmare, where the rules keep changing and nothing is safe. The Amityville Horror, 1979. George and Kathy Lutz move into 112 Ocean Avenue seeking a fresh start. But the house feels wrong from day one. Cold spots, moving objects, slamming doors. Small disturbances explode into violent chaos. Their young daughter Amy draws the entity's malevolent focus. Disbelief crumbles into raw terror as the haunting turns personal, shattering their suburban dream into a suffocating nightmare. What elevates this film is its fusion of domestic warmth and supernatural dread. The house becomes a predatory character, every corner dripping tension. James Brolin's George toggles between stubborn skeptic and desperate protector, while Margot Kidder's Kathy channels fierce maternal instinct amid rising panic. Natasha Ryan's innocent Amy contrasts brutally with the growing evil. Subtle sound design and shadowy cinematography make familiar spaces feel alive and hostile. Unlike typical haunted house tales, the horror digs into human fragility. Family tensions feed the entity, amplifying greed, fear, and weakness. The film taps 1970s anxieties, overconfidence in suburban safety, the past that won't stay buried. It endures as a masterclass in atmospheric tension, where the true terror lies in how evil reshapes the people it touches. The Sentinel, 1977, an apartment in a beautiful brownstone, becomes the gateway to a different kind of neighborly. A model looking for a quiet life signs the lease. Soon, upstairs, parties get strange, the building's history leaks through the walls, and the kindly priest down the hall seems to be guarding something more than his privacy. This is urban Gothic, sun through lace curtains, old wood that creaks like it remembers, and a cast of tenants who don't add up. The film works in layers, seduction, then discomfort, then outright dread as the building reveals its true job. The city outside is lively and indifferent. Inside, time gets sticky, and the rules change. Performances capture the pull between glamour and decay, innocence and initiation. The camera lingers on corridors and staircases, as if the architecture itself is exerting pressure. Religious imagery threads through in ways that feel both classical and transgressive, pushing the story toward a confrontation that's less battle than acceptance of a role no one would choose. By the end, the apartment is less a place than a position. The film leaves you with the unsettling thought that some guardians don't retire. They're chosen, seated, and expected to watch forever. Beyond the Door, aka The Devil Within Her, 1974. Back in the 1970s, after The Exorcist took the world by storm, a wave of possession movies followed. One of the most infamous is Beyond the Door, directed by Ovidio G. Assanitis. Released in 1974, this Italian-American production leans into the same themes of demonic control and family unraveling, but it has its own strange energy that helped it carve out cult status. The story follows Jessica Barrett, played by Juliette Mills, a young woman in San Francisco who suddenly finds herself under the influence of a dark force during her pregnancy. At first, it's little things, odd behavior, violent outbursts, but soon it's clear she's being overtaken by something evil. Her husband Robert, played by Gabriele Lavia, is caught in the middle, trying to protect their kids, while Jessica becomes less and less herself. Richard Johnson shows up as Dimitri, a mysterious man who seems like he's there to help, but his real intentions are questionable from the start. What makes Beyond the Door memorable isn't just the possession sequences, though it delivers plenty of creepy faces, demonic voices, and supernatural chaos. It's the weird little touches. Jessica's kids, for example, have some of the strangest, almost comedic dialogue you'll hear in a horror movie, and it gives the film this bizarre tone where you're not sure if you're supposed to be scared or laughing. That offbeat mix has helped it stand out from being just another Exorcist knockoff. Warner Brothers even sued the filmmakers, claiming it borrowed too heavily from their hit, but the controversy only fueled its reputation. Audiences were curious, and over time, the film developed a loyal following among fans of Italian horror and campy cult cinema. It's not a polished movie. The pacing is uneven, and some scenes are unintentionally funny. But that's exactly why people still talk about it today. Beyond the Door is one of those so bizarre it works horror relics from the 70s, a mix of possession chills, family drama, and oddball moments that stick in your memory long after the credits roll. Race with the Devil, 1975. Two couples on a recreational RV trip through rural Texas witness a satanic sacrifice in a remote field. When they report what they saw, the local authorities dismiss their claims. But the cultists have no intention of letting witnesses escape. What begins as a vacation quickly becomes a high-speed chase through the Southwest, with devil worshippers closing in from every direction. Directed by Jack Starrett, Race with the Devil is one of the most effective occult thrillers of the 70s, a film that weaponizes American paranoia about rural outsiders and combines it with action movie pacing. The genius of the premise is its simplicity. Nowhere is safe. Anyone could be involved, and the hero's best asset is their mobility, which becomes increasingly meaningless. As the conspiracy expands, Peter Fonda and Warren Oates anchor the film, with easy camaraderie and mounting desperation. They're not action heroes or investigators, just regular guys who made the mistake of seeing something they shouldn't have. Loretta Swit and Lara Parker complete the quartet, playing capable partners rather than screaming victims. The group dynamic feels authentic, their banter grounding the escalating supernatural threats. The cultists are genuinely menacing. Not theatrical Satanists, but everyday people who could be gas station attendants, mechanics, or local sheriffs. The film's paranoia comes from this ordinariness, the creeping realization that the conspiracy might be everywhere. The climax delivers one of horror's more nihilistic endings, refusing to provide easy resolution or safety. Race with the Devil taps into deep American anxieties about the unknown spaces between cities and what might be happening there, and it does so with relentless efficiency. The Devil's Reign, 1975. The Devil's Reign, directed by Robert Fuest in 1975, is a bold, visually intense horror film that blends supernatural terror with striking, almost hallucinatory imagery. The story follows a family targeted by a satanic cult, leading to a series of grotesque events, melting faces, and ritualistic terror. The film stars Ernest Borgnine and Tom Skerritt, with a hypnotic score by John Travolta's father, adding to the dreamlike, unsettling atmosphere. What makes the film so memorable is its unapologetic visual flair. The cult's ceremonies, the supernatural manifestations, and the intense, fiery color palette all create a world where reality feels warped and threatening. Characters are constantly confronted by forces beyond understanding, and the line between human and supernatural terror blurs with every scene. The Devil's Reign thrives on both spectacle and dread. The melting faces, ritualistic imagery, and psychological torment of the characters amplify tension, making the horror feel simultaneously theatrical and visceral. Themes of sin, temptation, and struggle against overwhelming evil are woven into the narrative, giving the film a sense of mythic stakes alongside its outrageous visuals. As a VHS-era horror oddity, The Devil's Reign exemplifies the type of bold, experimental filmmaking that appealed to cult audiences. It's a fever dream of horror, a film that's simultaneously disturbing, mesmerizing, and impossible to forget. Watching it today, it's clear why these tapes earned a devoted following. Strange, audacious, and entirely unforgettable. To the Devil a Daughter, 1976. In the waning days of Hammer's horror reign, this dark and atmospheric tale arrived like a final incantation. Based on the novel by Dennis Wheatley, the story follows an excommunicated priest who raises a young girl for sinister purposes, a vessel meant to bring something unspeakable into the world. When an American occult author uncovers the plan, a desperate struggle between faith and darkness begins. Hammer Films had built its legacy on Gothic castles and Victorian monsters, but To the Devil a Daughter shifts the terror into modern times, neon-lit London streets and sunlit exteriors replacing fog and candlelight. Christopher Lee is chilling as the fallen priest, his calm voice concealing pure devotion to evil, while a young Nastasia Kinski gives the film a haunting innocence that makes every scene more unsettling. Director Peter Sykes blends occult mystery with psychological tension, leaning into the paranoia and moral decay of the 1970s. The result is an eerie, elegant descent into corruption and faith, tested to its breaking point. It's a slow burn filled with religious dread and quiet menace, not Hammer's loudest scream, but one of its most mature and unnerving. Released just as the studio's Gothic empire was crumbling, To the Devil a Daughter feels like the last gasp of a dying era, a sophisticated, sinister curtain call that left audiences wondering what new horrors the next decade would bring. Alucarda, 1977. Alucarda, directed by Juan Lopez Moctezuma in 1977, is one of the most hallucinatory and intense entries in VHS-era horror. The story takes place in a remote convent, where two young women, Alucarda and Justine, forge a bond that quickly spirals into dark obsession. Their curiosity and defiance awaken a malevolent supernatural force that infects the convent with chaos, blood, and ritualistic terror. The film thrives on its surreal, operatic visuals. Every frame is saturated with color and shadow, from blood-soaked ceremonies to candlelit corridors that twist and bend in ways that feel almost dreamlike. Alucarda herself is a force of nature, beautiful, chaotic, and terrifying. Her presence transforms the convent into a place where the lines between innocence and evil, love and destruction, are blurred beyond recognition. What sets Alucarda apart is how it combines traditional horror with transgressive themes. It explores repression, religious fanaticism, and forbidden desire, creating tension that is both psychological and visceral. The convent becomes a prison, and the girl's growing connection with darkness adds a sense of inevitability to the carnage that unfolds. For fans of strange, ambitious horror, Alucarda is a cult treasure. It's a film that's as unnerving as it is hypnotic, offering a VHS-era experience where imagery, atmosphere, and shock collide. By the end, viewers are left both mesmerized and unsettled, reminded of a time when horror could be unapologetically wild, surreal, and unforgettable. Satanico Pandemonium, 1975. A young nun begins experiencing intense visions of violence and temptation after a mysterious encounter in the convent garden. As demonic forces invade her every thought, she descends into sin, blasphemy, and acts of violence, unable to distinguish between hallucination and reality, as Satan himself seems determined to claim her soul. Directed by Gilberto Martinez Solares, Satanico Pandemonium is Mexican nunsploitation at its most unhinged, a film that blends Catholic guilt, psychological horror, and surreal imagery into something that feels genuinely transgressive, even by exploitation standards. The film doesn't shy away from its provocative premise, delivering a parade of blasphemous imagery and forbidden desires while maintaining an oddly serious tone. Cecilia Pazé plays Sister Maria with remarkable commitment, navigating the character's psychological unraveling with genuine intensity. Her performance grounds the film's more outrageous moments, making the descent feel tragic, rather than purely exploitative, Enrique Rocha appears as the demonic tempter, equal parts seductive and sadistic, pushing Maria toward increasingly horrific acts. The film's visual approach leans heavily into religious iconography turned profane. Crucifixes, sacred spaces, and devotional rituals transformed into sites of corruption. The hallucination sequences are lurid and dreamlike, shot with garish colors and distorted compositions that emphasize Maria's fractured mental state. The Mexican locations provide appropriately Gothic backdrops, ancient convents and desolate landscapes that feel removed from time. Satanico Pandemonium walks a difficult line between exploitation and examination of religious repression, never quite settling on one or the other. It's simultaneously exploitative and genuinely interested in the psychological damage of extreme devotion and denied desire. The result is uncomfortable, excessive, and undeniably memorable. The Brotherhood of Satan, 1971. Bernard Mickey-Vidy's The Brotherhood of Satan traps travelers in a small California town where children are disappearing and adults are dying in bizarre accidents that seem to involve toys come to life. As the protagonists investigate, they discover a satanic coven of elderly townspeople attempting to achieve immortality by transferring their souls into the children's bodies through occult ritual. The film's premise is genuinely unsettling. Senior citizens as satanic cultists, using innocent children for supernatural life extension. Strother Martin leads the coven with quiet menace, playing the group's leader as someone who believes absolutely in what they're doing. The elderly cultists aren't cackling villains, but desperate people facing mortality and choosing damnation over death. The practical effects for the toy-related deaths are creatively executed. A man crushed by a giant toy tank, others killed by oversized dolls and soldiers. These sequences blend dark whimsy with genuine horror, transforming childhood objects into instruments of occult violence. The children themselves are portrayed as innocent victims, slowly falling under the coven's influence through rituals and conditioning. The small-town setting creates effective isolation. Our protagonists can't leave, and outside help seems impossibly distant. The community's complicity, whether through fear or active participation, makes trust impossible. The film's low budget forces creativity in staging the supernatural elements, using suggestion and careful framing rather than elaborate effects. The Brotherhood of Satan represents early 70s occult horror finding American voice, blending satanic panic with folk horror isolation. It's modest but effective genre filmmaking that takes its premise seriously while delivering creative scares and genuine unease about community secrets and the corruption of innocence. The Evil, 1978. Long before real estate horror became a staple of the genre, The Evil gave us a cautionary tale about bargain mansion shopping. When psychologist C.J. Arnold and his wife Caroline stumble upon a sprawling Civil War-era mansion at an unbelievable price, they see the perfect opportunity to convert it into a clinic. But as they and their friends begin renovations, they're about to learn why some properties stay on the market. Led by the always reliable Richard Crenna, this supernatural thriller takes a seemingly simple haunted house setup and cranks up the intensity with some genuinely creative practical effects. The film doesn't just give us creaky doors and cold spots. We're talking full-on supernatural chaos with bodies being tossed around like rag dolls, mysterious fires, and possessions that'll make you think twice about buying that fixer-upper. What sets The Evil apart from other haunted house films of its era is its gradual descent from renovation project to survival horror. Director Gus Triconis, working with a modest budget and just 30 days of shooting time, manages to create an increasingly claustrophobic atmosphere where the house itself becomes a malevolent character. Shot in an abandoned health spa in New Mexico, the location adds an authentic layer of decay and menace that money can't buy. And while the fashion choices might firmly plant this film in the 1970s, the scares and tension hold up surprisingly well. Keep an eye out for a memorable appearance by Victor Buono that takes this haunted house story into unexpected territory. The Evil might have slipped through the cracks over the years, but it's a solid reminder that sometimes the best horror films are the ones that take familiar elements and twist them into something uniquely unsettling. Something Evil, 1972. Long before Steven Spielberg was the undisputed king of the summer blockbuster, he was a director for hire in the television trenches, and Something Evil remains one of the most intriguing artifacts of his early career. The plot follows a young couple who move into an old farmhouse in the Pennsylvania countryside, only to discover that the property harbors a malignant, unseen force that seems particularly interested in their children. It is a quintessential piece of 1970s suburban Gothic, tapping into the era's pervasive anxiety about the safety of the traditional American family unit. What makes this film notable isn't necessarily the strength of its scares, but the undeniable polish Spielberg brings to a restrictive TV movie budget. He uses the camera to transform a mundane domestic setting into a labyrinth of shadows and dread, employing unconventional angles and tight framing to suggest that the evil is lurking just out of sight. While it lacks the spectacle of his later creature features, the film is anchored by a genuinely committed performance from Sandy Dennis, whose increasing desperation as a mother fighting against a supernatural possession provides the emotional stakes necessary to sell the premise. The film serves as a fascinating precursor to themes Spielberg would explore throughout his filmography: the fragility of domestic tranquility and the terrifying prospect of losing a child to unseen external forces. While it is certainly a product of its time, featuring the slower, methodical pacing characteristic of network television thrillers of the era, it succeeds as a masterclass in atmospheric buildup. For the viewer, it is an essential watch to see a legendary filmmaker learning how to weaponize the mundane and make the suburban home feel like the most dangerous place on earth. Crowhaven Farm, 1970. A couple inherits a remote New England farm and moves in, hoping to save their struggling marriage and finally start a family. Shortly after arriving, the wife begins experiencing terrifying visions of a 17th-century witch trial. The locals are strangely cold, and a young girl they adopt, who seems to know far too much about the property, begins to drive a wedge between the couple. As the wife's nightmares intensify, she uncovers a horrifying truth. She is the reincarnation of a woman who falsely accused her neighbors of witchcraft centuries ago to save her own life. Directed by Walter Grauman, this ABC Movie of the Week is a masterclass in paranoid folk horror. Hope Langa is brilliant as the isolated wife, while Paul Burke plays her dismissive husband, whose skepticism makes him an unintentional ally to the town's conspiracy. The supporting cast of locals creates a palpable sense of small-town hostility, making the farmhouse feel like a beautiful prison. Because it was made for 1970s network television, the film relies on suggested horror rather than graphic violence. The colonial flashbacks use period-accurate costumes and eerie pressing ceremonies to build dread. The modern-day tension comes from the wife's growing realization that the townspeople are the reincarnations of the very people she betrayed, and they have been waiting centuries for her to return to the farm. Crowhaven Farm remains a standout of the ABC Movie of the Week era. It avoids the campy tropes of later TV horror, choosing instead to focus on a bleak, nihilistic ending where the past literally crushes the present. It is a must-watch for fans of The Wicker Man or Midsommar who want to see where the vengeful village subgenre really took root on American television. Dark August, 1976. A quiet Vermont town becomes the stage for paranoia and witchcraft in this overlooked American folk horror gem. After accidentally killing a young girl in a car accident, a man retreats to the countryside to escape the guilt. But peace never comes. Strange figures appear in the woods, animals react to something unseen, and whispers suggest that the girl's grandfather, a local hermit, has cursed him. What begins as grief and isolation slowly transforms into supernatural terror. Dark August thrives on atmosphere rather than spectacle. The rural landscapes, captured in washed-out tones, feel alive with something hidden just beyond sight. Director Martin Goldman keeps the pacing deliberate, allowing each uneasy moment to build upon the last. There's no grand revelation or chaotic climax, just a steady tightening of dread as reality and superstition intertwine. The performances have a naturalistic quality that makes the film's descent into occult fear all the more convincing. J. Barrie's portrayal of a man unraveling under unseen forces is quietly desperate, while Kim Hunter brings a grounding presence as a local psychic who might be his only hope. Though it never gained the recognition of its British folk horror counterparts, Dark August captures the same haunting stillness. The sense that nature itself has turned judgmental. It's a slow, eerie dream of guilt and punishment, the kind of film that lingers like smoke long after the credits fade. Exorcist II. The Heretic, 1977. 4 years after the traumatic exorcism, Regan is under psychiatric care, struggling to reconcile her memories. Father Lamont investigates the death of Father Marin, using experimental hypnosis to uncover Regan's connection to Pazuzu. Their search leads across continents, revealing the demon's ancient origins and hinting at a cosmic battle with Regan at its center. John Boorman directs a surreal, metaphysical sequel that abandons the claustrophobic terror of the original. Linda Blair returns as Regan, now a teenager confronting both trauma and supernatural destiny, while Richard Burton's Father Lamont pursues answers with dramatic intensity. Louise Fletcher's psychiatrist inadvertently opens doors to the other side, and James Earl Jones appears in African sequences depicting Pazuzu's ancient influence. Visual effects emphasize psychic visions, locust swarms, and dreamlike landscapes rather than physical horror, creating an ethereal but unsettling aesthetic. Ennio Morricone's avant-garde score amplifies the surreal atmosphere. Attempts to recreate the bedroom exorcism climax are undermined by excessive metaphysical embellishments. The Heretic struggles to balance horror and cosmic ambition, leaving audiences confused and proving that removing grounded terror can erode the impact of a beloved classic. The Redeemer, Son of Satan, 1978. The Redeemer, Son of Satan, kicks off in eerie silence. Then an unexpected choir boy emerges from a lake as if summoned. Suddenly, 6 former classmates receive golden invitations back to their alma mater. Does it feel celebratory? Not for long. Once they arrive, the tone flips. The host is a man in a mask and robes, right out of a religious fever dream, lecturing them in sermons dripping with venom, preaching redemption for sins they haven't even remembered committing. Before they can catch their breath, he's picked them off one by one. Trapped in the corridors, hunted inside their own high school, these alumni become targets of chilling judgment. What sets this film apart is its strange soul. The killer isn't your shadowy slasher in a patterned mask. He's a preacher, and he switches costumes mid-kill. Janitor, inspector, clown. He reappears to deliver homilies before each murder. The film looks and feels like it was shot in a time capsule. A low-budget theater-turned-horror stage, lit in flickering antiseptic halls, grainy yearbook photos, and distorted hymns echoing through dusty hallways. The visual layers crackle with chaos, molded face masks, a crazy puppet in a school auditorium, and a preacher whose two-thumbed hand fades back into normality after the carnage. It's bizarre, disorienting, and beautifully unhinged. Even with its flaws, ragged pacing, absurd plotting, and cringe-inducing theology, The Redeemer endures because it leans hard into its own bizarre logic. It doesn't try to justify its stranger elements. It revels in them. It's the kind of film you'd discover at the bottom of the VHS rental bin, expect nothing, and end up haunted by its morbid confidence. In the realm of cult horror, The Redeemer, Son of Satan, stands out as a ritual disguised as a slasher. It doesn't just kill, it punishes, with twisted faith, theatrical flair, and a disturbing kind of poetic justice that lingers long after the tape ejects. Damien, Omen 2, 1978. Adolescence and malevolence converge as Damien grows aware of his dark heritage. The surface of his life, school, friends, family, appears idyllic, but a hidden web of influence and lethal accidents lurks beneath. No longer a passive child, Damien subtly manipulates events, testing his power and the limits of those around him. Don Taylor emphasizes tension through contrast, the mundane world versus unseen supernatural forces. William Holden's Richard Thorne embodies a father's dread confronted with the incomprehensible, while Jonathan Scott Taylor's Damien charms and terrifies, his quiet cunning making innocence itself menacing. Horror emerges not from elaborate death sequences, but from the sense that the world bends to Damien's will. Machinery and everyday objects become instruments of predestination, turning ordinary life into a stage for subtle but inevitable death. This sequel's innovation lies in showing evil maturing, clinical and insidious, escalating menace in ways both psychological and horrifying. Witch Hammer, 1970. Czechoslovakia, 1678. An inquisitor arrives in a rural region to investigate reports of witchcraft, and what starts as questioning quickly spirals into mass hysteria. Accusations spread like a disease. Neighbors denounce neighbors. Confessions are extracted through torture, and the trials become a machinery of death that cannot be stopped. While a local priest attempts to protest the insanity, he finds himself caught in the same lethal web. By the end, dozens are burned at the stake. The film doesn't sensationalize. It presents the trials as bureaucratic horror, where legal procedure becomes an instrument of mass murder. The lead inquisitor is portrayed with chilling, predatory opportunism. He is a man who recognizes that fear is a ladder to wealth and influence. The moral heart of the film is a local dean, a man of reason who realizes too late that the system has no interest in the truth and eventually becomes a victim of the very machine he tried to slow down. The torture sequences are staged with uncomfortable realism. Thumbscrews, racks, and methods designed to extract any confession the questioners want to hear. The burnings are depicted matter-of-factly, emphasizing the routine nature of execution. The film is shot in stark black and white that emphasizes the period's bleakness, using actual castle locations that provide an authentic, claustrophobic atmosphere. Released in the wake of the Prague Spring, it's as much about Stalinist show trials as historical witch hunts. The parallels to forced confessions and state terror are deliberate and devastating. The film was banned by the authorities shortly after its release, not resurfacing fully until the 1990s. It's slow, grim, and refuses any Hollywood heroics. This is horror as a historical document, showing how systems designed to purify society will manufacture evil when none exists. Jaws, 1975. Steven Spielberg's Jaws is often credited with inventing the modern blockbuster, but at its core, it's a masterclass in suspense-driven horror. Loosely adapted from Peter Benchley's novel, the story follows the small town of Amity Island as it's terrorized by a massive great white shark. What begins as isolated attacks escalates into a full-blown nightmare, forcing Police Chief Martin Brody, oceanographer Matt Hooper, and grizzled shark hunter Quint to face the creature head-on. Roy Scheider grounds the film as Brody, a man caught between duty and fear, while Richard Dreyfuss brings sharp wit and scientific curiosity as Hooper. Robert Shaw's Quint is unforgettable, his hardened fisherman persona culminating in the haunting USS Indianapolis monologue, one of the film's most chilling moments. Together, the trio becomes the heart of the story, their uneasy alliance as tense as the shark hunt itself. Spielberg's brilliance lies in what he doesn't show. Mechanical problems with the shark forced him to suggest its presence through music, editing, and point-of-view shots, and the result is far scarier than a constant visual. John Williams's iconic score, two simple notes building into a relentless crescendo, has become shorthand for approaching danger, turning the unseen into pure terror. When the shark does appear, the payoff is monumental. The final showdown aboard the Orca is both thrilling and horrifying, with the vast ocean becoming a stage for primal survival. Even now, Jaws retains its ability to make audiences hesitate before stepping into the water. By blending human drama, technical innovation, and primal fear, Spielberg created a film that's both terrifying and endlessly rewatchable. Jaws isn't just about a killer shark. It's about the fragility of control when nature bares its teeth. Alien, 1979. Ridley Scott's Alien is the perfect fusion of science fiction and horror, a film that took the haunted house formula and launched it into deep space. A commercial spaceship crew, responding to a distress signal, unknowingly brings a deadly organism on board, turning their ship into a claustrophobic death trap. What follows is equal parts creature feature and slow-burn suspense, unfolding with chilling precision. The cast feels grounded and real, more like weary blue-collar workers than sci-fi heroes. Sigourney Weaver as Ripley delivers one of the greatest performances in horror and sci-fi alike, her strength emerging gradually as the alien threat grows. Ian Holm, Yaphet Kotto, Harry Dean Stanton, and John Hurt add texture to the crew dynamics, while Veronica Cartwright's Lambert captures the raw panic of facing the unimaginable. The true star, though, is H.R. Giger's alien design. From the grotesque facehugger to the chestburster's shocking eruption and the fully grown xenomorph stalking the ship, the creature feels disturbingly organic, a nightmare born of both biology and surreal artistry. Combined with Scott's meticulous production design, every corridor of the Nostromo feels alive, damp, and hostile. Alien thrives on tension. Long stretches of silence, punctuated by sudden bursts of violence, keep the audience on edge. Jerry Goldsmith's eerie score adds to the sense of unease, but often the scariest moments come from what isn't shown. A shadow in the rafters, a hiss in the dark, the steady pulse of a tracking monitor. Alien redefined both horror and science fiction, proving that the two genres could merge seamlessly. It spawned a franchise and countless imitators, but none have captured the sheer dread of the original, where in space, no one can hear you scream. Piranha, 1978. Joe Dante's Piranha arrived at the tail end of the 70s monster movie craze, yet it managed to distinguish itself by being far smarter and far meaner than the blockbuster it was intended to spoof. While it clearly positions itself as a Jaws ripoff, the film functions more like a subversive, darkly comedic critique of the very tropes it occupies. A government experiment gone wrong unleashes a school of genetically modified, hyper-aggressive fish into a summer resort river, turning a mundane vacation spot into a chaotic, red-tinted aquatic slaughterhouse. The film excels because of its tone, which sits perfectly in the uncomfortable space between satire and genuine tension. Dante treats the small-town bureaucracy and the oblivious vacationers with a sharp, cynical wit, making the eventual arrival of the fish feel like a chaotic, well-deserved punchline. Practical effects, which rely on clever editing, fast-paced camera work, and the occasional rubber puppet, create a frenetic, overwhelming sense of danger that feels grounded in the tangible reality of the 70s exploitation aesthetic. Looking back, it remains a quintessential example of how a director can turn a limited budget into an asset by leaning into humor and technical ingenuity. It doesn't attempt to be profound, nor does it try to emulate the high-stakes drama of Spielberg. Instead, it offers a fast, nasty, and endlessly entertaining ride that refuses to take its own premise seriously for even a second. For those who appreciate the intersection of genre awareness and visceral, old-school creature effects, this stands as a gold standard for the nature runs amok subgenre. The Food of the Gods, 1976. Nature fights back in this gloriously chaotic slice of 1970s eco-horror, where science meddles with evolution and pays the price. Deep in the wilderness of British Columbia, a mysterious milky substance bubbles up from the earth. When animals feed on it, they grow. Not just large, but monstrously oversized. Soon, rats the size of wolves and wasps with wingspans like eagles are turning the quiet countryside into a war zone. Loosely inspired by H.G. Wells's novel, The Food of the Gods delivers everything one could hope for from drive-in creature cinema: miniature sets, rubbery effects, and sheer enthusiasm. Director Burt I. Gordon, known to fans as Mr. B.I.G., stages the chaos with endearing earnestness, filling every frame with practical ingenuity and old-fashioned spectacle. The giant animal attacks may look dated now, but their handmade quality gives the film a strange, enduring charm. Marjoe Gortner leads the cast with straight-faced seriousness that only makes the madness more entertaining. What makes the movie fun is its total lack of cynicism. It believes in its premise completely. Behind the pulpy thrills, there's even a faint ecological warning, a sense that nature's revenge might be well earned. It's messy, loud, and completely unrestrained, the kind of film that defined weekend rentals and late-night marathons. The Food of the Gods may not be elegant, but it's a perfect time capsule of 1970s creature feature excess, where every swarm, squeal, and explosion feels like the end of the world. Grizzly, 1976. Following the massive cultural footprint of Jaws, every producer in Hollywood scrambled to replicate the formula with a different apex predator. William Girdler's Grizzly is perhaps the most unabashedly forest-bound riff on that phenomenon. Set in a national park, the film pits a heroic ranger against an 18-foot-tall, man-eating grizzly bear that has decided the local campers are its primary food source. It is loud, aggressive, and features a surprising amount of carnage for a creature feature of its time. The film leans into the slasher-in-the-woods aesthetic before the genre was even fully codified. By turning the bear into a deliberate, almost sadistic antagonist, Girdler manages to create a genuine sense of threat that elevates it above the usual made-for-TV fare of the decade. The practical effects are gruesome, leaning heavily on the splatter sensibilities that were bubbling up in the independent horror scene, and Christopher George brings a weary, blue-collar grit to the lead role that gives the film a surprisingly solid emotional foundation. While it is undeniably derivative, Grizzly holds up as a piece of high-octane entertainment because it never pauses to apologize for its own absurdity. It's a fast-paced, nasty, and thoroughly satisfying romp that understands exactly what the audience wants. Big kills, high stakes, and a bear that feels like a legitimate horror movie monster. It is an essential, if unrefined, milestone in the nature runs amok boom of the 70s, serving as the perfect companion to the decade's obsession with turning the great outdoors into a lethal playground. Prophecy, 1979. Prophecy is what happens when a big studio tries to make an environmental message movie and accidentally creates one of the strangest creature features of the 1970s. Released by Paramount in 1979, it's a mix of serious eco-horror, pulp sci-fi, and unintentional comedy that's somehow become a cult classic. The story follows a doctor and his wife sent to rural Maine to investigate pollution from a paper mill. The toxic runoff is poisoning the land and the local wildlife, but the real horror is what it's doing to the forest itself. Something enormous and horribly mutated is lurking in the woods, a creature born from mercury and revenge. The film tries to balance environmental drama with monster mayhem, but those tones collide in spectacular ways. It's beautifully shot, misty forests, wide rivers, and haunting landscapes. But then the mutant bear shows up, and all sense of restraint goes out the window. The creature design is unforgettable, for all the wrong reasons. Lumpy, hairless, and shrieking, like a nightmare someone stitched together from a biology textbook. What saves Prophecy from being just another monster movie is how sincerely it takes itself. It's trying to say something meaningful about pollution, exploitation, and the arrogance of humanity. But it's delivered through a rubber monster that mauls campers in sleeping bags. The result is bizarrely entertaining, a perfect balance of message and madness. When it hit home video, Prophecy found a second life, as one of those "you've got to see this" movies. Not because it's great, but because it's too weird to ignore. It's earnest, overblown, and completely unforgettable. Prophecy proves that even when Hollywood aims for serious commentary, sometimes the monster steals the message. And that's what makes it perfect. Squirm, 1976. When a brutal storm knocks down power lines in the backwoods of Georgia, something sinister awakens beneath the mud. Thousands of electrified worms rise to the surface, swarming through homes, trees, and bodies, with an appetite that can't be stopped. At first, it's just a strange local curiosity, until the ground itself begins to move. Director Jeff Lieberman brings a raw, grimy authenticity to this creature feature, grounding its absurd premise with an eerie southern atmosphere. The rural setting feels sticky and claustrophobic, and the cast of small-town characters, from the visiting outsider to the suspicious locals, gives the story a lived-in realism. What sets Squirm apart from other nature-gone-wild horror of the era is its texture, the sound of rainfall against tin roofs, the close-ups of writhing movement, the sense that nature itself is reclaiming what humanity has spoiled. While some moments veer toward camp, the film's handmade effects and creeping dread create an unease that's hard to shake. It's the kind of movie that would have played late on a Friday night, something you stumble onto halfway through, unable to look away, even as the horror gets stranger by the minute. Dirty, loud, and crawling with energy, Squirm is pure 1970s drive-in mayhem. The kind that sticks to your skin long after the credits roll. Night of the Lepus, 1972. Let's be honest, Night of the Lepus is legendary, and for all the wrong reasons. It's the ultimate cautionary tale of what happens when you decide to take a premise, giant, man-eating rabbits, and play it with the absolute straight-faced seriousness of a medical drama. The plot is classic mad scientist fodder. A couple of researchers, worried about the overpopulation of jackrabbits in the Arizona desert, decide to use hormone injections to speed up their reproductive cycle. Naturally, things go wrong, and suddenly the town is under siege by oversized bunnies. Here's the thing about this movie. The filmmakers actually tried. They didn't go for CGI monsters. They went for real, living, breathing rabbits. The issue is that whenever they cut to a giant rabbit, it's just a normal-sized bunny hopping over a miniature set in slow motion. The result is a bizarre, unintentional comedy that feels like a fever dream. When you see a rabbit attacking a screaming extra, you're not seeing a cinematic monster. You're seeing a fluffy creature clearly confused by the foam rubber on its fur and the fact that it's being poked by a crew member off-camera. It's impossible not to love, though. It's a beautifully misguided relic of the 1970s. It stars heavy hitters like Janet Leigh and Stuart Whitman, who play their roles with such unwavering commitment that you almost feel bad for them. Night of the Lepus isn't a scary movie, but it is an essential experience for anyone who appreciates the wild, experimental, and frequently hilarious failures that only the 1970s could produce. Frogs, 1972. Nature finally has enough. That's the entire elevator pitch for Frogs, a high-concept eco-horror flick where the local wildlife decides to systematically dismantle a wealthy, arrogant family during their 4th of July weekend at a private island estate. The title is a bit of a misnomer, though. While the frogs are the generals of this reptilian uprising, they mostly just sit around looking judgmental while snakes, lizards, spiders, and turtles do all the heavy lifting. It's a classic case of the nature strikes back subgenre, but it lacks the chaotic swarming you might expect. Instead, the pacing is oddly deliberate, focusing on the slow, methodical elimination of a group of characters who are largely unlikable. Ray Milland plays the family patriarch, a man whose sheer stubbornness makes you almost root for the toads. The film is undeniably cheesy, leaning hard into a metaphor for environmental pollution that feels about as subtle as a sledgehammer. But there is something strangely compelling about watching a group of people being terrorized by creatures that are realistically, well, just hanging out. It's not a film that will keep you up at night with scares, but it is a quintessential creature feature time capsule. If you can handle a slower burn and appreciate the sheer audacity of a film, Frogs is a weird, memorable slice of 70s trash horror history. Tentacles, 1977. Tentacles stands as a quintessential example of the nature-gone-amok subgenre that flooded cinemas in the wake of Jaws. Directed by Ovidio G. Asinitis, this Italian-American co-production shifts the threat from the Atlantic coast to the seaside of California, where a massive prehistoric octopus begins terrorizing a community after a local tunnel construction project uses unauthorized frequencies that disturb the creature's environment. It is a film that leans heavily into the environmental horror craze of the 70s, attempting to blend high-stakes disaster thrills with the creature feature blueprint. What makes the film a curious outlier is its surprisingly starry cast, including John Huston, Shelley Winters, and Henry Fonda, all of whom seem slightly bewildered to be appearing in a movie where the primary antagonist is a giant rubber tentacle. The film's pacing is notoriously erratic, alternating between standard disaster movie procedural scenes and genuinely strange underwater sequences that prioritize a dreamlike, if sometimes unintentional, absurdity. It lacks the lean, focused suspense of Spielberg's shark classic, opting instead for a sprawling, disjointed narrative that feels as sprawling and mysterious as the ocean depths themselves. While Tentacles is often remembered for its bizarre casting and its status as a knockoff blockbuster, it maintains a certain charm for fans of 70s exploitation. Its practical effects, while inconsistent, have a tangible, old-school feel that stands in stark contrast to the CGI-driven monster movies of today. For viewers interested in the global ripple effect of the 1975 Jaws phenomenon and the peculiar, often star-studded attempts to capitalize on it, this film is a fascinating, if imperfect, relic of the decade's obsession with aquatic terrors. Dogs, 1976. Trapped at the tail end of the 70s nature runs amok craze, this film ditches radioactive mutations for a more unsettling, grounded threat. Packs of domestic dogs organizing to systematically hunt their human masters. Set in a secluded university town, the production avoids the campy trappings of its peers, opting instead for a cold, clinical depiction of survival. It forces an uncomfortable realization upon the viewer that our most loyal companions are capable of calculated lethal coordination when the natural order is disrupted. Brinkerhoff's direction relies on restraint. He avoids the urge to make the canines monstrous through prosthetics or gore. Instead, he leverages rhythmic editing and an abrasive, discordant score to turn mundane barking and trotting into instruments of terror. The horror stems entirely from the subversion of the man's best friend trope. As residents are picked off, the town is stripped of its suburban comfort, revealing a predatory world lurking just beneath the surface of the manicured lawn. It is a bleak, stripped-down thriller that feels remarkably cynical. While it lacks the high-gloss polish of big-budget creature features, its gritty, no-nonsense approach to the premise makes it far more effective and memorable than many of its flashier, more conventional counterparts. Day of the Animals, 1977. High in the mountains, a group of hikers signs up for fresh air and weekend adventure, only to find the wilderness no longer playing by the rules. With the ozone thinning overhead and tempers fraying on the trail, nature starts pushing back, patient, relentless, and everywhere at once. The setup is lean, a mixed bag of personalities, a guide who's seen too much, and a storm front of bad decisions. When the first attack hits, it feels like a fluke. When the second comes, it feels like a pattern. Soon it's clear. Predators and prey have swapped places, and the forest is calling the shots. The suspense comes from distance closing, the way quiet tree lines turn into eyes, the way a clearing stops feeling safe, the way night brings the soundscapes right up to your ear. Performances lean into survival tension. Fragile egos, stubborn pride, flashes of bravery that arrive a step too late. The filmmaking favors real locations and the unpredictability of animals, trading slick choreography for a rough, immersive texture. You feel wind, rain, and altitude in the framing. By the time the group is whittled down to desperate choices, the movie has made its case. When the balance tips, it tips fast. It's man versus nature done with blunt force, a rugged slice of 70s eco-horror where the trail map won't help, and the ridgeline is just another line you can't hold. Nightwing, 1979. Nightwing is one of those late 70s studio horror films that tried to mix social commentary with creature thrills, and ended up creating something strangely unique. Released in 1979, it's a blend of ecological horror, Native American mysticism, and small-town paranoia, with killer vampire bats thrown in for good measure. The story is set in a remote desert community in New Mexico, where cattle are dying mysteriously, and the locals are divided between superstition and science. A local tribal deputy begins investigating, uncovering a terrifying truth. A swarm of rabid vampire bats infected by an ancient curse is heading straight for the town. What follows is part monster movie, part spiritual reckoning. Director Arthur Hiller treats the material seriously, almost too seriously, filling the film with sweeping desert landscapes, ritual symbolism, and slow-burn tension. But when the bats attack, all that restraint vanishes in a flurry of shrieks, blood, and chaos. It's a strange tonal clash that somehow works, creating a mood that's both grand and grimy at the same time. Unlike most animal attack movies of its era, Nightwing isn't really about the creatures. It's about people trying to hold on to their beliefs in a world that's changing around them. The clash between modernity and tradition runs through every scene, turning a pulp premise into something unexpectedly thoughtful. When it eventually hit home video, Nightwing found an audience among fans of slow-burn horror and eco-thrillers like Prophecy and The Pack. It's moody, uneven, and often overlooked, but it captures a kind of quiet, end-of-the-decade dread that feels very specific to 1979. Nightwing may have been marketed as a monster movie, but beneath the shrieking bats and desert dust is a story about fear, faith, and the uneasy balance between nature and man. Phase 4, 1974. When a mysterious cosmic event alters the behavior of ants in the Arizona desert, two scientists establish a high-tech research station to study the phenomenon. What begins as a curiosity quickly escalates into terror as the ants evolve new intelligence, forming organized colonies and striking back against humanity with uncanny precision. Directed by legendary graphic designer Saul Bass, Phase 4 is unlike any other sci-fi horror film of the era. Michael Murphy plays the pragmatic scientist James Lesko, while Nigel Davenport portrays Dr. Ernest Hubbs, whose obsession with understanding the ants leads to reckless decisions. Lynn Frederick adds a human dimension as a young woman caught between the two men and the insect onslaught. The real stars, however, are the ants themselves. Bass employed intricate macro photography to capture them up close, turning everyday insects into an alien force. The result is mesmerizing and unsettling, transforming ants into creatures that feel both natural and otherworldly. The film's pacing builds a sense of inevitable doom, with stark desert landscapes and eerie scientific detachment, giving way to hallucinatory imagery. Its surreal ending, especially in its original, rarely seen uncut form, pushes the story into cosmic territory, suggesting a future where humanity may not be the dominant species. Though overlooked at release, Phase 4 gained a cult following for its striking visuals and chillingly original premise. It remains a singular work of science fiction, where the horror doesn't come from monsters of fantasy, but from the natural world itself evolving beyond our control. Snow Beast, 1977. Produced for television during the height of the mid-70s Jaws craze, this film effectively swaps the open ocean for the frozen isolation of a Colorado ski resort. A local sheriff and a visiting professional skier find themselves hunting a creature that is terrorizing the slopes, turning a picturesque vacation destination into a chilly graveyard. It is a quintessential creature feature, defined by its reliance on a slow-burn mystery and the looming, unseen threat that stalks the periphery of the snowy landscape. The production suffers from the typical constraints of 70s TV horror, where the creature is rarely seen in full to save on budget and visual effects. Instead, director Herb Wallerstein emphasizes the environment itself, the biting cold, the silence of the mountains, and the feeling of being miles away from any meaningful help. Bo Svensson and Clint Walker anchor the cast with a rugged, no-nonsense intensity that provides a necessary groundedness to a premise that, in less capable hands, could have easily devolved into total absurdity. There is a strange, melancholy charm to this film that stems from its absolute earnestness. It is not trying to be a groundbreaking piece of cinema. It is a straightforward, atmospheric monster movie that perfectly encapsulates the threat in the wilderness subgenre that dominated television airwaves for a decade. For viewers interested in the history of the creature feature, it remains a nostalgic, frozen curiosity, a reminder of a time when the terror of the unknown was often more compelling than the monster itself. Gargoyles, 1972. This is a strange, fascinating little television movie that defies the usual creature feature expectations. Instead of a mindless monster of the week, Gargoyles presents a race of ancient, intelligent, and oddly weary beings that have been living in the shadows of the American Southwest for centuries. The story follows a father-daughter team of researchers who accidentally stumble upon the gargoyles in a desert cave. What starts as a standard encounter quickly pivots. The creatures aren't interested in mindless slaughter. They're tired, they're ancient, and they've spent their entire existence following a ritualistic cycle of resurrection. What makes this film stand out, and why it's earned such a cult following, is the creature design. This was one of the early career highlights for the legendary Stan Winston. The gargoyles don't just look like rubber suits. They have a tactile, leathery quality and expressive eyes that give them a bizarre, tragic dignity. You get the sense that they are the weary, reluctant guardians of a world that has long since forgotten them. It's moody, slightly melancholy, and captures that specific 1970s TV horror vibe that prioritized a less-is-more approach. The desert settings are effectively claustrophobic, and the pacing is deliberate, focusing on the discovery rather than the action. If you're a fan of practical effects and enjoy movies that treat their monsters as characters rather than cannon fodder, Gargoyles is a surprisingly thoughtful piece of genre history. It isn't trying to be an epic, and that's precisely why it works. Long Weekend, 1978. If you're ready for horror that creeps up slowly, scratches at your unease, and takes a dramatic turn when you least expect it, Long Weekend is a late 70s gem that grabs you with its quiet dread. It's Australia's take on ecological horror, a marriage in need of repair, and a wilderness that seems ready to strike back. The story follows Peter and Marcia, a bickering couple driving out of the city in hopes that a camping trip might patch things up. But from the start, their actions rub against the natural world. They litter, destroy, and lash out with thoughtless cruelty, unaware that their surroundings are watching and waiting. The tension doesn't come from traditional jump scares, but from the unnerving sense that every tree, every wave, every animal in the bush has turned against them. The coastal landscapes are shot in ways that make nature feel alive and hostile: sweeping beaches, dark forests, and the eerie presence of a dugong corpse that seems to inch closer each time it appears. The sound design only adds to the unease. Bird calls, rustling branches, and strange cries echo in the distance, transforming the ordinary into something menacing. What makes the film unforgettable is its message. Writer Everett DeRush and director Colin Eggleston crafted a story where the real antagonist is not a mass killer or supernatural force, but the natural world itself. The couple's selfishness and carelessness become their undoing, a sharp reminder that nature has its limits and its own ways of striking back. Long Weekend stands out because of its patience, its bleak mood, and the way it leaves you uneasy long after the final frame. It's not just a horror movie, it's a cautionary tale that feels more timely today than it did when it first hit VHS shelves. Nosferatu the Vampire, 1979. Werner Herzog's Nosferatu the Vampire is both a remake and a reinvention. Drawing directly from F.W. Murnau's silent classic Nosferatu, 1922, Herzog pays homage to the roots of horror while crafting something uniquely his own. Released in 1979, it bridges the gap between German Expressionism and modern Gothic cinema, creating a slow, hypnotic vision of dread that lingers long after the credits roll. At the center is Klaus Kinski as Count Dracula, a performance that is at once terrifying and tragic. With his gaunt figure, rat-like features, and hollow eyes, Kinski embodies the vampire as both predator and victim, cursed with eternal hunger yet weighed down by loneliness. Opposite him, Bruno Ganz plays Jonathan Harker, the unwitting traveler drawn into the Count's shadow, while Isabelle Adjani delivers ethereal intensity as Lucy, whose quiet strength makes her the film's moral core. Herzog's direction emphasizes atmosphere over shock. Sweeping shots of mist-covered mountains, decaying castles, and plague-ridden towns create a sense of unstoppable doom. The film moves at a deliberate, dreamlike pace, underscored by Popol Vuh's haunting score, which deepens the feeling that the world itself is succumbing to decay. Unlike many horror films of the era, Nosferatu doesn't rely on gore or jump scares. Its terror lies in inevitability, in watching death seep into every corner of life. By remaking Nosferatu, Herzog wasn't just retelling a story, he was reconnecting horror with its cinematic origins, proving that even in an age of visceral thrills, there was still power in Gothic mood and mythic storytelling. Salem's Lot, 1979. Tobe Hooper brought Stephen King's vampire epic to television and somehow made it more terrifying than most theatrical horror of the era. Originally a two-part miniseries, Salem's Lot follows writer Ben Mears returning to his childhood hometown, only to discover that an ancient vampire has taken residence in the long-abandoned Marston house. As the undead spread through the community, the entire town becomes infected, neighbors, children, friends, until no one can be trusted. Working within network television restrictions, Hooper couldn't rely on gore, so he leaned into atmosphere and dread. The result is genuinely chilling. Slow-burn horror, where every shadow feels threatening and every window could hide something waiting. The film's most iconic image, the Glick boy floating outside his brother's window, scratching to be let in, remains one of horror's most effective jump scares, made terrifying through simplicity and timing. David Soul plays Ben with haunted determination, while James Mason brings aristocratic menace as Straker, the vampire's human familiar. But it's Reggie Nalder's Count Barlow who haunts the film, a grotesque rat-faced creature inspired by Nosferatu rather than suave Dracula interpretations. His appearances are brief but unforgettable, transforming him into pure nightmare fuel. Hooper proves he could build dread without relying on explicit violence, using long takes, ominous framing, and Harry Suckman's unsettling score to create pervasive unease. Salem's Lot demonstrated that television horror could compete with theatrical releases when given the right vision. It remains one of the best King adaptations and proof that Hooper's talent extended beyond backwoods brutality into Gothic elegance. The Vampire Lovers, 1970. In 18th century Styria, the mysterious and beautiful Carmilla enters the lives of the local aristocracy, posing as a survivor of a carriage accident. Beneath her charm lies a centuries-old hunger. As she systematically seduces the young women of the region and drains them of their life force, she leaves behind a trail of withered husks and baffled doctors. When the local authorities finally realize that a supernatural presence is haunting their estates, a desperate hunt ensues to uncover the truth behind the guest who never leaves. Director Roy Ward Baker brings a surprising amount of grace to the material. Despite the studio's clear mandate to include more adult content, Baker keeps the focus on the eerie, nocturnal atmosphere. The film moves with the deliberate pace of a classic ghost story, using the sprawling architecture of the estates to create a sense of inevitable, creeping dread. The practical effects are standard for Hammer at the time, bright red blood, fangs, and theatrical makeup, but they are elevated by the film's commitment to its own dark mythology. The kills are stylized and rhythmic, treated almost like a dance, which underscores the theme that for Carmilla, the act of feeding is fundamentally indistinguishable from the act of loving. The Vampire Lovers is a fascinating, if sometimes messy, artifact. It stands as the template for the lesbian vampire subgenre that would flood European screens in the following decade, while simultaneously serving as a swan song for the high Gothic era of Hammer. For those interested in the evolution of horror's taboos, it is a key document that marks the exact moment the genre decided to stop hiding its desires in the shadows. Vampires, 1974. José Ramón Larraz's Vampires is British vampire eroticism that prioritizes atmosphere and sensuality over traditional narrative. Two female vampires lure male travelers to their Gothic mansion, seducing and slowly draining them over days. A camper parked nearby witnesses strange occurrences and investigates, discovering the mansion's deadly inhabitants and their nocturnal hunts. Marianne Morris and Anulka Dziubinska play the vampires with genuine chemistry and predatory grace, their relationship both romantic and dangerous. The film treats their sexuality explicitly, using eroticism as weapon and genuine connection simultaneously. The victims arrive seeking adventure and find themselves imprisoned in pleasure that's literally draining their lives. Larraz shoots the British countryside and Gothic mansion with lush beauty, creating genuinely atmospheric horror. The practical blood effects are lavish. The vampires feed messily, their victims covered in wounds that accumulate over extended stays. The mansion becomes prison disguised as pleasure palace, its beauty concealing the fact that no guest leaves alive. The film's approach to vampire mythology is ambiguous. Are they supernatural creatures, or simply disturbed women who believe they're vampires? The ambiguity enhances rather than diminishes the horror, making their behavior more unsettling. The extended seduction and feeding sequences emphasize the victim's complicity in their own destruction. Vampires arrived during British horror's decline, but represents the era's willingness to blend eroticism with genuine Gothic atmosphere. It's more explicit than Hammer ever attempted, while maintaining similar commitment to mood and setting. The film found cult status through repertory screenings and home video, where audiences appreciated its patient atmosphere and unapologetic sensuality. It remains one of the most purely atmospheric vampire films of the 70s, prioritizing mood and eroticism over plot mechanics or elaborate mythology. Daughters of Darkness, 1971. Harry Kummel's Daughters of Darkness is vampire cinema as stylish, erotic nightmare set in an off-season Belgian seaside hotel. A newlywed couple arrives and encounters Countess Bathory and her young companion, elegant travelers whose timeless beauty and predatory interest transform the honeymoon into psychosexual horror. As the Countess seduces both husband and wife, their relationship fractures and hidden perversions surface. Delphine Seyrig plays the Countess with aristocratic elegance and barely concealed menace. Her performance, all-knowing smiles and theatrical gestures that suggest centuries of experience manipulating mortals. Danielle Ouimet and John Carlin portray the couple with appropriate naivety that gradually reveals darker currents. Andrea Rao brings otherworldly beauty as the Countess's companion, silent witness and occasional participant. The hotel setting is crucial. A grand Art Deco palace emptied for winter, all gleaming surfaces and vast spaces where the four characters play out their twisted games. Cinematographer Giuseppe Pinori bathes everything in rich colors and elegant compositions, creating visual beauty that contrasts with the emotional and physical violence. The film's approach to vampirism is ambiguous. Are they supernatural creatures or simply ageless predators who've perfected their hunting? Kummel blends vampire mythology with psychosexual exploration, treating bloodlust and desire as inseparable. The violence, when it erupts, is sudden and shocking against the film's measured elegance. The Countess represents both liberating transgression and predatory corruption, offering freedom that comes with terrible cost. Daughters of Darkness remains one of the most stylish vampire films ever made, prioritizing atmosphere and eroticism over traditional horror mechanics. It's European art cinema, using vampire mythology to explore power, desire, and the thin line between seduction and destruction. Martin, 1977. He says there's no magic, just needles, razor blades, and a hunger he can't name. In a gray steel town, a quiet young man believes he's a vampire. Or maybe he's just sick and alone. Either way, people keep dying, and he keeps telling himself he's not a monster. Not exactly. The film sticks close to Martin's point of view, building a world of late-night trains, empty kitchens, and bedrooms where fear arrives softly. Black and white reveries cut through the present like faded memories, or fantasies of cloaks and castles that may never have been real. The contrast is the point. The old myths are beautiful, but the truth is clinical, tragic, and human. Performances are delicate, especially from the lead, whose calm voice and stillness make every scene feel like a confession. The direction is intimate and unmannered, letting ordinary spaces carry extraordinary dread. Instead of grand Gothic spectacle, you get hallways, telephones, and the hum of appliances. Its legacy rests in empathy, a horror story that refuses easy answers, neither romanticizing nor demonizing its subject. It's disturbing because it feels possible, a portrait of isolation that lingers long after the credits, asking whether evil is in the blood, the brain, or the world. that won't make room for you. Ganja and Hess, 1973. Bill Gunn's masterpiece is a radical departure from the standard vampire tropes that dominated the early 70s. Rather than a straightforward supernatural horror flick, it functions as a deeply layered, experimental meditation on addiction, cultural identity, and the existential weight of immortality. When an anthropologist is stabbed with an ancient, cursed blade, he undergoes a transformation that leaves him craving blood, a condition he treats not as a demonic curse, but as a sophisticated, agonizing addiction that parallels the societal struggles of the era. The visual language of the film is remarkably distinct, often eschewing jump scares for a dreamlike, impressionistic pace. Gunn treats the setting of a sprawling, opulent estate as a suffocating cage, using the environment to mirror the internal entrapment of his protagonists. Performances from Dwayne Jones and Marlene Clark provide a grounded, haunting contrast to the film's high-concept, avant-garde elements. It feels less like a movie and more like a fever dream, moving with an internal logic that demands patience and rewards deep engagement with its visual and thematic density. This project remains a pivotal artifact of Black independent cinema, refusing to cater to the exploitation tropes of the Blaxploitation boom that were concurrently defining the market. It operates on its own terms, utilizing the vampire mythos as a vehicle to explore the complexities of class, desire, and the enduring scars of history. For those who prioritize atmosphere and intellectual weight over traditional genre beats, it stands as a singular, uncompromising vision that continues to challenge audiences decades after its initial, misunderstood release. Lust for a Vampire, 1971. Count Karnstein and his wife perform a blood-soaked ritual in the ruins of their ancestral home to bring their daughter Carmilla back from the dead. Once resurrected, Carmilla doesn't head for a remote tomb. She enrolls in a high-end finishing school for young women. There, the vampire plague moves from the shadows into the classroom as Carmilla begins systematically feeding on both students and staff. A visiting writer finds himself hopelessly entangled with her, ignoring the rising death toll in a daze of obsession that blinds him to the monster standing right in front of him. Director Jimmy Sangster had the unenviable task of following up the successful The Vampire Lovers with a rushed production. Jutta Stensgaard steps into the role of Carmilla, shifting the character from Ingrid Pitt's menacing, predatory elegance to a more traditional, soft-focus, erotic lead. It is a film that wears its intentions on its sleeve. Where previous Hammer entries used lesbian subtext as a stylistic layer, Lust for a Vampire strips away the layers to make the eroticism the main event. The production values remain classically Hammer: sumptuous period costumes, rich color palettes, and damp, fog-choked forests. But the narrative coherence is noticeably absent. The film is often remembered today for its jarring musical choices and its clumsy attempts to graft a Gothic vampire hunt onto a 1970s softcore template. It is quite literally a vampire film trying to find its heart, only to get lost in its own desire for exploitation. Ultimately, Lust for a Vampire serves as a fascinating, if flawed, look at a studio in transition. It is the moment where the Gothic and the grindhouse collided, not always successfully, but certainly memorably. For the Hammer completist, it's a necessary piece of the puzzle, a reminder that even the most prestigious horror studio had to wrestle with the changing tastes of a new, more permissive decade. Twins of Evil, 1971. Few films capture the gothic, high-stakes melodrama of the Hammer horror era quite as effectively as Twins of Evil. The third entry in the Karnstein trilogy, this film leans heavily into the conflict between fanatical, witch-hunting zealotry and the seductive, supernatural allure of vampirism. It follows twin sisters, one innocent, the other wayward, who arrive in a Puritan village controlled by their sadistic, self-righteous uncle, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of occult corruption. It is a quintessential Hammer production, saturated with rich colors, velvet costumes, and a lingering sense of doom. The film is anchored by Peter Cushing's powerhouse performance as the fanatical Gustav Weil. Unlike the typical hero of these films, Cushing portrays Weil as a terrifying cold-blooded antagonist, someone whose religious fervor is arguably more dangerous than the vampires he hunts. This moral ambiguity makes the film stand out. It's a story where the human heroes are just as monstrous as the creatures they're attempting to eradicate. The juxtaposition between the buttoned-up, claustrophobic repression of the village and the lush, eroticized horror of the Karnstein estate provides a perfect visual tension. While it retains all the hallmarks of the studio's style, including the gratuitous blood and the sweeping dramatic scores, there is a surprising amount of subtext here. It is a sharp critique of hypocrisy and the destructive nature of puritanical extremes. For anyone who appreciates the Gothic aesthetic but wants a narrative that challenges the morality of its protagonists, Twins of Evil is an absolute standout. It remains a polished, intelligent, and deeply atmospheric piece of 1970s British horror that still packs a punch decades later. Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, 1974. Hammer Films attempted to launch a new franchise with Brian Clemens's Captain Kronos. Kronos travels the countryside with his hunchbacked assistant, Professor Grost, hunting vampires using knowledge accumulated across cultures and centuries. When a village reports young women aging to death overnight, they investigate a local aristocratic family whose members might be draining youth rather than blood. Horst Janssen plays Kronos with athletic charisma, treating vampire hunting as noble profession, requiring both swordplay and scientific methodology. John Cater brings dark humor as Grost, the scholar who understands that vampire rules vary by region and bloodline. Caroline Munro provides both romantic interest and capable partnership, refusing to be simple damsel. The film's approach to vampire lore is refreshingly flexible. Kronos and Grost test various methods to determine what works on these particular creatures, acknowledging that crosses, stakes, and garlic aren't universal solutions. The sword-fighting sequences are impressively choreographed for Hammer production, with Kronos dispatching both human and undead opponents with swashbuckling flair. The vampire attacks drain youth and vitality rather than blood, creating victims aged decades in moments through effective makeup work. The aristocratic villains operate with entitled menace, treating peasants as renewable resources for their immortality. Clemens directs with energy and wit, clearly intending to establish Kronos as ongoing hero. The film blends genres confidently: Gothic horror, adventure serial, mystery, creating something that feels both fresh and respectfully traditional. The period setting and practical effects give everything tactile quality, despite obvious budget constraints. Captain Kronos was designed as franchise starter, but Hammer's financial troubles prevented sequels. It remains a cult favorite for its inventive approach to vampire mythology, an action-oriented hero who treats supernatural threats as solvable problems, requiring proper tools and knowledge. Taste the Blood of Dracula, 1970. Three pillars of Victorian society, bored with their stifling, respectable lives, seek illicit thrills through a defrocked priest. They partake in a black magic ritual, involving the Count's dried blood and personal relics. But when the ceremony turns real, they panic and slaughter the priest. Dracula rises anyway, not as a conqueror, but as an avenging shadow. He doesn't need to hunt these men. He simply manipulates their own children into becoming the instruments of their destruction, turning the next generation against the hypocrisy of their fathers. Christopher Lee's performance is lean and lethal, marked by a deliberate restraint. By ceding the spotlight to the warring generations, he transforms the Count into a force of nature, rather than a conventional villain. Ralph Bates, as the doomed occultist, provides a frantic, magnetic energy that makes the opening act feel genuinely transgressive, while the supporting cast nails the stuffy, suffocating tone of the 19th century elite. The film's violence is deeply symbolic, focusing on the domestic sphere rather than typical castle crypts. When the children finally strike against their parents, the murders are staged as a total rejection of the upright lives they were forced to lead. The production design is claustrophobic, juxtaposing the opulent, lace-curtain interiors of middle-class homes against the visceral, primal bloodletting that eventually consumes the entire family tree. This is a strange outlier in the Hammer cycle. By leaning into social commentary and generational warfare, it manages to feel far more intellectually rigorous than the studio's usual output. It's an acidic look at how easily a facade of decorum can be stripped away, revealing the primitive, hungry things that hide underneath the surface of polite society. The Satanic Rites of Dracula, 1973, Hammer Film's final confrontation between Christopher Lee's Count and Peter Cushing's Van Helsing, is a bizarre, fascinating departure for the iconic franchise. By the early 70s, the studio was desperate to keep their flagship monster relevant, so they transplanted him from the Victorian Gothic landscapes of the past directly into the sterile, concrete-filled world of contemporary London. Here, the Count operates not from a dusty castle, but from the boardroom of a massive multinational corporation, masterminding a global apocalypse. Alan Gibson directs this mashup of espionage thriller and supernatural horror with a strange clinical detachment that feels leagues away from the romanticized dread of earlier entries. The film trades crumbling stone crypts for sleek office buildings and MI5 briefings, forcing the legendary vampire to contend with automatic weapons and modern bureaucracy. While the clash of genres is undeniably clunky, there is an eerie dystopian undertone to the proceedings that feels oddly prescient, treating the ancient evil as just another cog in the machinery of modern corporate corruption. Serious horror purists often dismiss this installment as a confused relic, but it remains a required viewing for those interested in the death throes of classic studio horror. Watching Dracula attempt to adapt to the early 70s aesthetic provides a unique kind of melancholic entertainment. It isn't a masterpiece, nor is it particularly scary, but it stands as a bold, if messy, attempt to drag a century-old icon kicking and screaming into the modern age. Dracula AD 1972. Hammer Films had a problem in the early 70s. They were desperately trying to make Dracula relevant for the counterculture crowd. The result? They dragged the Count out of his Victorian castle and into the swinging, psychedelic streets of London. It's an absolute car crash of a concept that somehow lands on its feet simply through the sheer force of its cast. You have Christopher Lee, the king of Gothic elegance, facing off against a group of hip, bell-bottom-wearing youths in a dank, abandoned church. The juxtaposition is jarring, hilarious, and strangely endearing. The film kicks off with a massive, brutal prologue that feels like a classic Hammer period piece, only to slam cut to 1972, where Dracula is resurrected during a black mass performed by a bored, drug-addled hipster gang. The irony is heavy. The modern youth are, in their own way, just as obsessed with the occult as the villagers they used to mock. Peter Cushing returns as Van Helsing. They play off each other with the kind of gravitas that makes you momentarily forget that Dracula is literally stalking people in a park while a funk soundtrack blasts in the background. It's loud, it's disjointed, and it's unapologetically tacky. Dracula AD 1972 is a bizarre time capsule of a studio trying to capture a youth culture it clearly didn't understand. And honestly, that's exactly what makes it such a fun watch. Vampire Circus, 1972. A cursed village faces supernatural revenge when a traveling circus arrives 15 years after the townspeople destroyed a vampire. The performers are all vampires or their servants, targeting the descendants of those who participated in the original staking. Hammer Films delivers one of their stranger entries, blending gothic horror with circus spectacle and psychedelic visuals unusual for the studio. Adrian Corey, Anthony Higgins, and John Mulder Brown populate the vampire circus with performers who seduce and destroy with theatrical flair. The circus setting allows for creative staging, trapeze artists who transform mid-flight, a Hall of Mirrors sequence where reflections don't match reality, a panther that's really a shape-shifting vampire. Robert Young directs with more visual experimentation than typical Hammer productions, using colored lighting and distorted angles. The practical transformation effects are ambitious for Hammer, with vampires changing into animals through dissolve effects and makeup work. The mirror maze sequence is particularly effective, using practical sets and careful blocking to create disorienting space where reality becomes unreliable. The village's plague subplot adds another layer of dread. They're already suffering when the vampires arrive to finish them. The film's sexual frankness pushes beyond Hammer's usual restraint, with the circus performers using seduction as hunting method. Vampire Circus represents Hammer attempting to modernize their formula with contemporary filmmaking techniques while maintaining their Gothic roots, creating something that feels transitional between their classic period and attempts to remain relevant in changing horror landscape. House of Dark Shadows, 1970. At the dawn of the 1970s, horror was splitting in two. One half chasing realism and grit, the other clinging to the dying glow of Gothic grandeur. House of Dark Shadows sits squarely in that twilight, bridging eras with a mix of soap opera melodrama, Hammer-inspired atmosphere, and an unexpected level of bloodshed for its time. Adapted from the cult daytime series, the film follows Jonathan Frid as Barnabas Collins, a vampire cursed by love, buried for centuries, and awakened in the crumbling halls of Collinwood. But this isn't the romanticized creature of legend. Frid plays him as desperate, tragic, and increasingly feral, his charm fading with every drop of blood spilled. The Gothic trappings are all here: misty graveyards, flickering candelabras, storm-soaked mansions, yet everything feels sharper, louder, and more violent, as if the genteel horror of the 60s is being torn apart right before your eyes. Director Dan Curtis, who also produced the TV series, leans into that chaos. Gone are the prim sets and long speeches. This version is fast, brutal, and shockingly red for 1970. The film was a box office success, but what makes it fascinating now is how it captures the moment horror was mutating. The old monsters hadn't vanished yet, but their world was collapsing, replaced by the rawer, bloodier visions that would define the decade ahead. House of Dark Shadows isn't just a spin-off. It's a coffin lid creaking open on a new era of horror. Night of the Howling Beast, 1975. Paul Naschy's 10th appearance as his signature character, Waldemar Daninsky, takes the cursed werewolf to Tibet, where an expedition searching for the Yeti discovers something far more dangerous. Waldemar's lycanthropy becomes secondary to Gothic adventure, involving mad scientists, vampiric women, torture dungeons, and Himalayan mysteries. Naschy, who also wrote the script, plays Waldemar with tragic nobility, a man cursed to transform who seeks either cure or death but finds only more horror. The film careens between genres with gleeful abandon: expedition adventure, torture chamber gothic, creature feature, and tragic romance all collide in ways that shouldn't work but somehow do through sheer commitment. The practical werewolf makeup is Naschy's signature look: thick fur, pronounced fangs, and bestial facial structure that emphasizes the curse's dehumanizing effect. The transformation sequences are brief but effective, focusing on Waldemar's anguish rather than elaborate process. When the beast emerges, the attacks are brutal and animalistic. Director Miguel Iglesias Bonds shoots the Spanish locations as convincingly Himalayan, using rocky terrain and mountain vistas to sell the exotic setting. The film's Gothic elements, underground lairs, sadistic experiments, vampire women draining victims, feel transplanted from European horror traditions into adventure framework. Night of the Howling Beast represents Spanish horror's unique approach to genre filmmaking, unconcerned with logic or tonal consistency, prioritizing atmosphere and spectacle over narrative coherence. It's gloriously messy Euro horror that delivers exactly what Naschy fans wanted: their favorite tortured werewolf suffering through another cycle of transformation and tragedy. Moon of the Wolf, 1972. If you're looking for a film that feels like a dusty, atmospheric episode of a late-night detective show that took a hard left turn into supernatural horror, Moon of the Wolf is your pick. Set in a remote, rain-soaked Louisiana bayou, it skips the werewolf in the big city tropes to deliver something grittier and, frankly, more melancholic. The setup is classic noir. A local sheriff, played with weary, chain-smoking intensity by David Janssen, investigates a series of brutal animalistic murders. As the body count rises and the town's superstitions begin to boil over, he realizes he isn't dealing with a simple wild beast or a psycho killer. The film leans heavily into the small-town secrets angle, where the history of the families is just as dark as the swamp water surrounding them. What makes this stand out is how grounded it tries to be. It's not trying to be a splashy creature feature. It's a procedural with a monster hiding in the brush. The bayou setting creates a suffocating atmosphere that does half the work for the film. It captures that specific 1970s TV movie aesthetic, where the monster is less about special effects and more about the tragic, unstoppable nature of the transformation. It's a slow-burn, swamp-soaked mystery that proves sometimes the most dangerous predator is the one you've known your whole life. Dawn of the Dead, 1978. George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead is more than just a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. It's a sprawling, ambitious expansion that cemented the modern zombie as both a source of terror and biting social commentary. Where the first film trapped its survivors in a farmhouse, this one takes the apocalypse to a shopping mall, turning consumer culture itself into a backdrop for horror. The story follows a small group of survivors, a TV news producer, her pilot boyfriend, and two SWAT officers, as they escape the chaos of civilization collapsing outside and fortify themselves inside the mall. At first, the brightly lit corridors and endless goods feel like paradise, a refuge from the violence consuming the world. But the illusion of safety crumbles as the dead break through. Rival survivors invade, and the group begins to fracture under the weight of their own isolation. Romero balances shocking gore with sharp satire. The zombies shuffle through the mall, not just as predators, but as mindless echoes of their former selves, drawn instinctively to the temples of consumerism they once worshipped. It's a critique of modern life that feels as relevant today as it did in the late 1970s. Special effects maestro Tom Savini brought groundbreaking practical gore to the film, making each bite, wound, and explosion of blood both horrifying and strangely exaggerated, like a comic book come to life. Combined with Romero's unflinching direction, the violence hits with both shock and dark humor, creating a tone that swings between bleak and playful. Dawn of the Dead endures not just for its scares, but for its scope. It's epic, grotesque, funny, and tragic all at once, a film that proves horror can carry both entertainment and commentary without losing its edge. The mall becomes a microcosm of society, a place where survival, greed, and the inevitability of death all collide. Zombie, 1979. Lucio Fulci's Zombie, released as Zombie 2 in Italy to capitalize on Dawn of the Dead, is Italian gore cinema at its most uncompromising. A woman searches for her missing father on a Caribbean island and discovers it's overrun by the walking dead. Not Romero's social commentary zombies, but rotting corpses driven by pure hunger. What follows is relentless, graphic horror, where Fulci's camera lingers on decomposition, violence, and the breakdown of flesh. The film's most infamous sequence remains the splinter through the eyeball scene, excruciating, prolonged, and shot with medical precision that makes it genuinely difficult to watch. It's exploitation filmmaking that pushes past entertainment into something more punishing and visceral. The zombie makeup effects by Giannetto de Rossi are spectacularly grotesque. Worm-eaten corpses with exposed bone and rotting flesh that look genuinely decomposed. The underwater zombie versus shark sequence is practical effects madness. A real shark fighting a stuntman in zombie makeup that's as bizarre as it is impressively achieved. Fabio Frizzi's score adds dreamlike atmosphere that contrasts with the graphic violence. Tisa Farrow and Ian McCulloch play the investigators with appropriate seriousness, providing human anchor amid the carnage. Richard Johnson brings Shakespearean gravitas as the doctor fighting a losing battle against the outbreak. The tropical setting provides beautiful locations that Fulci fills with decay and horror. Zombie represents Italian horror's willingness to prioritize visceral impact over narrative coherence, creating an experience that assaults rather than entertains. It's Fulci's most famous work outside the Beyond, a film that proved gore could be both art and endurance test. Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, aka The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue, 1974. In the mid-70s, when zombie movies were starting to claw their way into horror history, Spain and Italy teamed up to give us Let Sleeping Corpses Lie. Directed by Jorge Grau, it takes the classic undead formula and gives it a fresh twist with a dose of environmental paranoia. The story follows George, played by Ray Lovelock, who's just trying to make his way through the English countryside. A chance run-in with a young woman named Edna, played by Christina Galbeau, ends up pulling him into something far darker than either of them could have expected. Local scientists are experimenting with a new kind of technology that uses ultrasonic radiation to kill insects. But of course, this being horror, that little invention has a side effect. It wakes up the dead. Suddenly, the quiet green countryside is crawling with flesh-hungry zombies. George and Edna find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, getting blamed for a string of murders while the real culprits, the undead, keep multiplying. Standing in their way is an inspector, played by Arthur Kennedy, whose arrogance and prejudice only make things worse. His refusal to see what's really happening turns him into almost as big a threat as the zombies themselves. What sets this one apart from other zombie flicks of the time is how it mixes social commentary with its scares. Grau uses the film to talk about pollution, technology, and the dangers of messing with nature. The English countryside looks gorgeous on screen, but it's constantly contrasted with gore and decay, driving home the film's ecological warning. And speaking of gore, the zombie attacks here are brutal and memorable, with some of the best practical effects of the era. It doesn't shy away from showing the flesh-eating horror, but it's never just shock for shock's sake. Everything ties back into that uneasy balance between humanity, science, and nature. Let Sleeping Corpses Lie is often compared to Romero's Night of the Living Dead, and while the influence is obvious, it brings its own flavor to the genre. It's atmospheric, it's unsettling, and it has just enough brains, no pun intended, to make it more than just another zombie movie. Nearly 50 years later, it still holds up as one of the standout Euro horror takes on the undead. If you're a fan of zombie cinema and you haven't checked it out, this one's absolutely worth digging up. The Grapes of Death, 1978. Elizabeth is boarding a train bound for a dream wedding, only to discover the countryside's turned into a nightmare. Jean Rollin's slow-burning ecological horror from 1978. It's a film that takes the tranquil French vineyard and flips it into a nightmare of bloody infections and creeping madness. The story follows Elizabeth, a city woman headed to meet her fiancé at his family's vineyard. But the train ride turns creepy fast. A traveler with a grotesque bleeding neck boards, and she witnesses something horrifying that explodes the tension, quickly transforming the film from a pastoral setting into an unsettling descent. Once she escapes, Elizabeth finds herself wandering into empty villages populated by locals suffering from gruesome boils and snarling disease. They stagger, haunted by the infection spreading like wild poison through their flesh. Roland crafts an environment that feels both dreamlike and relentless. Sunlit forests feel ominous, empty farmhouses feel alive with threat, and every rustle or distant cry transforms into something deeply unnerving. The infection. It turns out to come from pesticide-tainted grapes. That innocent vineyard now feels like a chemical trap, a realistic, all-too-timely twist that turns rural French charm into ecological dread. And Rollin doesn't stop there. In one chilling sequence, a zombie-like figure cradles its own decapitated head with regret, speaking in silent remorse before crawling away, a grotesque image that lingers. Rollin's direction thrives on contrasts. Elegant wide shots of vineyards drenched in sunlight suddenly give way to visceral gore, pus, blood, and pitchfork carnage, all rendered in a style that's as surreal as it is shocking. The pacing unnerves, tracking shots of empty corridors, isolated homes, and strange figures in windows build dread through atmosphere rather than cheap thrills. As much as it's a horror film, The Grapes of Death is also a cautionary tale, one about human hubris, careless chemical tampering, and the violence that blooms when you poison the land. Shockwaves, 1977. Paradise curdles fast when a tour boat runs aground near a decaying resort. The caretaker warns them to leave. The ocean goes unnaturally still. And then the figures appear, rising from the water in formation, goggle-eyed and silent, as if the sea itself is returning the past to shore. This is aquatic horror by way of war ghosts, disciplined, relentless, and eerily quiet. The movie trades jump scares for procession. Those slow, implacable marches through surf and mangrove, always closing distance, never hurrying. Sunlight is no protection here. The brightness only makes the shapes clearer. Performances sell the panic as options dwindle. Engines fail, radios die, and every path seems to lead back to the waterline. The cinematography builds a suffocating calm, lingering on horizon lines, and the mechanical precision of the stalkers. Sound design matters. No roar, just the slap of waves and the grind of old metal. Its lasting power is simple, an image you can't forget. The idea that something disciplined and dead has found you and will not stop. By the final act, escape feels like a math problem with no solution, just a countdown you hear in your own pulse. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, 1972. A theater troupe travels to a remote island cemetery for their director's twisted ritual, performing a ceremony to raise the dead as ultimate theatrical experience. What starts as elaborate prank becomes genuine nightmare when the dead actually rise and trap the group in a cottage, forcing them to survive until dawn. Bob Clark's early film operates as dark comedy horror, with surprising bite beneath its amateur aesthetics. Alan Ormsby, who also wrote the script, plays the insufferably theatrical director, whose arrogance and cruelty toward his troupe make him thoroughly unlikable. The supporting cast plays broadly, their performances matching the film's satirical edge about theater people and artistic pretension. The first half deliberately moves slowly, building character dynamics, and allowing the director's obnoxious behavior to create genuine audience desire for consequences. When the zombies finally rise, Clark stages their siege with real effectiveness despite obvious budget constraints. The makeup effects are crude, but achieve atmosphere through sheer commitment and numbers. The zombies move with genuine menace, surrounding the cottage in steadily growing horde. Clark shoots the nighttime sequences with genuinely eerie lighting, making the island feel isolated and dangerous. The dark comedy tone shifts into legitimate horror as the group realizes their situation is hopeless, and their director's arrogance has doomed them. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things gained cult status through midnight screenings and home video, appreciated for its mean-spirited humor and surprisingly effective zombie siege, despite clearly limited resources. Messiah of Evil, 1974. Late one night, a young woman drives up the California coast in search of her missing father, a painter who vanished in a seaside town that seems frozen in time. What she finds there isn't simply isolation. It's a place infected by something ancient, spreading quietly through its people, like a dream that's forgotten upon waking. Messiah of Evil is one of the great forgotten nightmares of the 1970s horror. A surreal, slow-motion descent into madness that feels more like a hallucination than a movie. Written and directed by Willard Huyck and Gloria Katz, it channels the detached unease of Carnival of Souls and the doomed coastal atmosphere of The Fog, years before Carpenter made it literal. Everything about the film feels wrong in the best way. The architecture, the silence, the faces that stare too long. Even its most grounded moments seem haunted, as if the town itself is watching. The standout scenes, a supermarket feeding frenzy, a movie theater drenched in red light, are pure cinematic nightmare fuel, burned into the minds of anyone who's seen them. It's quiet, beautiful, and terrifying in equal measure. Messiah of Evil isn't about jump scares or gore. It's about the feeling of being alone somewhere familiar that suddenly doesn't belong to you anymore. The Child, 1977. The Child is a slow-burning, unsettling horror that plays with the idea that innocence can hide something truly sinister. Directed by Robert Voskanian, the story follows Elysiane, a young woman who takes a job as a housekeeper at a remote farmhouse, tasked with looking after an 11-year-old girl named Rosalie. At first, Rosalie seems like any other child, quiet and polite, but it doesn't take long for Elysiane to notice something off. The girl's behavior is odd, her world filled with strange rituals and shadowy companions that don't quite seem human. As Elysiane digs deeper, she discovers that Rosalie's mother has recently died under mysterious circumstances, and that the child has a terrifying connection to the undead. The film thrives on atmosphere. The isolated farmhouse, the creaking floors, and the eerie sound design all contribute to a growing sense of unease. Even though the performances feel a bit uneven at times, the tension keeps you on edge, because you never quite know what Rosalie is capable of. As the story unfolds, Elysiane is drawn deeper into Rosalie's dark world. The child's supernatural influence becomes impossible to ignore, and the line between reality and horror blurs. The climax is intense, revealing just how malevolent Rosalie truly is, and cementing the film's eerie reputation. The Child may not be widely known, but it captures a distinctive 1970s low-budget horror vibe. Its combination of psychological tension and supernatural dread makes it a fascinating watch for fans of vintage horror looking for something offbeat and haunting. By the end, the film leaves you with that lingering feeling that even the most innocent faces can hide terrifying secrets, a darkness that stays with you long after the screen goes black. Eaten Alive, 1976. After the raw documentary feel of Chainsaw, Hooper pivoted to something more artificial and fever dream surreal with Eaten Alive. The film follows guests at a decrepit roadside motel run by Judd, an unhinged proprietor who feeds unlucky visitors to his pet crocodile living in the swamp below. It's Southern Gothic horror filtered through Technicolor madness, shot almost entirely on sound stages with artificial fog and garish lighting. Where Chainsaw felt like stumbling into hell, Eaten Alive feels like being trapped inside someone's psychotic break. Neville Brand plays Judd with wild-eyed intensity, muttering and raving as he stalks his property with a scythe. The theatrical setting, clearly fake trees, day-glow lighting, constant fog, creates disorientation rather than immersion. Nothing feels real, which somehow makes everything more disturbing. The cast includes genre legends: Mel Ferrer, Carolyn Jones, William Finley, and a young Robert Englund in an early role. Marilyn Burns returns from Chainsaw, trading one nightmare for another. Each character stumbles through Hooper's artificial swamp, like figures in a hallucination. Eaten Alive was rougher and meaner than audiences expected, earning mixed reactions on release. Time has been kinder. Its artificiality now reads as bold stylization rather than limitation. Hooper wasn't trying to recreate Chainsaw's realism. He was building a different kind of trap, one where reality itself had warped. The film remains a strange, unnerving detour in his filmography, proof that his vision could be just as unsettling when filtered through theatrical madness. Deathline, 1972. London Underground workers discover evidence of missing persons in abandoned tunnel sections, leading to the horrifying truth. A descendant of Victorian railway workers trapped in a 19th century cave-in has survived in the tunnels for generations, now a deformed cannibal hunting modern commuters for food and companionship. Gary Sherman's British horror operates as both creature feature and surprisingly empathetic tragedy. Donald Pleasance plays the detective investigating disappearances with working-class weariness, his performance grounded even as evidence points toward impossible explanations. David Ladd and Sharon Gurney portray the young couple who stumble into the creature's lair. Hugh Armstrong delivers remarkable performance as the tunnel dweller, playing him not as simple monster, but as damaged, lonely being, trying to survive using the only methods he knows. His attempts at speech, garbled, broken English mixed with animalistic sounds, make him pitiable despite his violence. Sherman shoots the London Underground with claustrophobic intensity, the tunnels becoming maze where civilization's veneer is stripped away. The practical makeup effects for the creature emphasize his humanity beneath deformity, rather than making him purely monstrous. The diseased, decaying woman he keeps as companion is disturbing precisely because it reveals his desperate need for connection. The film's most famous line, the creature's garbled "mind the doors," becomes tragic mimicry of railway announcements he's heard for decades. Deathline balances horror with unexpected compassion, understanding that monsters are often made by circumstance rather than born evil. The Amusement Park, 1975. An elderly man navigates a nightmarish amusement park where every attraction becomes a metaphor for the indignities, violence, and institutional cruelty inflicted upon the elderly in American society. What appears to be a simple day at the park transforms into a surreal journey through dehumanization, neglect, and systematic abuse. Directed by George A. Romero and commissioned by the Lutheran Service Society as an educational film about ageism, The Amusement Park is one of the most disturbing films ever made, and it was deemed too intense to be shown upon completion, remaining unreleased for decades. Romero takes the framework of a PSA and transforms it into psychological horror that's more unsettling than any zombie film he ever made. Lincoln Mazel, a non-professional actor, plays the elderly protagonist with heartbreaking vulnerability. He moves through the park's attractions, each one revealing another form of elder abuse, from financial exploitation to medical neglect to outright physical violence, with increasing confusion and despair. The performance is raw and genuine, making every humiliation land with uncomfortable force. Romero shoots the amusement park as a fever dream, using disorienting angles, harsh lighting, and overlapping sound design to create sensory overload. The attractions become increasingly nightmarish. A bumper car sequence turns into vehicular assault. A fortune teller delivers crushing mortality statistics. A motorcycle gang physically attacks the elderly for sport. Nothing is subtle. Everything is deliberately excessive. But the exaggeration reveals uncomfortable truths. The film's relentless bleakness and uncompromising vision made it unsaleable as educational material. But as horror cinema, it's devastatingly effective. The amusement park proves that real horror doesn't need supernatural elements, just an honest look at how society treats its most vulnerable. The Shout, 1978. In a quiet, windswept English village, Anthony Fielding, a composer fascinated by the boundaries of sound, and his wife Rachel live a life of serene routine until a stranger arrives, bringing with him a claim so outlandish it chills the soul. Charles Crossley is no ordinary traveler. He professes to wield a terrible ancient power, the ability to kill with a single piercing shout. What begins as polite hospitality quickly spirals into a tense, psychological dance as the couple is drawn into a world where logic and reason are pushed to their limits. The film's atmosphere is unforgettable. The Devon coastline stretches wide and lonely, its rugged cliffs and misty landscapes serving as a perfect backdrop for escalating dread. Inside their home, shadows gather in the corners, and everyday sounds, the hum of a refrigerator, the scratch of a piano key, take on a sinister weight. The score, crafted by Genesis members Tony Banks and Mike Rutherford, pulses with an eerie, otherworldly energy, amplifying the tension in ways that are subtle but unforgettable. Each frame seems to whisper that danger is always just beyond perception, that the mind can be both a sanctuary and a prison. At its core, The Shout is a study of power, control, and the fragility of human consciousness. Crossley's presence forces Anthony and Rachel, and the audience, to confront the terrifying possibility that the unseen can dominate the known, that fear itself can become a weapon. The performances are hypnotic, with Alan Bates's enigmatic menace, and John Hurt's restrained terror anchoring the story in a way that feels almost tangible. By the time the story reaches its unsettling conclusion, the film has done more than just scare. It lingers, echoing in the imagination, like the very shout it portrays. The Shout is a masterpiece of psychological horror, a film that uses silence, suggestion, and atmosphere to haunt long after the credits roll. Let's Scare Jessica to Death, 1971. Some horror films rely on monsters, blood, or loud jump scares. Let's Scare Jessica to Death isn't one of them. Instead, it creeps under your skin slowly, leaving you unsure of what's real and what's imagined. The movie follows Jessica, played brilliantly by Zora Lampert, who moves with her husband to a quiet farmhouse in the countryside. She's just come out of a stay in a psychiatric hospital, and this new life is supposed to be a fresh start. But almost immediately, Jessica begins hearing whispers, seeing things she can't explain, and feeling like something or someone is watching her. Soon she crosses paths with a strange young woman who may not be who she seems. Is this newcomer a ghost, a vampire, or just another trick of Jessica's fragile mind? That's the unsettling tension that drives the entire film. What makes Let's Scare Jessica to Death so powerful isn't big flashy scares. It's the atmosphere. The farmhouse and its surroundings are shot in this eerie, dreamlike way where even silence feels threatening. The soundtrack, filled with hushed voices and strange noises, only makes you feel more trapped in Jessica's unraveling world. At its core, the film is about the fear of losing control of your own mind. The horror doesn't come from an external monster, but from not knowing whether what you're experiencing is real. Lampert's performance nails this. Her fragile, haunted presence keeps you hooked and unsettled from start to finish. By the time the credits roll, the film doesn't give you easy answers. Instead, it leaves you with a lingering unease, the kind that sticks with you long after. Let's Scare Jessica to Death is one of those quiet horror gems that proves you don't need buckets of gore to terrify. All it takes is mood, paranoia, and the terrifying possibility that the real horror is in your own head. House, 1977. Few films capture the spirit of experimental horror quite like Nobuhiko Obayashi's House. Released in Japan in 1977, it's a kaleidoscope of surreal imagery, bizarre comedy, and nightmare logic that defies traditional genre boundaries. What begins as a simple story, a group of schoolgirls traveling to a countryside home for vacation, quickly spirals into one of the most inventive and unpredictable horror films ever made. The plot follows Gorgeous, a teenage girl who brings her friends to visit her aunt's secluded mansion. Once inside, the house itself becomes a predator, consuming the girls one by one in increasingly outrageous and imaginative ways. A piano devours a character mid-song, a severed head floats and bites, and even the cat, Blanche, reveals supernatural menace. Obayashi was originally a commercial director, and he brings that sensibility here. Rapid editing, animated inserts, wild optical effects, and exaggerated performances combine to create a dreamlike, almost cartoonish atmosphere. Yet beneath the campy surface lies something darker, an allegory rooted in post-war Japan, with themes of loss, trauma, and the lingering shadow of Hiroshima shaping the film's eccentric energy. House is less about coherent storytelling and more about pure cinematic experience. It's horror as pop art, blending terror with laughter and absurdity with tragedy. Audiences either adore it or find it incomprehensible, but there's no denying its influence. In the decades since, it has developed a massive cult following, celebrated for its originality and fearless disregard for convention. The Witch Who Came from the Sea, 1976. The Witch Who Came from the Sea explores how trauma can fester and shape a person in terrifying ways. Directed by Matt Cimber, the film follows Molly, played by Millie Perkins, A woman struggling to navigate adulthood while haunted by a childhood marked by abuse and neglect. As the story unfolds, Molly's inner pain begins to surface in dark and violent ways. She embarks on a murder spree, targeting men who she feels have wronged her, and the film blends elements of horror with psychological drama. It's less about jump scares and more about the unsettling weight of a mind twisted by past trauma. Simber's direction, alongside Robert Tom's screenplay, creates a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere that keeps the audience on edge. The coastal settings are captured in all their gritty, windswept eeriness, emphasizing the isolation and emotional turbulence that Molly experiences. Millie Perkins delivers a layered performance, portraying Molly's vulnerability and simmering rage with quiet intensity. The film's shocking moments are punctuated by a sense of melancholy and unease, challenging conventional horror tropes and giving the story a reflective, almost poetic edge. While it courted controversy upon release for its graphic and psychologically intense content, the film stands out in the exploitation genre as something more introspective and disturbing than many of its contemporaries. It's a story about the long shadow of trauma, the complexities of vengeance, and the thin line between victim and perpetrator. By the end, The Witch Who Came from the Sea leaves a lasting impression. It's haunting, thought-provoking, and deeply unsettling, a film that lingers in your mind as you reflect on Molly's journey and the darkness that can arise when pain goes unresolved. Symptoms, 1974. Symptoms is one of those haunting psychological horror films that creeps under your skin slowly, almost without you realizing it. Directed by José Ramón Larraz, the story follows Helen, played by Angela Pleasance, who invites her friend Anne to spend some time with her in a sprawling but isolated English country mansion. At first, everything seems quiet and almost idyllic, but that calm doesn't last. From the moment Anne arrives, it's clear something isn't quite right. Helen's behavior is strange, shifting from warmth to coldness in an instant, and the house itself feels weighed down by secrets. The woods surrounding the estate add to the atmosphere, beautiful but oppressive, almost as if they're hiding something sinister. What makes Symptoms so effective is the way it builds unease through suggestion rather than spectacle. The tension grows out of small details. An odd look, a sudden mood swing, a shadow moving in the background. Angela Pleasance gives a mesmerizing performance, her fragile voice and unsettling presence pulling the viewer into Helen's disturbed world. As the days pass, Anne starts to uncover pieces of Helen's past, and it becomes clear that the mansion holds dark memories of betrayal, loss, and obsession. The line between reality and delusion blurs, and what begins as a quiet retreat spirals into something far more disturbing. Larraz's direction emphasizes atmosphere over shock. Long silences, the muted sounds of nature, and the slow pacing combine to create a sense of dread that lingers. When violence does break through, it feels all the more shocking because of the quiet that surrounds it. By the end, Symptoms leaves you with the unsettling sense that you've spent time inside a mind unraveling. It's a film that doesn't just scare, it unsettles, sticking with you long after it's over. For fans of psychological horror, it's a hidden gem, rich in atmosphere and dripping with unease. The Perfume of the Lady in Black, 1974. A research chemist begins experiencing strange visions tied to her childhood and the death of her mother. A mysterious woman in black appears again and again, and everyday reality starts to feel unreliable. Conversations don't line up, memories feel altered, and familiar people seem subtly different. As the episodes intensify, she suspects she's being drawn into a hidden occult circle. though the film keeps open the possibility that her mind is simply breaking under buried trauma. The uncertainty becomes the engine of the suspense, with each scene adding doubt instead of clarity. Directed by Francesco Barilli, this Italian psychological horror film leans away from standard giallo mystery mechanics and toward mood and subjectivity. The lead performance carries nearly every frame, charting a believable emotional unraveling without exaggeration. Supporting characters are written with deliberate ambiguity, keeping motives unclear. The visual style is dreamlike and fragmented. Distorted angles, color accents, and memory flash cuts mirror the character's mental state. Effects are minimal, with unease built through editing and staging rather than spectacle. European city locations add a quiet Gothic texture. It's a slow-burn psychological horror piece with art house sensibility. Eerie, interpretive, and built on sustained paranoia rather than shocks. Lisa and the Devil, 1973. Lisa and the Devil, directed by Mario Bava in 1973, is a surreal, nightmarish exploration of Gothic horror that thrives on ambiguity and dreamlike terror. The film follows Lisa, a young woman trapped in a mansion filled with sinister figures, ghostly apparitions, and cryptic rituals. Time and space distort as she moves through the house, creating a disorienting sense of inescapable doom where reality bends and the living coexist uneasily with the dead. Bava's visual mastery dominates every frame. Candlelit halls, deep shadows, and vivid, almost painterly colors immerse the viewer in an environment that feels both beautiful and dangerous. Figures appear and vanish without explanation, and the narrative is intentionally fragmented, enhancing the dreamlike quality. The mansion itself becomes a character, labyrinthine, oppressive, and alive with malevolent intent. The film thrives on psychological tension rather than overt violence. Lisa's journey is as much about navigating fear and isolation as it is about escaping literal danger. Themes of repression, forbidden desire, and fate intertwine, making every encounter feel layered and unpredictable. The combination of horror, surrealism, and the Gothic aesthetic places Lisa and the Devil squarely in the realm of VHS-era oddities. Films meant to captivate, disturb, and leave a lasting impression. By the end, the mansion's horrors linger in the mind, not just through fear but through fascination. Lisa and the Devil is a hypnotic, unsettling experience. A prime example of the type of strange, unforgettable horror that make obscure movies so endlessly compelling. Footprints on the Moon, 1975. A translator wakes up with no memory of the past 3 days, plagued by fragments of a disturbing science fiction film she can't remember watching. Following cryptic clues and half-remembered images, she travels to a desolate coastal town where the residents seem to know her. But she has no recollection of ever being there before. Directed by Luigi Bazzoni and co-written by Mario Finelli, Footprints on the Moon, original title Le Orme, is one of Italian cinema's most haunting psychological mysteries, a film that operates more like a waking nightmare, where nothing is quite reliable and every answer leads to more unsettling questions. Florinda Bolkan gives a mesmerizing performance as Alice, embodying confusion and dread with quiet intensity. She moves through the film like someone trying to wake from a dream they're not sure is theirs, constantly off balance in environments that should be familiar but feel fundamentally wrong. Klaus Kinski appears in brief but unforgettable sequences from the fictional film within a film, playing an astronaut abandoned on the moon, imagery that mirrors Alice's own isolation and abandonment. Cinematographer Vittorio Storaro bathes everything in amber light and deep shadows, creating a sun-bleached Mediterranean setting. The film refuses easy explanations, embracing ambiguity and dream logic in ways that frustrated some audiences but captivated others. It's horror as existential mystery, less interested in monsters than in the terror of losing yourself completely. The Other, 1972. Twin boys live on a rural Connecticut farm in the 1930s, one outgoing and mischievous, the other withdrawn and disturbed. After a series of tragic accidents plague the family, Their grandmother begins teaching them an old family game involving projecting consciousness into other beings. Robert Mulligan adapts Thomas Tryan's novel into slow-burn psychological horror that reveals its cards gradually. Chris and Martin Udvarnaki play the twins with unsettling authenticity, their performances capturing childhood dynamics while hinting at something profoundly wrong. Uta Hagen delivers a powerful turn as the Russian grandmother whose mystical teachings might have unleashed something dangerous. Diana Muldaur and John Ritter populate the family with characters whose fates become increasingly grim as the summer progresses. Mulligan shoots the period setting with Norman Rockwell beauty that makes the horror more disturbing by contrast. The rural farm should be idyllic childhood paradise, but cinematographer Robert Surtees captures shadows and spaces that feel threatening. Jerry Goldsmith's score adds layers of unease to scenes that appear innocent on surface. The film builds dread through suggestion and behavioral observation rather than explicit violence, trusting audiences to piece together what's happening. The climax delivers both revelation and genuine horror, recontextualizing everything that came before. The other represents intelligent literary horror, translated to film with patience and craft, never condescending to audiences or simplifying complex psychological territory. Lamora, A Child's Tale of the Supernatural, 1973. In the quiet shadows of the Depression-era South, a young girl named Lila Lee receives a letter from her estranged father, a fugitive hiding in a forgotten town, surrounded by swamps and secrets. Her journey to find him leads her far from innocence and into the clutches of a mysterious woman named Lamora, whose Gothic mansion hides something ancient, alluring, and unspeakably corrupt. Lamora, A Child's Tale of the Supernatural is unlike anything else from the 1970s horror scene, a haunting mix of Southern Gothic, fairy tale, and fever dream. Directed by Richard Blackburn, it walks a razor's edge between beauty and decay, mixing religious imagery with dreamlike menace. Leslie Taplin's performance as Lamora radiates both charm and danger, while Cheryl Smith brings heartbreaking vulnerability to Lila's descent into darkness. The film's low budget only adds to its atmosphere. Grainy textures and soft lighting create a hazy, otherworldly feel, like a nightmare half-remembered. Beneath its strange elegance lies a coming-of-age story twisted into something deeply unsettling, where purity and corruption blur into the same haunting vision. Lamora isn't for everyone, but for those drawn to ethereal, uncanny horror, it's a rare gem, a hypnotic journey through innocence lost, faith tested, and the seductive power of the unknown. Warlock Moon, 1973. A young college student takes a spontaneous trip with a charming stranger to explore an abandoned spa resort deep in the countryside. The place is beautiful in a faded, ghostly way. Crumbling walls, empty pools, a ballroom still echoing with forgotten music. But the longer they stay, the clearer it becomes that the ruins aren't empty at all, and something within them has been waiting. Warlock Moon is one of those eerie, offbeat relics of early 70s horror, part ghost story, part backwoods nightmare. Directed by Bill Verne, it blends the innocent tone of a made-for-TV mystery with sudden bursts of grindhouse dread. Laurie Walters gives the film a real sense of vulnerability, her curiosity turning slowly into fear, while Joe Spano's easy charm masks something you can't quite place until it's too late. Shot with muted colors and quiet pacing, it feels less like a traditional horror movie and more like a bad dream that keeps changing shape. You're never sure if you're watching a love story, a ghost story, or a trap closing in slow motion. It's cheap, strange, and uneven. But that's what makes it work. Warlock Moon feels haunted by its own uncertainty, caught between the romantic and the macabre, and somehow finding something memorable in the middle of both. Silent Running, 1972. In a future where Earth's forests have been destroyed, the last remnants of nature are preserved in massive greenhouse domes floating in space. Freeman Lowell, a botanist aboard one of these ships, devotes his life to protecting the fragile ecosystems inside. When orders come down to destroy the domes and return the vessel to commercial use, Lowell makes a desperate choice that sets him on a solitary journey to preserve what's left of Earth's wilderness. Directed by Douglas Trumbull, the special effects wizard behind 2001: A Space Odyssey, Silent Running is both a technical marvel and an emotional story. Bruce Dern delivers a powerful performance as Lowell, a man whose passion for the forests slowly gives way to obsession and loneliness. His only companions are three drone robots, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, whose simple, almost childlike presence adds both humor and heartbreaking poignancy. The film's visuals are striking, with lush gardens floating against the cold backdrop of space. Trumbull's effects, combined with a haunting score by Peter Schickele and songs performed by Joan Baez, create a mood that is equal parts beautiful and melancholy. While not a box office hit on release, Silent Running grew in stature over time, especially on television and home video, where its environmental message resonated with new generations. Today it stands as one of the most thoughtful science fiction films of the 1970s, a meditation on isolation, ecology, and the human cost of progress. Its imagery of fragile forests drifting through space remains as haunting as ever. Rollerball, 1975. In the future, nations have given way to corporations, and the masses are kept pacified by a violent sport known as rollerball. A brutal mix of hockey, roller derby, and gladiatorial combat, the game is designed to celebrate teamwork while crushing individuality. But when star player Jonathan E., played by James Caan, becomes too popular, the corporate elite decide it's time to retire him permanently. Directed by Norman Jewison, Rollerball blends dystopian spectacle with sharp social critique. Caan gives one of his most memorable performances as Jonathan, a man who never set out to challenge the system, but finds himself forced to confront the very structure that props him up. John Houseman adds icy gravitas as Bartholomew, the corporate figure determined to remind Jonathan who really holds the power. The film's centerpiece, of course, is the game itself. Staged with bone-crunching intensity, the rollerball matches are violent, fast, and unforgettable, showing players hurtling on skates and motorcycles while armed with spiked gloves. Each new round grows bloodier as the rules are stripped away, until survival itself becomes the only goal. Beyond the action, the film explores themes of control, freedom, and the dangers of entertainment as a tool for domination. Its vision of a corporate-controlled future proved ahead of its time, influencing countless later dystopias. Today, it stands as one of the definitive sci-fi films of the 1970s, both a thrilling sports spectacle and a chilling warning about the cost of surrendering individuality. The Man Who Fell to Earth, 1976. In The Man Who Fell to Earth, we meet Thomas Jerome Newton, portrayed by the iconic David Bowie. This film, released in 1976, blends elements of drama and science fiction, creating a narrative that is both intriguing and complex. Newton, an alien from a dying planet, arrives on Earth with a mission: to find a way to transport water back home. But as he navigates human society, he encounters challenges that stem from his own alien nature, a burgeoning romance with Mary Lou, played by Candy Clark, and the greed of those around him. The film's unique visual style captures the essence of the 1970s, with Rogue's bold editing and striking cinematography immersing viewers in Newton's disorienting experience. Throughout the film, we see a deep exploration of themes like isolation and the corrupting influence of capitalism. Notably, the film's structure is non-linear, often leaving audiences with more questions than answers. The juxtaposition of time and the surreal imagery heighten the sense of alienation, making it a true cult classic. Despite mixed reviews upon its release, The Man Who Fell to Earth has garnered a dedicated following over the years, attributed to its artistic ambition and Bowie's enigmatic performance. With a runtime of 2 hours and 19 minutes, it's a film that invites reflection and discussion long after the credits roll. If you're looking for a thought-provoking journey through the lens of sci-fi and art, this film is a must-watch. A Boy and His Dog, 1975. In A Boy and His Dog, directed by L.Q. Jones, we journey into a dystopian future where society has crumbled following World War IV. The film, based on a novella by Harlan Ellison, showcases a post-apocalyptic world where survival is an everyday struggle. The story follows Vic, played by Don Johnson, a young man wandering the barren landscapes of Arizona, accompanied by his telepathic dog, Blood. Their bond is uniquely formed, with Blood providing both companionship and guidance as they scavenge for food and navigate the dangers of their harsh environment. As the film unfolds, the duo's journey takes a darker turn when they encounter a mysterious underground society. This leads them into a web of intrigue and peril, challenging their survival instincts and testing the limits of their friendship. The film is notable for its dark humor and satirical take on human nature, with Blood often delivering witty commentary that adds a layer of complexity to the narrative. While some may find the pacing uneven, the film's inventive premise and unique character dynamics keep it engaging. With a runtime of just 91 minutes, A Boy and His Dog stands out as a cult classic, appreciated for its exploration of themes like loyalty, survival, and the absurdity of human behavior. It's a thought-provoking piece that invites viewers to reflect on the nature of companionship in a world stripped of civilization. If you're looking for a film that combines dark comedy with sci-fi elements, this one is definitely worth checking out. Damnation Alley, 1977. After a global nuclear war, the Earth is left a wasteland of violent weather, shifting landscapes, and mutant creatures. A small group of military survivors sets out on a desperate journey across the ruined United States in search of one of the last pockets of civilization. Their only hope lies in the Landmaster, a massive, all-terrain vehicle built to withstand the dangers of the New World. Directed by Jack Smite, Damnation Alley is based on a novel by Roger Zelazny and stars John Michael Vincent, George Peppard, and Dominique Sanda. The dynamic between Vincent's rebellious Tanner and Peppard's by-the-book Denton gives the film its backbone, while the Landmaster itself, with its rolling tri-wheel design, became an icon of post-apocalyptic cinema. The film blends adventure with spectacle, delivering sequences of giant cockroaches, sandstorms, and lightning-choked skies. Though its special effects show their age, there's a scrappy charm in its attempt to visualize a broken world. While overshadowed at release by Star Wars, which came out the same year, Damnation Alley found a second life, with cult audiences who embraced its mix of survival tale, oddball visuals, and eccentric energy. The Landmaster in particular lived on in fan memory, becoming almost as famous as the film itself. Today it stands as a flawed but fascinating entry in 70s science fiction, a wild ride through a vision of the end times that's equal parts bleak and adventurous. ZPG, Zero Population Growth, 1972. In a future ravaged by pollution and overpopulation, the world's governments impose the harshest law imaginable: no more children. For 30 years, childbirth is outlawed, and couples must make do with lifelike robotic dolls instead of raising families. But when one couple dares to defy the ban and secretly bring a child into the world, they set themselves against a system willing to do anything to maintain control. Directed by Michael Campus, ZPG, also released under the alternate title Dead Planet, stars Geraldine Chaplin and Oliver Reed as the desperate parents, balancing their love for their child with the terror of being discovered. Don Gordon and Diane Salento appear as neighbors whose suspicion slowly closes in, tightening the noose around the couple's fragile secret. The film is steeped in bleak imagery, smog-choked skies, sterile living spaces, and the eerie presence of replacement dolls, all reinforcing a future drained of humanity. The tension builds not through spectacle, but through the everyday paranoia of hiding something as natural as a child in a world that has outlawed it. Though critics at the time were divided, the movie struck a chord with audiences who discovered it later, particularly during the VHS era, as an unsettling reflection of environmental and political anxieties of the 1970s. Today, ZPG endures as a haunting dystopian vision, a story about control, survival, and the fundamental human drive to keep life going, even in the bleakest of times. Colossus, The Forbidden Project, 1970. In a bid to end the threat of nuclear war, the United States unveils Colossus, a massive supercomputer designed to control the nation's nuclear arsenal. Its creator, Dr. Charles Forbin, played by Eric Braeden, believes he's built the ultimate safeguard for humanity. But when Colossus discovers a Soviet counterpart and the two machines link up, the system quickly evolves beyond its programming, deciding that the only path to peace is absolute control. Directed by Joseph Sargent, The Forbidden Project is a chilling vision of artificial intelligence decades before it became a real-world concern. Braden gives Forbin a cool intelligence that slowly unravels as he realizes he's become a prisoner of his own creation. Susan Clark and Gordon Pinsent round out the cast, caught between loyalty to their government and fear of the machine that now holds the world hostage. The film is spare but deeply unsettling, relying less on spectacle and more on the escalating tension between man and machine. Colossus never needs a face or a body. Its disembodied voice and relentless logic are more terrifying than any monster. The final revelation, where Colossus promises a future of enforced peace, lingers long after the credits roll. Though overshadowed by flashier sci-fi of the era, Colossus endures as one of the most intelligent and unnerving takes on technology run amok. It remains a stark reminder of the thin line between protection and control, and the dangers of building something you can't shut down. Fantastic Planet, 1973. On a distant planet, towering blue humanoids known as drags treat humans, called Oms, as curiosities, pets, or pests. What begins as quiet observation slowly mutates into rebellion, as the Oms steal knowledge and organize resistance. The result is science fiction stripped of comfort, operating as allegory, nightmare, and meditation all at once. Roland Topor's designs ensure nothing ever feels familiar. The drags move with serene, shark-like grace, while the world around them crawls with impossible life. Plants that devour, creatures that pulse, landscapes that seem alive and hostile. Cutout animation exaggerates the uncanny, making even simple gestures feel unnatural. Paired with Alain Goraguer's drifting jazz score, the film sustains a hypnotic unease from beginning to end. The political subtext is deliberate and unavoidable. Oppression here is casual, systemic, and justified through perceived superiority. The Om's evolution from pets to revolutionaries mirrors cycles of colonization and resistance, but Lalu avoids lectures. Meaning accumulates through imagery, repetition, and discomfort rather than exposition. Though its American release was limited, the film found longevity through midnight screenings and college circuits, championed by audiences searching for animation that challenged rather than soothed. Decades later, it remains defiantly alien, a vision that still refuses to soften its edges. Invasion of the Bee-Girls, 1973. When a series of mysterious deaths begins to plague a small California town, the victims all share one strange detail. Each man has literally been loved to death. The investigation leads to a secret research facility experimenting with radiation and genetics, where a seductive swarm of women may hold the key to the mystery. These aren't femme fatales in the usual sense. They're something far more dangerous and far less human. Invasion of the Bee-Girls is a strange hybrid of science fiction, erotic thriller, and low-budget paranoia, a kind of drive-in mutation of Village of the Damned and The Stepford Wives. Directed by Dennis Sanders and written by Nicholas Meyer before Star Trek II fame, it turns its pulpy premise into a surprisingly sharp satire about fear of female sexuality and scientific overreach. The film's tone swings from dead-serious investigation to absurd B-movie excess. But it's that inconsistency that gives it life. The crisp 70s cinematography, sterile laboratories, and sun-baked exteriors all hide a pulsing weirdness underneath. It's the kind of movie that feels both trashy and smart. One foot in exploitation, the other in commentary. Invasion of the Bee-Girls isn't subtle, but it's unforgettable. A buzzing, bizarre time capsule of 1970s genre filmmaking at its most unapologetically strange. The Humanoid, 1979. A tyrant seeks galactic domination through enhanced soldiers and overwhelming force. At the center stands a towering humanoid weapon, created to obey, engineered for destruction. But awareness creeps in, and with it comes the possibility of choice. Directed by Aldo Lado under the name George B. Lewis, the film lands squarely in the wave of international space adventures that followed the late 70s sci-fi boom. Richard Keel's physical presence gives the humanoid immediate impact, while the surrounding cast delivers performances in the familiar dubbed style of Italian co-productions. Miniature ships, optical lasers, and practical costumes form the backbone of the spectacle. The designs clearly echo bigger-budget inspirations. But the film compensates with energy and sincerity. Action sequences stick to straightforward model work and staged combat rather than complex visual trickery. The humanoid doesn't hide its influences. Instead, it stands as an example of how global film industries responded to the same cinematic moment. It's earnest, derivative, and undeniably part of that late 70s space ripple effect. Star Crash, 1978. In a galaxy of flashing lights and wild imagination, space outlaw Stella Star and her partner Acton are recruited to stop a cosmic tyrant whose superweapon threatens the universe. Along the way, they encounter Amazons, stop-motion monsters, and even a robot cop with a southern drawl, all leading to a final battle that feels ripped straight from a pulp magazine cover. Directed by Luigi Cozzi, Star Crash is Italy's most infamous answer to Star Wars. Caroline Munro shines as Stella, clad in eye-catching space gear and embodying the fearless heroine. She's joined by Marjoe Gortner as the psychic Acton, Judd Hamilton as the loyal robot Elle, and a young David Hasselhoff as a prince caught in the fight against evil. Christopher Plummer adds unexpected gravitas as the Emperor, delivering lines with Shakespearean weight amid the chaos. The film thrives on spectacle over logic. Laser battles, colorful planets, and outrageous costumes fill nearly every frame. The effects may be crude, but their charm is undeniable, with Cozzi's love of pulp adventure bursting through the screen. Though dismissed by critics at the time, Star Crash became a cult favorite on late-night TV and VHS shelves, embraced by fans for its unrestrained creativity and campy energy. Today, it stands as one of the most delightfully eccentric sci-fi films of the 1970s. A cosmic fever dream where sincerity and absurdity collide in equal measure. Message from Space, 1978. Prophecy drives this one. The planet Gelusia is under siege, and salvation depends on 8 warriors identified by glowing liabe seeds that travel across space to find their chosen heroes. Those heroes aren't noble knights. They're reluctant, mismatched figures pulled together by fate. Kinji Fukasaku directs with kinetic energy, blending space fantasy with samurai sensibilities. Vic Morrow anchors the international cast, while Japanese action stars bring physicality and intensity to the ensemble. The performances range from earnest to theatrical, but the tone stays committed to adventure. The visual identity sets it apart. Ships shaped like wooden galleons sail through the cosmos, and miniature work powers large-scale battles. Wire-assisted action and dynamic staging give the ground sequences momentum, while costume design merges science fiction with feudal aesthetics. Message from Space may have arrived during a global sci-fi surge, but it filters those influences through a distinctly Japanese lens. The result is colorful, ambitious, and visually memorable, one of the most striking international space adventures of its era. Dark Star, 1974. Dark Star is a cult classic directed by John Carpenter, blending science fiction, parody, and dark comedy. Released in 1974, this 83-minute film takes a humorous and satirical look at space travel and the absurdities of life aboard a spaceship. The story follows a small crew on a decades-long mission to destroy unstable planets. As they drift through the far reaches of space, their mission becomes increasingly chaotic, revealing the crew's interactions and the challenges they face, particularly with an alien creature that causes unexpected troubles. The film is notable for its low-budget charm and creative special effects. showcasing Carpenter's early directorial talent. With a unique blend of slapstick humor and philosophical musings, Dark Star critiques the mundane aspects of space exploration and the human condition. Starring Dan O'Bannon, who also co-wrote the film, the characters are quirky and relatable, making their absurd situations all the more entertaining. The dialogue is filled with memorable exchanges, particularly between Lieutenant Doolittle and the ship's bomb, which leads to some thought-provoking and comedic moments. With an IMDb rating of 6.1, Dark Star has earned a place in the hearts of fans for its originality and humor. It's a film that invites viewers to appreciate the lighter side of sci-fi while also pondering deeper existential questions. If you're looking for a film that combines humor, creativity, and a touch of surrealism, Dark Star is definitely worth a watch. Killdozer, 1974. There are few titles in the history of television horror that promise as much as Killdozer, and remarkably, the film delivers on every bit of its absurd, high-concept premise. Based on Theodore Sturgeon's cult classic novella, the story follows a construction crew on a remote island who accidentally unearth an extraterrestrial force that possesses a massive D9 bulldozer. What follows is exactly what you signed up for. A group of rugged blue-collar workers being methodically hunted across a barren worksite by a piece of heavy machinery that simply refuses to stop. The brilliance, or perhaps the sheer audacity, of Killdozer lies in its total commitment to the bit. There is no attempt to humanize the killer machine. It is a cold, mechanical, and unstoppable force. Jerry London's direction leans into the isolation of the setting, using the vast, empty landscapes and the lumbering, deliberate pace of the bulldozer to build a unique sense of dread. It transforms the most mundane of construction tools into a terrifying, lumbering slasher, creating a tension that is rooted in the helplessness of the characters when confronted by something they cannot reason with, shoot, or outrun. While it is undeniably a product of its time, complete with the dated wardrobe, 70s-style dialogue, and the deliberate pacing of a mid-70s movie of the week, there is a strange hypnotic quality to the film. It represents a brief, beautiful moment in genre history where a network executive could greenlight a movie about a haunted tractor and treat it with a straight face. For those who appreciate the nature runs amok subgenre, even when the nature is a hunk of yellow steel, Killdozer is an essential, iconic slice of 1970s weirdness that remains unmatched in its singular, uncompromising premise. Quintet, 1979. In a frozen post-apocalyptic wasteland, survivors huddle inside decaying buildings while the outside world is consumed by endless ice. Into this bleak setting wanders Essex, played by Paul Newman, a man searching for meaning in a world where hope is nearly gone. He discovers that the few remaining people occupy their time with a deadly board game called Quintet, one that soon spills into real life, where players eliminate not just pieces, but each other. Directed by Robert Altman, Quintet is as much an art film as it is science fiction. Newman brings a weary gravitas to Essex, while Fernando Rey, Vittorio Gassman, and Brigitte Fossey appear as fellow players, caught up in the lethal contest. The cast's performances emphasize the sense of decay and futility, as though the entire human race has become trapped in an unwinnable game. The film's style is stark and experimental. Altman uses wide, empty shots of ruined cities, often framed through frosted glass or blurred edges, to evoke the sense of a world collapsing into obscurity. The rules of the game itself are deliberately cryptic, forcing viewers to share Essex's confusion as he struggles to understand what's at stake. Bleak, slow, and surreal, Quintet divided audiences on release. Some dismissed it as cold and impenetrable, while others praised its haunting atmosphere and philosophical ambition. Over time, it's developed a reputation as one of the most unusual films in Altman's career. Less a straightforward narrative and more a meditation on survival, chance, and the inevitability of death. Shivers, 1975. Cronenberg's first major feature, Shivers, feels like a virus that escaped from both a lab and the filmmaker's imagination. Set in a high-rise apartment complex, it follows the spread of a parasite that turns its victims into violent versions of themselves. What begins as a sterile medical experiment quickly devolves into a contained apocalypse, a world where infection and desire become the same thing. Shot in Montreal on a modest budget, Shivers introduced nearly all of Cronenberg's lifelong obsessions: transformation, the breakdown of the body, and the collision of science and instinct. The building itself becomes a living organism, its plumbing pulsing with infection, its residents shedding civilization one floor at a time. It's clinical and disgusting, intellectual and feral, often in the same frame. The film caused outrage on release, with critics calling it obscene, nihilistic, even dangerous, a warning about how easily technology, science, and human appetite can intertwine. Every scream and every slick crawling parasite paved the way for what would become Cronenberg's defining idea: that the horror of the future isn't something that attacks us from the outside. It grows from within. Shivers wasn't just the start of a career, it was the inflection point for an entire subgenre, the birth of body horror. Rabid, 1977. Rabid takes the ideas that Shivers introduced and pushes them into the streets. What was once contained within a high-rise has now spilled into the open, infecting the city itself. Marilyn Chambers stars as Rose, a young woman injured in a motorcycle accident who becomes the subject of an experimental surgical procedure. The operation saves her life, but leaves her with a new appetite for blood and a strange mutation growing beneath her arm. Cronenberg uses this setup to explore how infection spreads through a society desperate for control. The parasites in Shivers represented desire. Here, the disease becomes a metaphor for panic, for the collapse of trust in medicine and government. As Rose feeds, chaos blooms. The film moves like a contagion. Sterile clinics, suburban streets, and subway cars all blur together into one sick organism devouring itself. Chambers, known mostly for her work in adult films, gives the movie an eerie vulnerability. She's both victim and vector, unaware of the horror she's causing, which makes her story tragic instead of monstrous. Cronenberg's direction is colder here, more confident, trading shock for inevitability. Rabid feels like the moment his world fully formed, clean, modern, and quietly diseased. Released during the rise of viral paranoia and bioengineering fears, it caught something in the cultural bloodstream that never went away. Every later film, The Fly, Videodrome, even Crash, owes a piece of itself to the nightmare that began with Rose's new hunger. The Brood, 1979. If Shivers and Rabid were about infection, The Brood is about emotional contagion. Rage is a disease that can literally reproduce itself. It's Cronenberg's most personal horror film, written during his own divorce and custody battle, and it feels like it. On the surface, it's the story of a controversial psychiatrist who treats trauma through a technique called psychoplasmics, which allows patients to manifest their suppressed emotions physically. But when one of his patients, Nola Carveth, begins to externalize her rage, the results aren't symbolic. They're alive. Her emotions give birth to deformed, sexless children who act out her anger in the real world, attacking those who've wronged her. What should play as absurd instead becomes deeply disturbing. The Brood captures a new kind of horror. Domestic, psychological, but brutally physical. The clinical spaces, cold lighting, and emotional detachment make every outburst feel surgical. Samantha Eggar's performance as Nola is unforgettable, controlled one moment, unhinged the next, while Oliver Reed's calm manipulation is the madness in quiet authority. Cronenberg's fascination with body as mind takes full shape here. Every bruise, every wound, every mutation becomes a reflection of repressed feeling. The film's infamous final reveal remains one of the most shocking and symbolic moments in 1970s. Horror, grotesque, intimate, and tragic all at once. The Brood is pure Cronenberg. Intelligent, unsettling, and emotionally raw. It's the film where his themes stopped being theory and became flesh, marking the point where psychological horror turned literally inside out. It's Alive, 1974. Larry Cohen's It's Alive is monster movie as family horror, exploring parental responsibility when your newborn is a fanged, clawed creature that slaughters the delivery room staff. Frank and Lenore Davies' long-awaited second child is born grotesquely mutated and immediately violent, escaping the hospital to hunt while authorities mobilize and the parents grapple with whether their child is monster or victim of circumstance beyond its control. John P. Ryan delivers a powerhouse performance as Frank, a father torn between instinct to protect his offspring and horror at what it's done. Sharon Farrell plays Lenore with maternal devotion that refuses to accept her baby as simple monster, even as evidence mounts of its violence. Cohen treats their emotional journey with surprising seriousness, understanding that the creature represents every parent's fear of their child being wrong in ways they can't fix. Rick Baker designed the creature, kept largely obscured through shadows and brief glimpses. The practical effects for its attacks are brutal, but Cohen wisely limits full reveals. Understanding suggestion creates more effective dread. The film operates as metaphor for parental anxiety, environmental pollution causing mutations, and society's response to difference. Cohen asks uncomfortable questions about when offspring becomes other and whether monstrosity erases parental obligation. The creature's violence is instinctive rather than malicious, complicating simple monster movie resolution. It's Alive spawned 2 sequels and a remake, but the original remains Cohen's most emotionally complex work. It's exploitation cinema with genuine heart, understanding that the scariest monsters are the ones you're supposed to love unconditionally. It Lives Again, also known as It's Alive 2, 1978. Imagine the terror of a mutant baby unleashed and then multiplied. It Lives Again picks up the chilling legacy of the original It's Alive, cranking the dread higher with not one, but 3 razor-toothed infants wreaking havoc in unsuspecting neighborhoods. The story unfolds through Frank Davis, the grieving father from the first film, now on a crusade. He teams up with scientists to protect a new generation of mutant babies born across the country from a government that intends to eliminate them at birth. When he meets Jody and Eugene Scott, a young couple expecting their own child, Frank warns them of a growing conspiracy. What follows is frantic, covert delivery in a mobile lab, a daring escape, and a fight to keep their offspring alive. Larry Cohen doesn't hide his high-concept premise. He leans into it with full force. Split-second shots of the baby's claws, the unsettling crawl of tiny bodies, and explosive bursts of violence give the film the feel of a fever dream that's just one tear away from going full horror exploitation. Cohen mingles socio-political ideas, nature versus society, government intrusion, with old-school horror on a shoestring budget. The trio of mutant infants may look like bizarre puppetry mixed with Rick Baker's creature magic, but they're menacing in their primal fury. One memorable scene turns a serene pool into a battleground, with tiny limbs transforming it into a pool of terror. There's a brutal logic to the horror. These babies aren't evil, just driven by instincts no one can control or predict. The heart of the film lies in its uneasy moral maze. Are these babies monsters, or the next step of evolution? Frank believes they're not evil. They're born, not made, and fight to prove it. But when destruction spreads and loyalties fracture, even he starts to question whether protecting them is worth the cost. It's a sequel that doubles down on the shock value, even if it loses some of the quiet pathos of the original. Still, for aficionados of bizarre, cult horror, It Lives Again is a weirdly compelling ride. Half conspiracy thriller, half creature feature, all unapologetically strange. The Crazies, 1973. A small Pennsylvania town is quietly poisoned when a military bioweapon contaminates the local water supply. Some residents die violently. Others don't die at all. They become unpredictable, aggressive, and dangerous. Before anyone understands what's happening, the U.S. Army seals the town, cutting off escape routes and enforcing quarantine with live ammunition. Infected or not, civilians are treated as expendable. The breakdown comes fast. Neighbors turn on each other. Soldiers follow orders that grow more brutal by the hour. Families are separated, suspects are executed, and containment becomes an excuse rather than a goal. The infected aren't monsters. They're confused, terrified people acting on impulse, which makes every confrontation feel tragic instead of heroic. The film's violence is blunt and chaotic. Civilians are gunned down by soldiers. Infected attack with everyday tools. Panic spreads faster than the illness itself. Practical effects focus on blood, confusion, and sudden death rather than spectacle. Hazmat suits and military checkpoints dominate the imagery, transforming familiar rural spaces into occupied territory. Romero uses the outbreak as a vehicle for institutional collapse. The Crazies isn't about survival. It's about failure. No one is in control, and no one is honest about that fact. Rough, angry, and deeply paranoid, it's Romero at his most confrontational. A film that insists the real horror isn't infection, but authority with no plan and no accountability. Scream and Scream Again, 1970. Few films capture the chaotic identity crisis of early 70s horror quite like Scream and Scream Again. On paper, it looks like a dream project. Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, and Peter Cushing together for the first time. But the result is something stranger and harder to pin down. Directed by Gordon Hessler and loosely based on a Peter Saxon novel, the film collides sci-fi conspiracy, police procedural, and serial killer thriller into a feverish hybrid that feels more like a bad dream than a coherent narrative. The story weaves between three seemingly unrelated threads: a killer draining victims of blood in London, a totalitarian government plotting world domination, and a scientist performing grotesque human experiments. None of it makes perfect sense, but that's part of its charm. Scream and Scream Again isn't about logic. It's about tone. Cold laboratories, steel corridors, and late-night city streets blur into a world where identity and humanity are literally being dissected. Hessler's kinetic editing and distorted pacing give the film an almost hallucinatory rhythm, as if it's channeling the anxiety of a world losing faith in both science and authority. Price, Lee, and Cushing's screen time is brief but symbolic. The old guard of Gothic horror trapped in a new mechanized nightmare is less a traditional horror film than a transitional artifact, one where vampires, spies, and cyborgs coexist uneasily. It's messy, stylish, and utterly unique, the exact kind of ambitious misfire that made 1970 such a fascinating, fractured year for horror. The Manitou, 1978. The Manitou is a supernatural horror film directed by William Girdler that blends Native American mysticism with campy thrills. Released in 1978, this 104-minute film features a unique storyline where a psychic's girlfriend discovers that a lump on her neck is actually the reincarnation of a 400-year-old demonic spirit. With an IMDb rating of 5.4, the film stars Tony Curtis as Harry Erskine, a con artist psychic who finds himself entangled in a battle against a powerful evil force. Supporting performances by Susan Strasberg and Michael Ansara add depth to the cast, while Burgess Meredith delivers a memorable turn as a quirky professor. The film's premise unfolds as Strasberg's character, Karen, experiences increasingly bizarre and terrifying events related to the growth on her neck. As the situation escalates, it becomes clear that an ancient spirit is attempting to return to the physical world, leading to a series of bizarre and often humorous confrontations. Girdler's direction is a mix of serious horror elements and unintentional comedy, making it a cult classic among fans of 70s cinema. The visual effects and practical effects, while dated, contribute to the film's charm, creating memorable and outrageous sequences, including a climactic showdown that takes the audience into a surreal confrontation with the supernatural. The Manitou stands out for its unique blend of genres and its exploration of themes like reincarnation and spiritual conflict. It's an entertaining ride filled with absurdity and unexpected moments, perfect for those who appreciate campy horror. As you watch, you'll find yourself immersed in a bizarre world where the lines between reality and the supernatural blur, leaving you with a mix of laughter and chills. The Creeping Flesh, 1973. In Victorian England, a scientist returns from an expedition with something that should have stayed buried, a massive, ancient skeleton unlike anything found before. When its bones are exposed to water, the impossible happens. New flesh begins to form. As his obsession grows, so does the horror, blurring the line between discovery and damnation. The Creeping Flesh brings together two titans of British horror, Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, in one of their most atmospheric collaborations. Directed by Freddie Francis, the film feels steeped in madness and melancholy, mixing Gothic imagery with early hints of body horror. Cushing's performance is heartbreaking as a man consumed by guilt and ambition, while Lee's cold precision adds gravity to the story's moral descent. The film's title might sound like drive-in pulp, but the execution is pure Gothic tragedy. The laboratory scenes glow with eerie color, the fog-choked streets hum with dread, and the slow reanimation of the creature feels as much psychological as supernatural. It's horror built on ideas, of science gone too far, of men trying to play God, and of the sins that can't be contained once they're unearthed. By the time it ends, The Creeping Flesh feels less like a monster movie and more like a nightmare about curiosity itself. Haunting, intelligent, and quietly devastating. The Fury, 1978. Imagine a horror like Carrie crossed with a paranoid spy thriller. That's The Fury, Brian De Palma's 1978 dive into telekinesis, government conspiracies, and mind-bending destruction. It's a film that takes the concept of psychic powers and blows it up to operatic proportions, full of spectacle, paranoia, and explosive violence. The story follows Peter Sansa, played by Kirk Douglas, a former intelligence agent whose teenage son Robin is kidnapped for his psychic gifts. Behind it all is Peter's ex-colleague, a ruthless government operative who wants to weaponize Robin's powers. Determined to get his son back, Peter allies with Gillian, a young woman with her own dangerous abilities, and together they try to outwit the system that's exploiting them. De Palma pulls out all the stops with his trademark visual style. Split screens, slow motion, and dizzying camera tricks crank up the tension, while the film builds toward scenes of shocking telekinetic destruction. And then there's the unforgettable finale, one of the most audacious and explosive endings of any horror thriller from the 70s. A set piece that still shocks with its sheer audacity. The film is elevated further by a haunting John Williams score, weaving between delicate melodies and jarring bursts of dread, giving the psychic powers an emotional weight that makes every outburst feel terrifyingly real. What sets The Fury apart is how it blends genres, equal parts supernatural horror, political thriller, and family tragedy. It's a cautionary tale about power spiraling out of control, about institutions that manipulate and destroy in the name of control, and about the devastating price of weaponizing the human mind. While it never reached the mainstream success of Carrie, The Fury has carved out a place as a cult classic. It's stylish, strange, and unafraid to go completely over the top. A film that delivers psychic horror at its boldest and most spectacular. Carrie, 1976. Brian De Palma's Carrie, adapted from Stephen King's debut novel, is a horror tragedy about cruelty, repression, and revenge. At its heart is Carrie White, a painfully shy teenager tormented at school by bullies and at home by her fanatically religious mother. Played with heartbreaking vulnerability by Sissy Spacek, Carrie is both victim and powder keg, fragile, lonely, and simmering with a power she can barely control. De Palma structures the film like a pressure cooker. Each humiliation Carrie suffers pushes her closer to the breaking point, while her discovery of telekinesis adds a supernatural edge to her struggles. Piper Laurie's performance as Margaret White, Carrie's unhinged mother, is just as unforgettable, a woman so consumed by religious mania that she sees her daughter's growing independence as a sin to be crushed. The film builds to one of the most iconic climaxes in horror history, the prom sequence. What begins as Carrie's one fleeting chance at normalcy collapses into a nightmare of fire, blood, and psychic destruction. De Palma's split-screen shots and slow-motion editing heighten the chaos, turning a moment of teenage cruelty into an apocalypse of rage. Beyond the spectacle, Carrie is a story about the horrors of adolescence, of being different, of being unwanted, of discovering power in a world determined to crush you. It is as much a tragedy as it is a horror film, with SpaceX's wide-eyed innocence making the devastation all the more painful. Patrick, 1978. For 3 years, Patrick has lain motionless in a hospital bed. Eyes open, body unresponsive, seemingly locked away from the world. To most, he looks like a harmless coma patient. But in Richard Franklin's 1978 film, Patrick, that silence hides something terrifying. An active, calculating mind with psychokinetic powers. Assigned to his care is nurse Kathy Jacquard, played by Susan Penhaligon. At first, she treats Patrick as any other long-term patient. But strange events begin to ripple through the clinic. Equipment behaving oddly, people injured in bizarre accidents, and a creeping sense that Patrick is aware of everything around him. When he begins to communicate through a typewriter, it becomes clear he's not only conscious, but also obsessed, fixated on Kathy in ways that quickly turn dangerous. What sets the film apart is its restraint. Instead of leaning on gore or jump scares, Patrick builds its tension slowly, through atmosphere and psychology. The sterile hallways of the Roget Clinic become unsettling, every silence stretching a little too long, every glance from Patrick's wide, unblinking eyes carrying a threat. His powers make him terrifying, not because they're loud or flashy, but because they're invisible, subtle intrusions into the lives of those around him. There's also an ethical edge to the story. How do you care for someone who can control you without moving a muscle? Where does compassion end and self-preservation begin? That blend of suspense, moral unease, and Hitchcock-inspired pacing is what's given Patrick its lasting cult reputation. By the end, it's not just a story about a man in a coma. It's a story about obsession, control, and the frightening possibility that even the most helpless figure might be the most dangerous one of all. Psychic Killer, 1975. A man wrongfully imprisoned for his mother's murder is released when new evidence proves his innocence, but his time behind bars has awakened latent psychic abilities. Using astral projection and telekinetic powers, he begins systematically murdering those responsible for his false conviction, leaving authorities baffled by deaths that seem to occur with no physical perpetrator present. Directed by Ray Danton, Psychic Killer is a supernatural revenge thriller that plays like a dark mirror to Death Wish, replacing Charles Bronson's vigilante justice with paranormal vengeance. The film takes its pulpy premise seriously enough to generate genuine tension, while embracing the B-movie absurdity of death by psychic powers. Jim Hutton plays the wronged protagonist, with quiet intensity that makes his turn toward vengeance feel earned rather than exploitative. He's not a cackling villain, but a broken man using newly discovered abilities to balance scales that were never fair to begin with. Paul Burke and Julie Adams play investigators trying to solve murders that defy physical explanation, bringing credibility to increasingly bizarre crime scenes. The kill sequences are inventive and often darkly humorous. Victims die in ways that appear accidental or impossible, leaving authorities with no suspects and no logical explanations. Danton stages these deaths with playful creativity, understanding that part of the film's appeal is watching karma delivered through supernatural means. The special effects are modest, but effective, selling the psychic projection concept without overreaching the budget. Beneath the exploitation surface, the film actually grapples with questions of justice and revenge, whether supernatural abilities justify vigilante action, and at what point justified anger becomes something darker. Psychic Killer doesn't dig too deep, but it acknowledges these themes exist, giving the pulp premise surprising substance. The Premonition, 1976. A young girl is abducted by her mentally unstable birth mother and a psychic clown, triggering a desperate search by her adoptive parents. As the investigation unfolds, the adoptive mother begins experiencing terrifying psychic visions that may be the only way to find her daughter before it's too late, but the visions themselves threaten her sanity. Directed by Robert Alan Schnitzer, The Premonition is regional horror cinema at its most ambitious, a film that tackles psychic terror, parental anxiety, and carnival grotesquerie with genuine emotional investment, despite obvious budget constraints. Shot in Mississippi with largely local talent, the film has a raw, unpolished quality that actually enhances its unsettling atmosphere. Sharon Farrell plays the adoptive mother with escalating desperation, selling the psychic visions with committed intensity. The sequences where she experiences flashes of her daughter's location are genuinely disorienting, using optical effects and sound design to create a sense of consciousness fragmenting under stress. Richard Lynch, always reliable as an unsettling presence, appears in a supporting role that adds menace to the proceedings. The film's most distinctive element is its villain, a mime-slash-clown character whose silence and white-face paint make him genuinely eerie rather than campy. The carnival setting provides appropriately liminal spaces for horror. Empty fairgrounds, abandoned rides, and spaces designed for joy turned threatening. Schnitzer wrings atmosphere from these locations, understanding that familiar spaces made wrong are inherently frightening. The Premonition never quite reaches the heights it's reaching for, but there's real ambition and heart in the attempt. It's the kind of regional independent horror that proves passion can compensate for limited resources, delivering genuine chills despite its rough edges. Blue Sunshine, 1977. Blue Sunshine, directed by Jeff Lieberman in 1977, is a paranoid, slow-burning horror thriller that perfectly captures the unsettling anxiety of the late 70s. The story begins with a string of mysterious murders in Los Angeles, each committed by seemingly ordinary people with no apparent motive. As the plot unfolds, it becomes clear that all the killers once ingested a batch of the experimental hallucinogenic drug Blue Sunshine a decade earlier. The effects of the drug don't appear immediately. They fester for years before triggering violent psychosis, leaving the audience with a creeping sense of dread that anyone could be affected at any moment. The film excels at tension and atmosphere. Urban landscapes are shot in muted tones with empty streets, shadowed alleyways, and flickering lights, emphasizing the isolation and unpredictability of the threat. The cinematography often lingers on mundane moments that suddenly become terrifying, reminding viewers that horror can emerge from the everyday. The narrative is carefully paced, slowly revealing the connections between victims and building a sense of paranoia that permeates every scene. Blue Sunshine isn't just a thriller about random killings. It's a commentary on the fragility of the human mind, the dangers of experimentation, and the anxieties of an era obsessed with drugs and social change. The performances amplify the tension, with ordinary people turning unpredictable in subtle yet shocking ways. By the climax, the film's slow burn explodes into moments of chaos that are both horrifying and mesmerizing, leaving viewers questioning how fragile sanity can be when pushed to the edge. For 70s horror fans, Blue Sunshine remains a standout. It's an unnerving, atmospheric experience, combining psychological dread, social commentary, and the uneasy strangeness that made obscure 70s films so unforgettable. Assault on Precinct 13, 1976. Assault on Precinct 13, directed by John Carpenter, is one of the most influential action thrillers of the 1970s. It is a masterclass in building suspense and creating tension that lingers long after the film ends. The story takes place on a hot summer night in Los Angeles. A police precinct scheduled for closure finds itself under siege by a violent gang. Inside, a small group of officers and civilians is trapped. Lieutenant Ethan Bishop leads the defense with calm determination. He is joined by Napoleon Wilson, a hardened criminal who proves to be a surprisingly reliable ally. With no reinforcements and limited resources, they must hold off wave after wave of attackers. Every hallway, every stairwell, every flickering light adds to the sense of claustrophobia and imminent danger. Carpenter's direction is precise. The film's minimalist setting contributes to the tension, and the haunting synth-heavy score elevates the suspense. Each moment feels charged with anxiety, and even in quiet scenes, there is a sense of unease that makes the action feel even more intense. The pacing is deliberate, allowing character moments to breathe while keeping the audience engaged and on edge. Beyond the siege and the shootouts, Assault on Precinct 13 is a story about loyalty, survival, and the human instinct to persevere in the face of overwhelming odds. It examines the moral complexity of working together when lives are at stake, especially when the lines between lawmen and criminals become blurred. The film's influence on the action genre is undeniable, inspiring countless remakes, homages, and urban siege thrillers in the decades that followed. For anyone who enjoys taut, suspenseful thrillers with memorable characters and relentless tension, Assault on Precinct 13 remains essential viewing. Its combination of smart storytelling, unforgettable atmosphere, and intense action has stood the test of time. Rolling Thunder, 1977. Rolling Thunder, directed by John Flynn, is a powerful revenge thriller that explores trauma, loss, and the consequences of violence. The story follows Major Charles Rain, played by William Devane, a Vietnam War veteran who returns home after 7 years as a prisoner of war. He finds his life irrevocably changed. A violent home invasion claims the lives of his loved ones and leaves Rane physically and emotionally scarred. Devastated and consumed by grief, he embarks on a relentless quest for vengeance against the men responsible. The film examines the psychological and emotional effects of war and violence. Rane's transformation from a broken, traumatized man into a focused and determined avenger drives the narrative. Tommy Lee Jones plays Johnny Voden, Rane's loyal friend and ally, bringing depth and humanity to the story as they navigate a dangerous path of retribution together. Flynn's direction balances intense action with moments of reflection. The pacing allows for the development of character and emotion while building to climactic confrontations that carry weight and impact. The film also explores themes of morality, justice, and the long-lasting effects of trauma. Rolling Thunder is more than a revenge story. It is a deep and compelling look at the costs of violence and the human spirit's response to loss and injustice. For fans of thoughtful, intense 1970s action cinema, Rolling Thunder remains a powerful and unforgettable classic. Vanishing Point, 1971. A white Dodge Challenger blazes across the American desert, hunted by police and haunted by purpose. Behind the wheel is Kowalski, a former cop, racer, and soldier on a one-way run from Denver to San Francisco, with nothing left to lose. His journey turns into a mythic test of endurance, fueled by speed, defiance, and the open road itself. Vanishing Point isn't just a car chase movie, it's a rebellion on 4 wheels. Director Richard C. Sarafian strips away exposition and sentiment, leaving only the pure rhythm of motion. Each dusty mile becomes a statement, a push against conformity and authority, with the landscape itself swallowing the story whole. Cleveland Little's radio DJ Super Soul turns Kowalski into a legend over the airwaves, narrating his run like a modern outlaw ballad. The film moves with hypnotic energy, fast yet dreamlike, reckless yet deliberate. Every crash and spin-out feels like part of something bigger, a fight between man and the machine he's become. Decades later, Vanishing Point still feels alive, raw, mysterious, and untamed. It's the purest expression of freedom the 1970s ever burned onto film, a high-octane meditation on the need to escape, even when there's nowhere left to go. The Last House on the Left, 1972. 2 teenage girls set out for a night of freedom and music, only to vanish into the woods. Escaped convicts abduct them, inflicting a prolonged, shocking terror before murder strikes. Fate intervenes when the killers find shelter at one victim's parents' home, and what follows is a brutal reckoning of vengeance and desperation. David Hess dominates as the gang's unhinged leader, his charisma making the cruelty all the more compelling. The small, grainy 16mm production adds a documentary-like realism to every chase, scream, and act of violence, while the non-professional supporting cast enhances the feeling that anything could happen. The pacing jolts the audience. Harrowing assaults collide with occasional, almost jarring moments of inept law enforcement, keeping viewers off balance. By the time revenge erupts, there's no clean resolution, only savage payback that feels earned, inevitable, and exhausting. It's a film that refuses comfort. The Last House on the Left is raw, divisive, and morally uncomfortable, a test of endurance as much as a horror film. Its flaws are inseparable from its power, making it a landmark of shock cinema that continues to provoke discussion decades later. The Hills Have Eyes, 1977. A family traveling across the Nevada desert becomes stranded after their trailer breaks down. Isolated and exposed, they're hunted by a clan of cannibals mutated by nuclear testing. Survival demands adaptation, and the line between victim and aggressor begins to blur in the relentless wasteland. Michael Berryman's Pluto is unforgettable, a physical, almost hypnotic presence that embodies the terror of the desert mutants. Russ Grieve and John Stedman make the family feel authentically ordinary, which amplifies the horror as their transformation into fighters becomes desperate and bloody. Craven uses the barren landscape itself as a weapon. Endless stretches of sand leave no escape, every ridge a potential threat. The attackers aren't mindless. They communicate, plan, and exploit weakness, turning each encounter into a tense game of survival that never feels staged. The Hills Have Eyes is stripped-down primal horror. Every death hurts, because the stakes feel tangible. Every moment of survival is earned. Craven's control over tension and atmosphere makes it a lean, focused, and enduring classic of 70s exploitation horror. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry, 1974. A small-time crook, his mechanic, and a reckless woman on the run tear across the backroads of California with the police right behind them. Larry and Deke pull off a quick supermarket heist, dreaming of a shot at the racing circuit, but their getaway turns into a full-throttle chase that consumes everything in its path. Mary, wild and unpredictable, isn't supposed to be there, but once she's in the car, there's no turning back. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry is a perfect time capsule of 1970s outlaw energy, the era when every anti-hero had a fast car and a death wish. Peter Fonda and Susan George make the chaos feel alive, their chemistry mixing danger and charm, while director John Howe keeps the action grounded in real stunts and roaring engines. The film's commitment to authenticity, no trick shots, no digital safety net. There's no music video editing or glossy framing here, just the raw thrill of horsepower and asphalt. The final chase with helicopters, roadblocks, and split-second decisions remains one of the great practical set pieces of its decade. It's gritty, fast, and unpredictable, a movie that doesn't promise safety or redemption, just the rush of freedom before the crash. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry is pure, unfiltered 70s car carnage, the kind that could only exist when everything in Hollywood was running on fumes and adrenaline. Grand Theft Auto, 1977. Before he was a household name, Ron Howard directed and starred in this breakneck chase comedy about love, rebellion, and absolute vehicular chaos. When a young couple steals a Rolls-Royce to elope, they set off a media frenzy and a statewide pursuit involving cops, reporters, and an army of lunatics determined to cash in on the story. What follows is an escalating parade of crashes, collisions, and roadside absurdity that only Roger Corman's production house could deliver. Grand Theft Auto blends youthful energy with pure demolition. Every sequence feels like an excuse to wreck another car, but there's a sense of charm underneath the madness, the kind of optimism that made 70s action comedies so endearing. Howard's direction keeps the pace relentless, cutting between ridiculous chase setups and dry humor that gives the film a scrappy personality all its own. This isn't sleek Hollywood stunt work. It's dirt, smoke, and fender-bending ingenuity. The cars look like they're seconds away from falling apart, which only makes the stunts feel more real. You can almost smell the oil and burning rubber as everything goes gloriously off the rails. By the time it hits its chaotic finale, Grand Theft Auto feels less like a movie and more like a celebration of destruction, a crash-happy joyride that perfectly captures the reckless fun of 1970s drive-in cinema. White Line Fever, 1975. Carol Jo Hummer just wants an honest living, a truck, a route, and a shot at the American dream. But when he returns from the Air Force and discovers that the freight business is rotting from the inside, he finds himself up against a syndicate that runs the roads through corruption and intimidation. When they push too far, he pushes back, with his rig as his weapon. White Line Fever is part action film, part working-class rebellion. Jan Michael Vincent gives one of his best performances as a man whose decency turns to fury, taking on a system that's stacked against him. Director Jonathan Kaplan brings the world of long-haul trucking to life with grit and realism. The clanking of gears, the endless highways, the loneliness of the cab. When the movie erupts into action, it's with the force of someone who's had enough. The truck itself becomes an extension of Hummer's defiance, crashing through roadblocks and corrupt power structures alike. It's a story about justice, but also pride, about what happens when the people holding everything together decide they won't be pushed anymore. Like many great 70s action films, it's rough around the edges and full of conviction. White Line Fever may be about trucks, but at its core, it's a story about resistance, a reminder that sometimes the only way forward is straight through the barricade. Highway Racer, 1977. In the streets of Rome, the line between cop and criminal blurs at 120 miles per hour. A young police driver obsessed with high-speed pursuit risks everything to bring down a gang of expert getaway drivers who treat the city like their racetrack. What follows is a kinetic showdown between skill, obsession, and the pure rush of motion, a love letter to the art of the car chase itself. Released in Italy as Poliziotto Sprint, Highway Racer is one of the crown jewels of the poliziotteschi genre, gritty crime thrillers built around realism, corruption, and reckless stunts. Directed by Stelvio Massi and starring Maurizio Merli, the film's action feels painfully real, with cars skimming walls, smashing through markets, and fishtailing across cobblestone streets. There's no glamour, no slow motion, just speed, risk, and asphalt. Merli's cop isn't a perfect hero. He's stubborn, impulsive, and just as addicted to danger as the criminals he chases. That moral grayness, paired with the roaring engines and 70s European style, makes the film feel alive, in a way modern action rarely does. Though it's not as well known outside Italy, Highway Racer rivals any Hollywood car movie of its time. It's a lean, sweaty adrenaline rush built on burnt tires and shattered glass. The kind of raw energy that defined the golden age of stunt-driven cinema. Death Weekend, 1976. A quiet weekend retreat turns savage in this tense and grim piece of Canadian horror. A wealthy dentist and his sharp-witted girlfriend drive to a secluded lakeside home for a getaway, but a group of reckless men follows them there after a road altercation. What begins as taunting quickly erupts into violence, trapping the couple in a nightmare of survival as civility crumbles, and revenge becomes the only language left. Directed by William Fruit and produced by Ivan Reitman before his comedy fame, Death Weekend, also released as The House by the Lake, is raw and unnerving, less about gore and more about the steady, escalating cruelty people are capable of when rules disappear. Brenda Vaccaro gives a commanding performance as the woman forced to fight back. Not a screaming victim, but someone pushed to her limits and beyond. The isolated setting, the eerily quiet lake, and the emptiness of the surrounding woods all combine into a suffocating atmosphere of dread. What separates this from the exploitation crowd is its restraint. Fruet doesn't glorify the violence. He lets it hang in the air, making every scream and sound of breaking glass feel earned. The result is a revenge story that's cold, uncomfortable, and far more human than it first appears. Death Weekend may not be widely remembered, but for those who saw it on late-night TV or stumbled across the tape years later, it remains one of Canada's most brutal and overlooked thrillers. I Drink Your Blood, 1970. David Durston's I Drink Your Blood is drive-in exploitation madness, about a satanic hippie cult that terrorizes a small town. When a young boy seeks revenge after the cultists assault his grandfather, he injects rabies-infected blood into meat pies they eat. The cultists transform into frothing, homicidal maniacs who spread the infection through the town, turning rural America into a gore-soaked nightmare of rabid violence. The film's premise is gleefully absurd, and Durston commits completely. The cultists, led by Bhaskar Roy Chowdhury's Horace Bones, are counterculture stereotypes cranked to exploitation extremes, satanic rituals, free love, and violent contempt for straight society. Once infected, they become rabid animals, frothing and attacking with savage intensity. The practical gore effects are impressively messy for the era, with axe attacks, impalements, and rabies-induced carnage. Shot guerrilla style in upstate New York with minimal budget, the film captures authentic small-town locations that ground the outrageous premise. The cast of unknowns throws themselves into the material with commitment that makes the absurdity work. The infection spreads with exponential speed, transforming more victims into rabid killers, until the town descends into complete chaos. I Drink Your Blood arrived during the early 70s explosion of violent exploitation cinema, pushing boundaries alongside Night of the Living Dead in demonstrating how far independent horror could go. The film was heavily cut for its initial release, with the original version's extreme violence restored only years later. It represents drive-in horror, at its most unhinged, cheap, violent, and gleefully offensive. The film spawned the equally outrageous I Eat Your Skin as a double bill, though the two films are completely unrelated. It remains a cult favorite for audiences seeking early 70s exploitation that delivers exactly what its lurid title promises. The Wizard of Gore, 1970. Herschel Gordon Lewis was already known as the godfather of gore by the time The Wizard of Gore hit grindhouse screens, but this one felt different. Stranger, nastier, and more self-aware. On the surface, it's a simple shock show. A traveling magician named Montag the Magnificent performs gruesome illusions on stage, sawing, stabbing, and disemboweling volunteers who miraculously walk away unharmed, only to die horribly later, exactly as he described. But beneath the sleaze and splatter, there is something hypnotic about the way Lewis blurs performance and reality, as if he's cutting into the act of entertainment itself. Ray Sager plays Montag like a deranged carnival prophet, his voice booming with mock philosophy about the nature of illusion, death, and the audience's thirst for blood. The stage sequences are pure exploitation theater. Bright lights, exaggerated gore, and editing so jarring it feels like a nightmare broadcast through static. Yet there's an underlying intelligence to the chaos. Lewis seems to understand that the audience isn't just watching horror, they're complicit in it. The film pushed boundaries of taste and tone, its absurdity giving way to something almost avant-garde. By its surreal finale, where logic dissolves completely, The Wizard of Gore becomes more than a grindhouse gimmick. It's a reflection of 1970s cultural breakdown, where art, horror, and exploitation all started bleeding together. It's garish, cheap, and unforgettable. A carnival of carnage that proved low-budget horror could be both stupid and strangely profound. Blood-Sucking Freaks, 1976. In the smoky back alleys of New York's underground theater scene, a demented stage director puts on performances that blur the line between illusion and atrocity. To the shocked patrons, it looks like extreme art, a grotesque display of pain and spectacle. But behind the curtains, the show is terrifyingly real. Also known as Sardu Master of the Screaming Virgins, And The Incredible Torture Show, Bloodsucking Freaks, is one of the most infamous exploitation films of the 1970s, a collision of sadistic humor and underground grit that still manages to shock decades later. Directed by Joel M. Reed, it's less a traditional horror story and more a descent into the sleaziest corners of grindhouse cinema, where morality doesn't exist and the audience itself becomes complicit. It's a movie designed to provoke, and it does so with a grimy, unapologetic tone that could only have come from the heyday of Times Square's exploitation theaters. The low-budget production only adds to its impact. Every flicker of bad lighting and scratch of film grain feels like part of the experience. It's the kind of movie whispered about among collectors and banned lists, something that survived on bootlegs and late-night rentals, infamous for good reason. Not for the faint of heart, Bloodsucking Freaks stands as a wild time capsule of 1970s transgression, a reminder of when horror pushed boundaries not for prestige, but for pure shock value. It's grotesque, absurd, and unforgettable in ways only that era could deliver. The Baby, 1973. When a young social worker is sent to check on a reclusive family, she finds a case unlike anything she's seen. A full-grown man kept in diapers and treated like a child by his domineering mother and two disturbed sisters. But as her concern turns to curiosity, she uncovers something far more disturbing than neglect. The Baby is one of the strangest and most unsettling films of the 1970s, a psychological horror story disguised as domestic melodrama. Directed by Ted Post, it starts with a tone of grim realism before slowly peeling back into madness. Anjanette Comer plays the social worker with quiet determination, while Ruth Roman dominates the screen as the controlling matriarch, walking a perfect line between camp and cruelty. The film's low-budget look and made-for-TV pacing make its descent into depravity all the more shocking. Every smile feels false, every conversation tinged with threat, and every brightly lit suburban room hides something rotting beneath the surface. By the time its final reveal arrives, The Baby has gone from strange to downright transgressive, a story about control, dependency, and how far people will go to keep their version of love intact. It's uncomfortable, unforgettable, and utterly one of a kind, a true relic of 70s horror that still feels wrong in all the right ways. Tourist Trap, 1979. Tourist Trap is one of the great underappreciated horror films of the late 1970s, a strange, surreal blend of slasher terror, supernatural horror, and pure nightmare logic. Released in 1979, it feels like a dream you might have rented by accident. Familiar at first, but getting stranger with every scene until you can't quite believe what you're watching. The story follows a group of friends stranded on a lonely stretch of highway after their car breaks down. They stumble upon a rundown roadside attraction, a wax museum filled with eerie mannequins, and meet the friendly but unsettling owner, Mr. Slauson. From there, the film takes a hard turn into madness as the mannequins start to move on their own, and something unseen begins picking off the visitors one by one. Director David Schmoller, in his debut, brings a dreamlike atmosphere that sets Tourist Trap apart from other late 70s slashers. The sound design alone is enough to get under your skin. The creaking mannequins, the warped voices, and the haunting score by Pino Donaggio, who also worked on Carrie and Don't Look Now. Everything feels slightly off, like reality is bending just out of sight. What makes it special is how unpredictable it is. It shifts from creepy to tragic to downright bizarre, all while keeping a strange emotional core. Chuck Connors' performance as Slauson is both sympathetic and terrifying. A lonely man surrounded by his family of lifeless figures, drifting further into delusion. When Tourist Trap hit home video, it became a word-of-mouth favorite, the kind of movie people would stumble across late at night and never forget. It's eerie, imaginative, and way more artistic than its title suggests. Tourist Trap is pure nightmare fuel, a surreal roadside detour into the uncanny, where the mannequins never stop watching, and escape feels like another illusion. Magic, 1978. Years before Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins delivered another chilling performance in this psychological thriller, directed by Richard Attenborough. Hopkins plays Corky, a struggling magician who finds success only after adding a ventriloquist act with a dummy named Fats to his routine. But as Corky's star begins to rise, the line between performer and puppet starts to blur in disturbing ways. Written by William Goldman and produced on a $7 million budget that allowed for top-tier talent, Magic takes what could have been a simple killer doll story and transforms it into a sophisticated character study. The film features strong supporting performances from Anne Margaret as Corky's high school sweetheart and Burgess Meredith as his agent. But it's the unsettling dynamic between Hopkins and his wooden co-star that steals the show. What sets Magic apart from other ventriloquist horror films is its focus on psychological deterioration, rather than supernatural elements. Fats, designed by former Disney artists, became one of the most memorable dummies in cinema history. Not because he comes to life, but because of how he represents the fracturing of Corky's psyche. Shot partially at Blue Lakes, California, the film's isolated location adds to its claustrophobic atmosphere. There's a reason this film earned multiple award nominations. It takes familiar elements and crafts them into something uniquely disturbing. Sometimes the scariest monsters aren't the ones that come to life. They're the ones we create ourselves. The Driller Killer, 1979. Few horror films capture the raw, filthy energy of late 70s New York, quite like The Driller Killer. Released in 1979, it's part art film, part urban nightmare, and all frustration. It's not just a slasher. It's a portrait of a city and a man coming apart at the seams. The story follows a struggling painter trying to survive in a crumbling apartment, while noise, poverty, and desperation close in around him. His life unravels piece by piece until he finally snaps, wandering through the streets at night with a power drill, turning his rage on anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. Director Abel Ferrara, who also plays the lead, filmed it guerrilla style on the streets of Manhattan, giving it a gritty realism that feels more documentary than fiction. You can almost smell the garbage and hear the city's endless hum underneath every scene. It's not stylish or slick. It's raw, chaotic, and completely grounded in the ugliness of the real world. What makes The Driller Killer stand out isn't just the violence. It's the atmosphere. It captures a moment in time when New York felt like it was rotting from the inside out, and Ferrara treats the killer's breakdown like a symptom of the city itself. There's no glamour here, no cool killer persona, just exhaustion and decay. When it hit home video in the early 80s, The Driller Killer became infamous, one of the titles that helped define the video nasty era in the UK. But behind that reputation is something more interesting. A grimy, desperate reflection of urban isolation. It's a movie that gets under your skin, not because of what it shows, but because of how real it feels. A slasher that's less about the drill and more about what's driving it. Pigs, 1973. On the edge of nowhere sits a crumbling roadside diner run by a quiet old man and his nervous young tenant. The food's cheap, the coffee's stale, and the pigs out back are always hungry. When a string of strangers starts to disappear, it becomes clear that something much darker than bad luck is feeding this farm. Also known under half a dozen titles, including The Strange Exorcism of Lynn Hart and Daddy's Deadly Darling, this 1970s grindhouse oddity is a slow, sweaty descent into rural madness. Directed by Mark Lawrence, it plays like a cross between Psycho and Eaten Alive, filtered through drive-in grit and feverish paranoia. Toni Lawrence gives a raw, fragile performance as the young woman hiding from her past, while her aging caretaker shifts between fatherly warmth and something quietly monstrous. The movie moves at its own strange rhythm, somewhere between psychological breakdown and regional horror. The low-budget setting and sun-bleached cinematography give it a grim realism that only makes its surreal, dreamlike final act hit harder. Pigs is one of those films that feels discovered rather than watched. Grimy, strange, and utterly unique. It's the kind of story that smells like dust and fear, a cracked window into 1970s exploitation where morality rots faster than the bodies. The Night Digger, 1971, Also known as The Bliss of Mrs. Blossom's darker cousin, The Night Digger is a stark British psychological thriller that often slips under the radar of genre enthusiasts. It follows a lonely, middle-aged woman living in a secluded country house with her overbearing, blind mother. Their fragile, stagnant existence is shattered by the arrival of a mysterious young drifter who begins working for them. What starts as a quiet character study slowly curdles into something much more predatory as the drifter's true violent nature begins to seep into the household's suffocating routine. The film is anchored by a genuinely haunting performance from Patricia Neal, whose weary, fragile presence provides a perfect counterpoint to the calculated menace of the newcomer. Director Alistair Reed avoids the histrionics of contemporary horror, opting instead for a slow-burn, observational approach that makes the impending violence feel inevitable rather than exploited. The film's pacing is deliberate and cold, emphasizing the isolation of the English countryside and the deep-seated psychological rot that can fester when people are forced to live in such forced, uncomfortable proximity. What makes The Night Digger linger is its refusal to offer easy answers or cathartic moments of terror. It is a film about the intersection of loneliness and sociopathy, where the monster isn't a supernatural entity, but a deeply damaged human being operating in the shadows of a repressed society. For those who appreciate horror that prioritizes character-driven tension and a persistent sense of unease, this is a masterful, understated piece of 70s suspense that explores the darkness hiding just beneath the surface of the domestic mundane. Who Can Kill a Child? 1976. A quiet vacation turns into something unspeakable in this deeply unsettling Spanish horror gem. A British couple travels to a remote island off the coast of Spain, searching for sun and peace before the arrival of their third child. But what greets them isn't paradise. It's a town frozen in silence. The shops are empty, the doors stand open, and the only inhabitants left are the children, smiling with an eerie calm that grows more sinister by the minute. Director Narciso Ibáñez Serrador transforms the idyllic setting into something nightmarish, using bright sunlight and open spaces to heighten the unease. There's no darkness to hide in here. Every scene feels exposed, and that's what makes it terrifying. The horror builds slowly, more psychological than visceral, as the couple realizes the true nature of the island's nightmare. It's a story about guilt, human cruelty, and the terrifying idea that innocence can become its own form of violence. Few films from the 1970s feel this morally charged or confident in tone. Serrador weaves tension like a documentary of decay, capturing something primal and unforgettable. Long after it ends, the question in its title continues to echo. Not as a challenge, but as a haunting reminder of what people become when reason gives way to fear. Don't Deliver Us from Evil, 1971. Joel Seria's Don't Deliver Us from Evil is French Catholic transgression taken to extremes. Two teenage girls at a strict religious boarding school form an intense friendship built on shared contempt for authority and fascination with the forbidden. They begin a private pact dedicated to evil, starting with minor cruelties and escalating to arson, seduction, and ultimately acts that push well beyond youthful rebellion into genuine horror. Jeanne Goupil and Catherine Wagoner play the girls with unsettling conviction, portraying privileged teenagers whose boredom and budding awareness curdles into something genuinely disturbing. They're not possessed or corrupted by external forces. Their descent into cruelty is purely self-directed exploration of transgression. The film treats their actions with documentary-like detachment, refusing to sensationalize or condemn, which makes everything more uncomfortable. Seria shoots the French countryside with beautiful cinematography that contrasts sharply with the girls' increasingly dark actions. The Catholic imagery, churches, rituals, religious instruction becomes the target of their games. They seduce men, commit crimes, and perform mock satanic rituals, treating evil as aesthetic choice and philosophical stance, rather than supernatural corruption. The film caused scandal on release, banned in France and condemned by the Catholic Church for its provocative treatment of sexuality and religious transgression. Saria based the script loosely on the Parker Hume murder case, exploring how folie à deux can transform privileged boredom into genuine monstrosity. The climax delivers shocking acts that feel inevitable given the escalation. Don't Deliver Us from Evil remains confrontational and disturbing, a film about adolescent transgression that refuses to provide easy moral frameworks or comeuppance. It's French cinema at its most provocative, using horror elements to explore uncomfortable truths about rebellion, faith, and cruelty. Deathbed, The Bed That Eats, 1977. Few films are as bizarre or audacious as Deathbed, The Bed That Eats, directed by George Barry in 1977. The premise is simple yet ridiculous, a bed that consumes anyone unlucky enough to lie on it. But the execution is surprisingly surreal and memorable. Herschel, a Vietnam vet struggling with personal demons, encounters the bed and is drawn into a series of horrifying, grotesque events as it claims victim after victim. The movie thrives on absurdity, mixing horror, dark comedy, and a uniquely dreamlike logic. Scenes of the bed devouring its victims are both grotesque and strangely mesmerizing. People, clothes, and objects disappear into the mattress, leaving nothing behind, while a ghostly narrator trapped in a painting provides commentary that is equal parts eerie and disorienting. The tension comes not from fast-paced scares, but from the relentless inevitability of the bed itself. It waits, silent and unyielding, for its next victim. The charm of Deathbed lies in its unapologetic strangeness. Low-budget effects, awkward acting, and deliberately off-kilter storytelling all contribute to an experience that feels like stumbling into a fever dream. It's exactly the kind of film that thrived on VHS, weird, experimental, and impossible to categorize. Every viewing feels like discovering a lost artifact, a piece of cinema that refused to play by the rules. Over the years, it has earned cult status, partly for its audacity, partly for its pure, unfiltered weirdness. Deathbed, The Bed That Eats is a perfect example of the VHS era at its most fearless, bold, grotesque, and unforgettable. It's the kind of movie that makes you laugh, cringe, and stare in disbelief all at once, a testament to the odd, wonderful side of horror that only the VHS era could produce. The Killer Nun, 1979. The Killer Nun is one of those movies that could only have come out of Italy in the late 70s. A mix of religious guilt, psychological breakdown, and lurid exploitation that somehow manages to feel both shocking and sincere. Released in 1979 and directed by Giulio Berruti, it sits right at the intersection of art house melodrama and grindhouse scandal. The film follows Sister Gertrude, a nun recovering from brain surgery, who begins to spiral into madness. Her faith unravels, her behavior becomes erratic, and soon she's lashing out in increasingly violent and immoral ways. The convent around her turns into a maze of repression and desire, where prayer, addiction, and murder start to blend together. Anita Ekberg gives the film its strange gravity. Her performance walks a tightrope between tragic and unhinged, turning what could have been pure exploitation into something oddly sympathetic. You feel the sickness, the confusion, and the slow moral decay creeping into every scene. Like much of Italy's nunsploitation wave, The Killer Nun uses shock to explore themes the church would rather avoid: hypocrisy, temptation, and the human weakness beneath devotion. The cinematography is clinical and detached, full of sterile corridors and cold light that make the violence feel even more disturbing. It's easy to dismiss a title like The Killer Nun as trash, but there's more going on under the surface. It's about control, guilt, and what happens when the institutions meant to save us are the ones that break us. When it arrived on home video in the 80s, it became infamous, banned in several countries, and lumped in with the video nasties. But over time, it's gained recognition as one of the smarter, moodier entries in the genre. A film that shocks you first, then leaves you thinking afterward. The Killer Nun isn't subtle, but it's unforgettable. A strange collision of faith and madness that could only have been born in 1979 Italy. Shock, Beyond the Door 2, 1977. A young mother tries to start over in a house that remembers more than she does. With a new husband and her son in tow, she's determined to make peace with the past. Until objects shift, doors breathe, and the boy's smile holds something she can't recognize. Grief, guilt, and something supernatural converge in rooms that won't let go. This is possession territory, but filtered through domestic unease, hairbrushes, photographs, a child's whisper at the end of a hallway. The movie keeps its terror close to the body, hands, eyes, a sudden change in posture, suggesting that the haunting might be psychological until it plainly isn't. The pace lets dread accrue, each small anomaly stacking into a pattern you can't unsee. Performances lock onto instability, especially from the lead, whose breakdown feels both intimate and mythic. Direction leans into disorienting edits and tactile sound, turning familiar spaces uncanny. The house is never just a setting. It's a collaborator, a witness, a trap that rearranges itself around the person most vulnerable to it. By the end, moving on has become a cruel joke. The film argues that some houses and some histories don't forgive. It's a tight, unnerving descent where motherhood, memory, and possession overlap until you can't tell where one stops and the next begins. The Visitor, 1979. Nothing about this film unfolds normally. At the center is a young girl whose telekinetic abilities connect to something cosmic and ancient. An enigmatic figure arrives to observe her, while other forces attempt to manipulate events from the shadows. What could have been a simple supernatural thriller quickly spirals into something stranger. Giulio Paradisi directs with bold, almost reckless confidence. The cast list reads like something from a prestige drama. John Huston, Glenn Ford, Mel Ferrer, Shelley Winters. Yet the tone veers between intimate domestic tension and abstract cosmic allegory. Joanne Nail grounds the story emotionally as the girl's mother, even as events escalate beyond ordinary explanation. Effects are practical and tactile. Objects shifting, sudden bursts of psychic force, unsettling animal sequences. The 70s architecture and production design contrast sharply with the film's spiritual overtones, creating a visual clash that adds to the unease. The Visitor doesn't guide the audience gently. It leaps between ideas and tones with total conviction. That unpredictability is its defining trait, making it less a conventional narrative and more a singular cult experience. If you love discovering forgotten horror and cult cinema, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the films time forgot. Thanks for watching, and remember, always be kind and rewind, because every movie is someone's favorite.